The Vatican has always been a place that holds countless secrets, many of which we still know very little about. But what if I told you there are some things you probably shouldn't hear because once you do, they might change the way you see everything? What hidden truths are buried deep inside the Vatican? That's exactly what we're going to uncover in today's video. So fasten your seatbelt as we dive into today's mystery. But first, you'll have incredible luck if you like and subscribe before this video ends. Documents on canon law reforms. Throughout history, the Code of Canon Law has always been a vital foundation of the Catholic Church, exerting profound influence over every aspect of its operations, from the governance of dioceses to the daily lives of individual priests. Whenever the Church has begun to consider changes to any of its regulations, especially those concerning the requirement of priestly celibacy, intense debates have inevitably arisen. These debates have often been recorded in a variety of documents, from the official minutes of major councils to handwritten letters exchanged between cardinals. Most of these materials are now carefully stored in the Vatican Apostolic Archive. However, there remain many texts that have never been made public, as their content is considered sensitive or potentially destabilizing for the Church. This is precisely why the subject of canon law reform has always been shrouded in unresolved mysteries. In reality, the rule of celibacy was not always compulsory for every priest. If we look back at the early days of Christianity, we can see that many priests, and even bishops, were married and had children just like ordinary people. According to the Bible, St. Peter himself had a mother-in-law, which shows that marriage among priests was once entirely normal. However, beginning in the 4th century, local councils started to introduce new requirements regarding the chastity of the clergy. The Council of Elvira in 305 is considered one of the first events to set down such rules. At that time, priests were still allowed to marry, but were required to abstain from marital relations after ordination. Over time, this rule became increasingly strict. By the 11th century, Pope Gregory VII faced major challenges in reforming the Church and was determined to strengthen ecclesiastical discipline. He issued a total ban on priestly marriage, and this was quickly confirmed at the First Lateran Council in 1123. This new regulation not only caused dissatisfaction among many priests, but also provoked strong opposition from clergy in certain countries. The controversy was not merely about personal matters, it was also linked to the inheritance of property by priests' children. These disputes often led to accusations of corruption or abuse of power, making the records of such debates highly sensitive and usually kept from public view. By the 16th century, when the wave of Protestant Reformation swept across Europe, the issue of priestly celibacy once again became a focal point for the entire Church. Many Protestant denominations permitted pastors to marry, creating tremendous pressure on the Catholic Church. The Council of Trent, held from 1545 to 1563, held extensive discussions on this subject. In its official records, the Church reaffirmed that priestly marriages were invalid. However, if we look deeper into internal documents, we find that some cardinals, such as Gasparo Contarini, once proposed relaxing the rules to attract Protestant pastors back to Catholicism. Yet these suggestions were quickly dismissed and never appeared in any public records. Moving into the 20th century, as modern society evolved, the Church once again faced renewed debate about the role of priests. The Second Vatican Council, held from 1962 to 1965, opened a new chapter with many discussions on whether priests should be allowed to marry, especially in regions where there were too few young men entering the priesthood. Some bishops from Africa and Latin America suggested that the Church should be more flexible, but ultimately, the proposal was not adopted due to fears of causing internal division. Even today, this issue continues to surface, as seen in Pope Francis's statement in 2023, when he referred to celibacy as a temporary solution, showing that even the Pope recognizes the Church must adapt to an ever-changing reality. What makes these documents so sensitive is the way they reflect the rifts and internal conflicts within the Church. Some of the correspondence between the Pope and various bishops after the Second Vatican Council reveals that certain dioceses had once exerted great pressure for change. There are those who worry that relaxing the celibacy requirement would seriously undermine the discipline of the priesthood. Looking back over the long road, it is clear that every time the Church has tried to reform its canon law, especially regarding priestly celibacy. It has had to confront a fierce struggle between ideals of holiness and the challenging realities faced by an institution that has existed for thousands of years. Documents on the alchemists. During the Middle Ages in Europe, alchemy was a field that drew the interest of many. It was a space where science, philosophy, and mystical ideas existed side by side. Many renowned alchemists, such as John Dee, devoted their entire lives to the search for the Philosopher's Stone, hoping to transform ordinary metals into gold. They were people who sought a deeper understanding of the universe and the human soul. Some alchemists maintained ties to the Catholic Church, even though alchemy was sometimes regarded as a form of heresy. Medieval European alchemy did not develop in isolation. The field was heavily influenced by texts from both Arabic and ancient Greek sources. For many alchemists, refining matter was not just a matter of chemistry, it was a spiritual path, a way to enlightenment. Still, the Catholic Church always took a cautious and skeptical stance toward alchemical activities. Many of the ideas concerning the transformation of matter and contact with supernatural entities were seen as dangerously close to magic or heresy. Nevertheless, quite a few alchemists were monks or maintained close connections to the Church. Roger Bacon, a Franciscan friar living in the 13th century, wrote about alchemy in his work Opus Majus. He advocated for science as a tool to strengthen religious faith. Bacon's manuscripts are still kept in the Vatican, and they show that there were periods when the Church was willing to accept these ideas as long as they did not conflict with doctrine. John Dee was a prominent English alchemist in the 16th century. He served as an advisor to Queen Elizabeth I and possessed a vast library containing thousands of books on alchemy, astrology, and other mystical subjects. Dee even claimed he could communicate with angels using special instruments and documented these conversations in works such as Mona's Hieroglyphica. Born into a Catholic family, Dee later converted to Anglicanism but maintained relationships with many Catholic clergy. In 1564, he traveled to Rome and may have submitted some of his manuscripts to the Vatican. However, Dee's ideas about supernatural communication were often considered incompatible with official church teachings. If any of these manuscripts remain in the Vatican archives, they have likely never been made public to avoid controversy. Many believe that the Vatican still holds secrets concerning certain alchemical manuscripts. According to some writers, the Church may have confiscated these works during heresy investigations or collected them from monasteries and private libraries. When Napoleon occupied the Vatican in 1809, part of these documents were lost or never returned. However, some historians argue that the Church has mostly kept these writings for research rather than seeking to erase them entirely. Documents on the Viking kings. From the 8th to the 11th century, Northern Europe witnessed the dramatic rise of Viking tribes. This era is famous for its relentless conquests, both by sea and by land. However, it was also the period when the Viking kings first began to embrace Christianity. The role of the Vatican during this time became more significant than ever before. The Church maintained a diplomatic correspondence with the Viking kings through many letters, including exchanges with renowned rulers such as Canute the Great. Yet, most of these documents have never been made public and may contain many surprising details related to politics and religion. Canute the Great was one of the most prominent Viking kings. He ruled Denmark from 1018, ascended to the throne of England in 1016, and extended his power to Norway in 1028. According to many historians, Canute was not only a formidable warrior, but also a leader who fully understood the value of Christianity in strengthening his rule. In 1027, he made a pilgrimage to Rome to attend the coronation of Holy Roman Emperor Conrad II. This event was documented by Canute himself in a letter to his subjects in England. The content of this letter shows that Canute negotiated with Pope John XIX on a variety of issues, such as reducing ceremonial costs for archbishops or resolving the dispute between Canterbury and Hamburg-Bremen over control of the Danish diocese. According to records in the Encomium, M.A. Canute actively promoted Christianity in England and Scandinavia by building churches and supporting monasteries. However, the documents related to this process have rarely been released, and some may have been lost when Napoleon seized the Vatican archives in 1809. The sensitive nature of these records lies in the intersection of religion and politics. Canute used Christianity not only to strengthen the faith of his people, but also to legitimize his authority against rivals. For example, in 1031, he submitted to King Malcolm II of Scotland, an act supported by the Vatican to expand the influence of Catholicism in Northern Europe. The conversion of Canute and other Viking kings was a watershed event, not only in religious history, but also in European politics. The Vatican played a crucial role as mediator, helping transform Viking warriors into allies and, in doing so, shaping the Christian face of Northern Europe. The Vatican's space research projects. Throughout its long history, the Vatican has served not only as the spiritual center of the Catholic Church, but also as a cradle for the development of human knowledge. As early as the Renaissance, the popes viewed scientific research as an essential part of the search for truth. One of the Church's most remarkable achievements is the founding of the Vatican Observatory. This observatory has played a key role in the study of planets and the origins of the universe, and it has helped expand our understanding of the possibility of life beyond Earth. Yet, some believe that deep within the sealed archives of the Vatican, there may still exist special documents concerning unusual cosmic phenomena, ranging from unidentified flying objects to mysterious signals from the far reaches of space. The Vatican Observatory was officially established in 1891 by Pope Leo XIII. However, the roots of astronomical research here go back to the 16th century, when the Catholic Church sponsored scientists to observe celestial phenomena as part of efforts to reform the Julian calendar. According to the records of Sabino Maffeo, the modern Vatican Observatory is located at Castel Gandolfo in Italy, and there is also an advanced research center in Arizona, USA, managed by the Vatican Observatory Research Group. Here, many Jesuit astronomers, such as Father George Coyne and Father Guy Consolmagno, have devoted their lives to studying meteorites, the structure of galaxies, and profound questions about the origin of the universe. The Vatican does not stop at basic observation. It regularly organizes international conferences, where leading scientists from NASA, ESA, and other space research organizations gather to discuss major topics such as astrobiology and the possibility of extraterrestrial life. These activities reflect the Church's ongoing desire to seek harmony between religious faith and the new discoveries of modern science. Many theories suggest that the Vatican may possess information about unusual cosmic events owing to its long history in astronomy. Researchers claim that the Church has accumulated a vast archive documenting strange occurrences in the sky that early scientists could not explain. These stories become even more fascinating when some theorists suggest that the Vatican recorded sightings of unidentified flying objects or even strange signals from space as early as the time of Copernicus. In 2008, Father Jose Gabriel Funes even publicly stated that extraterrestrials could be considered brothers in faith. However, to this day, there is no official document confirming that the Vatican possesses any information about UFOs or signals from alien civilizations. The Church has always denied such rumors, dismissing them as products of imagination. What makes documents related to astronomy so sensitive is the possibility that they might raise profound questions about traditional doctrine or stir up public controversy. In the past, there were letters exchanged between Jesuit astronomers and the popes regarding theories such as the Big Bang. The Vatican has always approached new cosmological theories with caution, concerned that they could undermine faith in the doctrine of creation. For this reason, many important scientific reports, though preserved, have never been widely released, in order to avoid damaging the unified image and prestige of the Church. Looking back at the development of the Vatican Observatory, it stands as clear evidence of the Church's efforts to build a bridge between science and faith. The documents that remain, though they may be only small fragments, still capture the challenging journey of generations of priests, scientists, and popes as they sought to unravel the mysteries of the universe. The Forbidden Book of Black Magic. Among all the ancient manuscripts, the Grand Grimoire, also known as the Red Dragon, is one of the most controversial and feared books ever mentioned in Western legend. According to oral traditions and scattered archaeological records, this is an old text said to contain rituals for summoning demons, including the name of Lucifer himself. The true origin of this book remains a mystery to this day. Some scholars believe it appeared as early as the 15th century, while other researchers argue that the first edition was only printed in the 18th century, or even later. Much of its content is thought to be based on texts falsely attributed to King Solomon, the biblical figure who was believed to possess supernatural knowledge and once commanded spirits to serve under his rule. Inside the book are formulas, invocations, and rituals intended to summon entities from the invisible realm. But what makes the Grand Grimoire especially remarkable is not just its content, but the persistent anxiety surrounding its actual existence and the question of where the original might be kept. According to many rumors, an original copy of this book is safeguarded in the Vatican's most secret archives. Some believe that keeping it is a form of control, meant to prevent dangerous knowledge from falling into the wrong hands. Others think the Church needs to study and understand what it might be facing. However, there is no official documentation confirming the existence of the Grand Grimoire in the Vatican. All of this remains in the realm of rumor, but it is a rumor that has survived for centuries. UFOs and the Vatican. In recent times, discussions about unidentified flying objects have shifted from being dismissed as fiction to becoming subjects taken seriously by both governments and the scientific community. And one of the most prominent figures in this movement is David Grusch, a former intelligence officer with the United States Air Force who worked within the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force. David Grusch does not just talk about extraterrestrials. He caused a stir with his claim that the Vatican once kept the wreckage of a UFO that crashed in Italy right before World War II. According to Grusch, in the late 1930s, a mysterious flying object reportedly crashed in the Magenta region near Milan, in northern Italy. At that time, Italy was under the rule of dictator Benito Mussolini. Grusch alleges that Mussolini ordered the crash site to be kept secret and hid the wreckage for many years. But what makes Grusch's claim especially remarkable is the detail involving the Vatican. According to him, after World War II ended, Pope Pius XII secretly informed the US government about the existence of the UFO, and the United States then arranged to retrieve and transport the object back to America for research under top secret conditions. There is no clear information about where it was taken or what was discovered from this craft, and of course, the Vatican has never confirmed any of this. When asked for evidence, David Grusch said he had accessed classified documents and spoken with individuals who were present at the time of the UFO retrieval, but for security reasons, he could not reveal any names or specific materials. Many remain skeptical of these statements. Some say this may simply be another conspiracy theory impossible to verify. But there are also those who believe that if any institution in the world were discreet and influential enough to guard such a secret for nearly a century, the Vatican would surely be among them. If the Vatican ever did witness an event that could change humanity's understanding of life beyond Earth, why would they keep it hidden from the world? At present, we have no answer, but the Vatican's enduring silence has only made this mystery more difficult to explain than ever before. The theory of the Priory of Sion. Throughout European history, few stories are as thrilling and controversial as the theory of the Priory of Sion, a secret society said to have been founded in 1099 with the mission of protecting the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. According to legend, this group aimed to preserve a royal lineage tracing back to King David, fueling the ambition for a holy empire that would unify all of Europe. Throughout the years, legendary figures such as Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, and Victor Hugo were rumored to have been grand masters of this secret society. Still, most historians agree that the Priory of Sion is a product of imagination, with no credible evidence from historical sources. Yet, it is precisely this air of mystery that has made the story of the Priory of Sion such an enduring and compelling enigma. The fame of the Priory of Sion began to spread widely in the 1980s, after the publication of The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail. In this book, Michael Begant, Richard Lay, and Henry Lincoln boldly claimed that the Priory of Sion was founded in Jerusalem by Godefroy de Bouillon, with the mission of safeguarding the descendants of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, who were said to have left the Holy Land for France after Jesus' death and founded a bloodline that led to the Merovingian dynasty. Their main piece of evidence was a collection of documents known as Les Dossiers Secrets, discovered at the French National Library in 1975. This dossier even included a list of famous Grand Masters, such as Da Vinci and Newton. However, more recent studies, especially those surrounding the Da Vinci Code, have revealed that these documents were, in fact, the creation of Pierre Plantard, a Frenchman with anti-Semitic leanings, who later officially admitted to inventing everything to boost his own reputation and serve his own agenda. Pierre Plantard had officially registered the Priory of Sion as an organization in 1956. However, this group quickly dissolved after just 6 months and left no real impact on social or religious life. Plantard created a host of forged documents, from letters to lists of Grand Masters, and then secretly placed them in Parisian libraries to lend them an air of authenticity. According to the Templar Revelation by Lynn Picknett, stories about the Priory of Sion are mostly rooted in medieval legends of the Holy Grail, which were later amplified by literary works. There is no historical evidence from the Vatican archives or any independent sources confirming the existence of such a secret society. Even famous figures like Leonardo da Vinci left no records mentioning the Priory of Sion. The fever surrounding the Priory of Sion reached new heights with the release of Dan Brown's novel The Da Vinci Code in 2003, which sold over 80 million copies worldwide. In the novel, Brown describes the Priory of Sion as a secret order guarding the truth about Mary Magdalene, who he claims was the wife of Jesus and mother of a sacred bloodline. Although Brown always stressed the fictional nature of his novel, many readers came to believe the story was true. The Catholic Church has repeatedly spoken out to refute any claims about a relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene, insisting there is no theological or historical basis for them. These ideas are completely at odds with ancient sources. For instance, Cesare Baronio's Annales Ecclesiastici makes no mention of any descendants of Jesus. What makes the Priory of Sion theory so sensitive is the way it directly challenges the core teachings of the Catholic Church and implies that the Vatican is hiding the true history of Christianity. According to the Sion Revelation by Picknett and Clive Prince, Plantard may have exploited widespread suspicion of church authority to construct this myth. However, the forged documents he left behind are riddled with inconsistencies, and no ancient historical source has ever confirmed the existence of the Priory of Sion. Even after being exposed as a fabrication, the Priory of Sion has become a unique cultural symbol. The tale of a secret society safeguarding the bloodline of Jesus continues to inspire novels and films and has fueled countless conspiracy theories for decades. Plantard's forged documents still serve as a reminder of the power of imagination in shaping the perceptions and beliefs of society. The financial crisis on the 22nd of January, 1922, the sudden death of Pope Benedict XV plunged the Vatican into a state of financial emergency, verging on bankruptcy. The Holy See was facing an unprecedented crisis in the aftermath of World War I. After 4 long years of war, the Vatican's sources of income had been severely depleted. Pope Benedict XV, often remembered as the Pope of Peace, had spent millions of lira to support war victims. These humanitarian expenditures were drawn not only from the papal treasury but also from global fundraising efforts. Although deeply charitable, these payouts nearly emptied the Vatican's coffers. Meanwhile, traditional sources of revenue, such as Peter's pence, dropped sharply due to rampant inflation and widespread economic depression in Italy, Germany, and France. The Vatican also had to face another harsh reality. After the Kingdom of Italy was established and the country unified in 1861, the Church had lost control over most of its territory. It received only a small annual compensation, and by 1922, that sum was no longer enough to sustain its operations. The death of Benedict XV from pneumonia only made matters worse. According to John Pollard, the Vatican's finances at that time were in a state of severe deficit, while growing debts mounted from maintaining a global diplomatic network and supporting dioceses heavily affected by the war. Cardinal Pietro Gasparri took on the heavy burden of keeping the church running while the treasury was nearly empty. In correspondence between Gasparri and other cardinals, it is likely that desperate plans to cut expenses or seek new sources of funding were discussed. Amid the crisis, American Catholics became the Vatican's last reliable support. The United States was seeing the rise of a wealthy Catholic class, especially in major cities like New York and Chicago. Organizations such as the Knights of Columbus and many large dioceses donated millions of dollars to the Vatican between 1919 and 1923. A special fund called Peter's Pence from America was sent directly to Rome, helping the Vatican pay its debts, cover staff salaries, and continue daily operations. Cardinal William O'Connell of Boston and Archbishop John Mundelein of Chicago acted as key liaisons, rallying American Catholic individuals and organizations to assist the Holy See. That money was a timely lifeline that helped the Vatican avoid collapse. Documents related to the financial crisis of 1922 are considered highly sensitive, as they reveal the extent of the Vatican's dependence on foreign support, particularly from the United States. The crisis only truly subsided when Pope Pius XI ascended to the papacy and signed the Lateran Treaty with the Italian government in 1929. This treaty finally brought financial independence to the Vatican through compensation of 750 million lira and a large quantity of government bonds. However, it was the support from America that proved to be the most crucial factor in helping the Vatican survive its darkest hour. The cipher system of the Renaissance. Amidst the fierce rivalries between royal courts during the Renaissance, the Vatican was compelled to develop a sophisticated cipher system to protect its secret correspondence. These letters often contained highly sensitive information on politics, military alliances, or plans for war, making security an absolute necessity. As early as the 15th century, when powerful states like France, Spain, and Venice were building vast spy networks, the Vatican recognized the crucial need to keep its information hidden. According to David Kahn, author of the renowned book The Code Breakers, the Church began using ciphers very early on, but their use expanded dramatically during the Renaissance. Papal envoys, such as Cardinal Giovanni Arcimboldi, under Pope Sixtus IV, employed special code tables known as nomenclators. These tables combined letter substitutions with unique words encoded by numbers or special symbols. For instance, the word France could be hidden behind a number like 47. These codes were often written on tiny slips of paper and concealed in the messenger's shoes or coat to avoid detection by rival powers such as the Medici family or the Ottoman Empire. The Vatican's cipher system reached its peak under Popes Alexander VI and Leo VI. The Holy See adopted techniques like polyalphabetic ciphers, splitting texts into pairs of numbers on a 5x5 grid, or inserting meaningless characters to create confusion, making it almost impossible for enemies to decipher the messages. There were even special letters, like the correspondence between Pope Julius II and his ambassador to France in 1512, that were double encrypted, requiring 2 separate keys to decode. Such letters could contain details about anti-French military alliances during the War of the League of Cambrai, revealing that the Vatican was not only protecting secrets, but was also directly involved in European politics. The sheer complexity of these ciphers means that some letters remain only partially deciphered to this day. These coded documents are extremely sensitive because of what they were designed to protect. Renaissance diplomatic letters could reveal secret treaties, such as the Vatican's funding for crusades against the Ottomans or secret negotiations with King Henry VIII of England before the Anglican split. The Vatican even established its own code school, the Scuola di Cifra, to train clerics in creating and breaking secret correspondence. The Vatican's advanced cipher system during the Renaissance stands as a testament to the Church's ingenuity and diplomatic prowess in an era rife with political intrigue. These mysterious letters, filled with strange signs and symbols, not only safeguarded vital secrets, but also helped shape the course of European history itself. The New Vatican Archive Vault. In 1980, the Vatican began constructing a new underground archive vault beneath the tiny city-state. What seemed at first to be a simple project in document preservation quickly became a subject of fascination for the press and the international public. Why did the Vatican need a new archive vault? Were they trying to hide something, or was it simply about safeguarding their priceless heritage? For centuries, the Vatican Apostolic Archive has been the repository for the Church's most important documents. Its shelves stretch for more than 85 kilometers, holding papal correspondence, records of church activities, and letters from historical figures like the Queen of Scotland and President Abraham Lincoln. Yet to most people, it is still known by its old name, the Vatican Secret Archive. In reality, the main reason for building the new vault was truly essential. Millions of documents had been damaged after centuries in storage. Temperature, humidity, and the passage of time had caused paper and parchment to decay. Before the new vault existed, these materials were stored in scattered locations throughout the Vatican, sometimes even in Castel Sant'Angelo or in cramped rooms within the Vatican Library. But those spaces could not provide the optimal preservation conditions needed for these priceless artifacts. The greatest concern came from past losses. In 1810, Napoleon's army seized and transported many documents to Paris, causing countless vital records to be lost forever or severely damaged. It was these hard lessons that drove the Vatican to create a more modern archive. The new archive vault stands beside the Vatican Library, with its main entrance through the Porta di Santa Anna. Contrary to popular imagination, a secret chamber with winding corridors and hidden doors like something out of a novel, this is a solid reinforced concrete facility, fireproof and equipped with a state-of-the-art climate control system. Inside are thousands of steel shelves, neatly lined up, each holding olive green file boxes, all organized according to the reigns of different popes. Although the vault was built to preserve documents, rumors and theories about Vatican secrets have continued to spread. Some believe it holds sensitive materials on political agreements, documents once condemned as heretical, or even evidence of supernatural events or knowledge from beyond Earth. Such speculation has only grown due to the strict rules for access. Only carefully selected scholars with specific research topics are allowed in, and even they cannot browse the entire collection at will. For the Vatican, the 1980 Archive Vault stands as a commitment to protecting the Church's cultural heritage, a symbol of the balance between transparency and privacy. While speculation continues outside, archivists like Bishop Sergio Pagano have always emphasized that their greatest mission is to preserve the documents, not to hide anything at all. Documents on the medieval popes. The documents concerning the medieval popes form a vast archive that offers us an insightful look into the role of the Catholic Church in European history. For nearly a millennium, the popes were not only spiritual leaders but also figures who wielded immense influence over the political landscape of the West. Their writings and official documents are now carefully preserved in the Vatican archives. From the earliest days of the Middle Ages, the popes claimed to be the successors of St. Peter and asserted supreme authority over the Christian world. In reality, however, this authority was constantly challenged by the ambitions of European kings and nobles. One of the most famous conflicts was the investiture controversy of the 11th century, during which documents, like the Dictatus Papae, issued by Pope Gregory VII, declared that only the Pope had the right to appoint bishops. This claim directly threatened the power of Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV, leading to a dramatic standoff that ended with Henry IV standing in the snow outside the castle of Canossa, begging for forgiveness. The 13th century marked the height of papal power, especially during the reign of Pope Innocent III. Surviving documents from this period describe him as an uncrowned king, able to use excommunication as a weapon to force European rulers into submission. The case of King John of England is particularly notable. He was compelled to yield to papal authority to avoid a ban on holding Mass throughout his kingdom. Yet, alongside these records of great power, the documents also reveal the darker side of spiritual authority. Contemporary accounts frequently criticize the abuse of religious power for political gain, with the aim of expanding papal influence. Not all documents about the popes have been made public. Particularly, records relating to the Crusades or the trials of heretics often contain sensitive details. For instance, accounts of the trial of the Knights Templar under Pope Clement V reveal clear collusion between the Church and the French crown to seize the order's vast wealth. Many such documents were once strictly restricted, as they exposed political agreements and some of the darkest stains on Church history. Only from the 19th century, when scholars like Ludwig Pastor were granted direct access to the Vatican archives, did a more complete picture of the Church's power struggles begin to emerge. By the 14th century, Europe was shaken by a new crisis, the Western Schism, during which 2, even 3 popes claimed legitimacy at the same time, each backed by different political factions. Letters and official documents from this period clearly show a deep divide not just within the Church, but also among its followers. Debates over legitimacy and the manipulation of power severely damaged the reputation of the papacy. Reformers such as John Wycliffe seized upon these very documents to publicly criticize the Church and call for renewal, laying the groundwork for the Protestant Reformation in the centuries to come. Despite the sensitive information, and sometimes unsettling secrets they contain, the documents on the medieval popes remain an invaluable source for historians. They record not only the clashes between spiritual and secular power, but also reflect the Church's central role in shaping the culture, science, and art of medieval Europe. The terror plot targeting the Vatican. In 2014, the Vatican suddenly became the focus of global security concerns when rumors spread about a terrorist plot targeting the Holy See. The international community began to question whether this tiny city-state was truly capable of protecting itself in an era when the threat of global terrorism was on the rise. Shortly afterward, Vatican representatives publicly denied having received any specific warnings from international security agencies. The stark contrast between the press reports and the Vatican's official response only deepened the mystery and raised further doubts about the Holy See's intelligence capabilities and its defensive systems. Tensions escalated in April 2015 when Italian police announced they had dismantled an extremist Islamic network on the island of Sardinia and arrested 18 suspects linked to Afghanistan. According to Italian media, the group was accused of having connections to Al-Qaeda and had discussed a possible attack on the Vatican. Phone surveillance had uncovered threats and veiled references to the Pope, as well as conversations mentioning Via della Conciliazione, the street leading straight to St. Peter's Square. One of the suspects even declared, "Jihad will begin in Italy." Yet there was no concrete evidence that a detailed bombing plan for the Vatican had ever been put in place, and the Vatican emphasized that the plot had, in fact, been foiled as far back as 2010. Since 2014, extremist groups like ISIS had continued to expand their influence and spread violence across the region. In September 2014, Iraq's ambassador to the Vatican warned that Pope Francis himself could become a target of ISIS, especially after he publicly condemned acts of violence in Iraq and Syria. Even so, the Vatican's official spokesperson maintained that the Holy See had received no official notice of any terrorist threat. This led to a difficult question. Was the Vatican underestimating the risks, or simply trying to maintain calm and avoid causing panic within the community? Protecting the Vatican has never been a simple task. The world's smallest country covers only 44 hectares and is guarded by the Swiss Guard and the Vatican Gendarmerie, together numbering just a few hundred men. Despite its limited size, the Vatican is known for its extensive intelligence network, which was established in the 16th century under Pope Pius V. While it has no public headquarters, this network is believed to have thwarted several dangerous plots, such as the plan to attack Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir's plane in 1973. However, it also failed to prevent the 1,981 assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II, when he was shot by a Turkish gunman right in St. Peter's Square. Wherever the truth may lie, the events of 2014 revealed one undeniable reality. The Vatican must always balance its spirit of hospitality with the need for strict security. As a destination that welcomes millions of pilgrims and tourists every year, the Vatican cannot become a closed fortress, yet it also cannot afford to let its guard down. Michelangelo's letter. Michelangelo Buonarroti is one of the greatest icons of the Renaissance, and the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, created by his hand, has become an immortal masterpiece that commands admiration from all over the world. Yet behind those heavenly images lies a deeply human story, that of an artist struggling with countless hardships and the bitter disappointment found within his own work. In 1508, Michelangelo was invited by Pope Julius II to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. At the time, he was already famous for his sculpting talent, having created works such as the Pietà and David, but painting was never his true passion. According to the historian Giorgio Vasari, Michelangelo himself suspected that this commission was the result of scheming by rivals in the art world. Though he tried to decline and even suggested that the job go to Raphael, in the end he had no choice but to accept. What Michelangelo did not anticipate was that this project would drag on for 4 long years, causing him immense physical and mental strain. During the creation process, Michelangelo sent a letter to his close friend, Giovanni da Pistoia. In this letter, he did not hesitate to complain about the grueling work, spending hours on scaffolding over 13 meters high, craning his neck, enduring back pain, and suffering from a hernia brought on by the harsh working conditions. He also revealed his frustration that his efforts were not being properly rewarded. Although he was promised up to 3,000 ducats, in reality, Michelangelo often had to cover the costs of materials and even pay the wages of his assistants himself. The task of painting the Sistine ceiling was a challenge unlike any other. Michelangelo had to design the scaffolding himself, mix his own colors, apply the plaster, and he only accepted a handful of assistants because his standards were so high. Constantly looking upward impaired his eyesight to the point where, at times, he could only read with his head tilted back. This not only showed Michelangelo's sacrifices for his art, but also revealed the pressure he faced from the Pope. His achievement became a timeless masterpiece, with 9 scenes from the Book of Genesis, most famously the creation of Adam, one of the most iconic images in Western art. When the Sistine Chapel ceiling was unveiled in 1512, the world was left in awe at its beauty. But only those who have read Michelangelo's letters can truly understand that behind all that splendor are many untold hardships. Michelangelo's letter stands as living proof that even the greatest geniuses have endured pain, disappointment, and the daily struggles of life. Documents on Pope Joan. In the long history of the Catholic Church, few legends have stirred as much curiosity and controversy as the story of Pope Joan. She is said to have been the first and only woman to break through all the barriers of medieval society and ascend to the highest position in the Church during the 9th century. To this day, the Vatican insists that the story is nothing more than a product of popular imagination. Yet, the tale of Joanna Anglicus has quietly persisted through the centuries. According to legend, Joan was born in Germany and was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She disguised herself as a man to pursue an education, because at that time, women were not allowed to study. Thanks to her intelligence and outstanding talent, she quickly rose through the ranks of the Church and was eventually elected Pope under the name John VIII, around the year 855. The climax of the story came when Joan unexpectedly gave birth in public, shocking the crowd and revealing her true identity. According to the various versions of the legend, the crowd executed her on the spot, and the Church erased all traces of her reign. It is said that from that time onward, the Vatican established a ritual to check the Pope's gender, using a special chair with a hole for inspection. The first appearance of the legend of Pope Joan was in the 13th century, recorded by the monk Jean de Mailly in the Chronica Universalis, and later popularized by Martin Polonus in the Chronicon Pontificum. These accounts claimed that she reigned for about 2 years, between the papacies of Leo IV and Benedict III. The legend quickly spread throughout Europe, appearing in literature and art, even in the form of a statue in Siena Cathedral up to the 17th century. However, modern research has pointed out many inconsistencies, such as the absence of any power vacuum between Leo IV and Benedict III, and contemporary records like those of Photios I in Constantinople make no mention of Joan. The Vatican has also repeatedly stated that its archives contain no documents related to a female pope. Even so, the persistence of the legend has given rise to many theories. Some suggest that the Vatican deliberately removed unfavorable records to protect the Church's image. Certain scholars, such as Valerie Hotchkiss, argue that the story may have been a satirical invention aimed at popes like John XI or John XII, who were seen as lacking moral standards. In the context of the 10th century, when powerful women like Theodora and Marozia actually held sway over the papacy, the story of Joan gains added weight as a reminder of an era when the Church was marked by instability and scandal. More than just a curious tale, the legend of Pope Joan reflects the ongoing tensions around gender within Church history. Whatever the truth may be, the story of Pope Joan remains a mirror reflecting the unresolved mysteries of Church history and the role of women in medieval society. It raises important questions. Did the Vatican ever deliberately erase records to protect its honor? Or are we simply looking at an urban legend woven from the fears and desires surrounding female power? The disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi. On the 22nd of June, 1983, Emanuela Orlandi left home to attend a music class in Rome. At that time, Emanuela was just 15 years old and lived with her family inside the Vatican. Everything seemed normal until her family realized she had not come home. They grew worried and searched everywhere, but there was no sign of her. Before she disappeared, Emanuela had called her older sister. She said she had just received a job offer to promote a cosmetics brand for a high salary. Her sister advised her to turn it down because it didn't sound safe. After that call, however, no one ever heard from Emanuela again. News of Emanuela's disappearance spread quickly. Her family reported the case to the police, and many people began to pay attention. Even Pope John Paul II made a public appeal, asking for help and prayers for Emanuela. At the time, there were many theories suggesting she had been kidnapped as part of a plot to demand the release of a man who had previously attempted to assassinate the Pope. However, investigators never found clear evidence to support this theory. Over the years, more theories emerged. Some suspected that the mafia in Rome had been involved in her case. In 2006, a former mafia member claimed that he recognized a voice in an anonymous phone call related to Emanuela. The ex-girlfriend of a mafia boss also said that Emanuela had once been kept in an apartment and later handed over to a priest. These accounts fueled public suspicion about possible links between the Vatican and organized crime. However, when police exhumed the grave of this mafia boss, they still found no evidence connected to Emanuela. Others believed that Emanuela disappeared because of a conspiracy within the Vatican. Some leaked documents suggested that she may have been taken abroad. Yet the Vatican denied this information and claimed the documents were fake. Years went by, and each time new discoveries came to light, Emanuela's family felt hope, only to be disappointed again. In 2018, human remains were found at the Vatican embassy, but tests revealed they did not belong to Emanuela. In 2019, 2 ancient tombs in the Vatican cemetery were opened, but both were empty. Emanuela's brother has never given up searching for his sister. In 2023, after a documentary about Emanuela was aired, the Vatican decided to reopen the investigation. The prosecutor promised to uncover the truth, but some information related to the case has still not been released. Many old Vatican documents also remain inaccessible to investigators. To this day, the disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi remains unsolved. Her family has waited for news for 40 years. This case has left many questions and is a reminder of the need for truth and justice for all families. Documents on the Byzantine Church. On the 16th of July, 1054, an event took place that changed the entire history of Christianity. This was the moment when the Eastern and Western churches officially excommunicated each other. From then on, the Christian Church was split into 2 separate branches. On one side stood Roman Catholicism, under the authority of the Pope in Rome. On the other was Eastern Orthodoxy, led by the Patriarch in Constantinople. This division was not only the result of theological disputes, but also reflected centuries-long power struggles. Looking back at history, it is clear that tensions between the 2 sides had begun long before. When Constantinople was chosen as the new Rome in the 4th century, the city's position brought about major shifts in the power structure of Christianity. The Eastern Church gradually came under the strong influence of Greek culture and philosophy, while the Western Church maintained its distinct Latin traditions. Over time, these differences deepened, forming a significant divide between the two. One of the most hotly debated issues was the wording of the Nicene Creed. The Western Church added the phrase, "and from the Son," on its own, while the Eastern Church objected, viewing it as an unauthorized change to tradition. Behind the disputes over rituals and doctrine, however, lay the matter of real authority. The Pope in Rome believed he had the right to lead all of Christianity worldwide, while the Patriarch of Constantinople only recognized the Pope as a symbolic head, not someone who could govern other churches. By 1054, tensions had reached their peak. Pope Leo IX sent a delegation to Constantinople with the aim of asserting Rome's supremacy over the entire church. Patriarch Michael Cerularius disagreed and ordered the closure of all Latin churches in his city. The confrontation escalated, eventually leading both sides to issue mutual excommunications. From that moment, the path toward Christian unity was officially closed. Each side followed its own way, building distinct religious traditions and organizational systems. Today, the Vatican Apostolic Archive still holds many documents related to this period of division. These include letters exchanged between popes and patriarchs, records of meetings between representatives of the 2 sides, and notes about differing rituals and regulations. Some documents reveal differences in liturgical practices. For example, the Western Church used unleavened bread for the Eucharist, while the Eastern Church used leavened bread. However, these materials also clearly reflect the power struggle between the Byzantine Empire and the Western European kingdoms. The conflicts did not remain only in theory or documents. They often became real-life tragedies. After the schism, generations of popes and patriarchs tried to find a path to reconciliation. Yet, these efforts always faced great obstacles. The Second Council of Lyon in 1274 and the Council of Florence in 1439 were both held with the goal of restoring relations. In Florence, the Vatican showed a willingness to make concessions on some rituals, but remained steadfast in maintaining papal supremacy. In contrast, the Eastern Orthodox Church sometimes agreed to terms only on paper under pressure from the Ottoman Empire, while most clergy and believers opposed any unity that meant abandoning their own traditions. As the 20th century began, hopes for reconciliation were rekindled once more. In 1964, Pope Paul VI and Patriarch Athenagoras I met in Jerusalem in a historic encounter. Together, they revoked the excommunications that had existed for 900 years. Documents on this meeting, preserved in the Vatican, show that both sides wanted dialogue and trust building, though much caution remained. In the following decade, the Second Vatican Council created more favorable conditions for ecumenical efforts between different Christian branches, though the authority of the Pope remained a major unresolved issue. Some recent documents, written in the past few decades, continue to discuss redefining the Pope's role, not as an absolute ruler, but as a servant of the unity of the whole Church. However, these writings have not yet been widely published, as their sensitive content could affect the current relationship between the two sides. Documents on the Jesuits. On the 21st of July, 1773, Pope Clement XIV issued the Dominus Ac Redemptor decree, officially dissolving the Jesuit order. Before this, the Jesuits had played a pivotal role in missionary work and served as advisors to monarchs all across Europe. Their success and wide-reaching influence made many royal courts see the Jesuits as a true threat. When the decree was announced, it sent shockwaves through the Catholic Church and provoked strong reactions in many countries. It also gave rise to suspicions that the Vatican was concealing secret activities carried out by the Jesuits. Today, the ban has been lifted, but it still leaves behind one of the great mysteries in the religious and political history of Europe. The Jesuit order was founded in 1540 by Saint Ignatius of Loyola. From the beginning, the Jesuits stood out for their intelligence, strict discipline, and absolute loyalty to the Pope. They quickly established a network of schools worldwide, from the Gregorian University in Rome to academies in Asia. This very success and far-reaching influence made the Jesuits targets of suspicion and envy. In Portugal, after the attempted assassination of King José I in 1758, Prime Minister Sebastião de Mello accused the Jesuits of involvement and ordered their expulsion in 1759. In France, under pressure from the Duke of Choiseul and Madame de Pompadour, the government shut down more than 200 Jesuit schools in 1764, accusing them of conspiring to assassinate King Louis XV. In Spain and Naples, the Bourbon monarchies expelled the Jesuits in 1767. These pressures from major European powers forced the Vatican to decide to end the Jesuits' activities around the world. The 1773 decree did not simply dissolve the organization, but also banned all Jesuit activity. In reality, however, the Jesuits did not completely disappear. In Prussia and Russia, King Frederick II and Empress Catherine II allowed Jesuit priests to continue their work, believing the Jesuits were an important educational resource for their countries. Meanwhile, many researchers believe that Jesuit priests quietly maintained their communication networks and continued their secret activities across Europe. Historians such as Sabina Pavone have suggested that these underground activities may have been overseen by the Vatican using special envoys or the Church's own network of spies, with all related information kept in strict secrecy. If such confidential documents or negotiation records with royal courts still exist in the Vatican archives, they could reveal many details about how the Jesuits operated in the shadows and the role they played in significant political affairs. Many experts believe that the sensitivity of these documents lies in their potential to expose compromises between the Vatican and secular powers during times of historical crisis. It is possible that, during the ban, the Jesuits offered strategic advice to Catholic rulers to help them counter revolutions or assisted the Church in protecting its power against the rise of new nationalist movements. Although since the 19th century the Vatican has gradually allowed scholars to access its archives, documents related to the period of Jesuit suppression have largely remained secret. In 1814, Pope Pius VII signed the Solicitudo Omnium Ecclesiarum decree, restoring the Jesuit order and acknowledging their value in education and missionary work. However, the memory of the ban persisted for a long time afterward. In France, in 1880, and in Switzerland as late as 1973, the Jesuits continued to face difficulties and suspicion regarding their hidden influence. Today, the Jesuits remain one of the largest religious orders in the Catholic Church and are seen as a symbol of dedication, intellect, and resilience. The 1773 suppression was a dark chapter for the Jesuits, but that very period also demonstrated their remarkable ability to survive and recover under pressure from both political and religious powers. Documents on the reforms of the Renaissance. The Renaissance was a period that marked remarkable advances in art, science, and thought across Europe, but it was also a time when the Catholic Church faced storms and scandals never seen before. The documents kept in the Vatican Apostolic Archive recount many stories of corruption, power struggles, and scandal within the Church, especially during the papacy of Alexander VI, who came from the famous Borgia family. Rodrigo Borgia became Pope Alexander VI in 1492, at a moment when Rome was deeply divided by competing power groups. His rise to the papacy was not only thanks to political talent, but also due to buying the votes of cardinals with large sums of money, something detailed by the historian Johann Burchard. Throughout his 11 years as Pope, Alexander VI's reign was accused of simony, and of leading a lavish lifestyle, along with many other scandals. The records of the 1492 papal election show clearly that the cardinals received land and gold in exchange for their votes, exposing the decline of the church's system at that time. Even though many researchers since the 19th century have had access to these files, they remain controversial because they damage the image of the Holy See. Alexander VI was not only criticized for corruption, his personal life also became a constant topic of gossip. He openly acknowledged 4 children, most notably Cesare and Lucrezia Borgia, who continuously appeared in stories of political intrigue and even incest. Letters from Alexander to the royal courts of Europe show that he used his power to promote Cesare to cardinal at the age of 18 and arranged marriages for Lucrezia to strengthen alliances with major kingdoms like Naples and Milan. Some documents, such as reports from Ferrara's ambassador Ercole d'Este, describe extravagant parties at the Vatican where even dancers and prostitutes were present for entertainment. Efforts to reform the church during the Renaissance faced many obstacles. Earlier popes, such as Sixtus IV, had also been accused of selling indulgences in offices. But under Alexander, the level of corruption and political intervention became even more severe. He used the Vatican Bank to fund his son's military campaigns, hoping to control central Italy. Financial records from the Apostolic Chamber show that millions of ducats were spent on buying weapons and paying mercenaries. Some documents related to Vatican relations with France or the Ottoman Empire are still restricted. This may be to protect diplomatic interests or to preserve the church's reputation in the eyes of today's public. The scandals of Alexander VI were not just his personal problems, but reflected a crisis throughout the entire church system at that time. Reformers like Girolamo Savonarola took advantage of these scandals to call for cleansing and renewal of the church. Similar scandals directly contributed to the Protestant Reformation in 1517, when Martin Luther and others openly criticized the sale of indulgences and the corruption of the church. Even so, the reign of Alexander VI also left some positive marks, especially in his support of artists such as Michelangelo and in promoting missionary work to the New World. However, most documents from this period remain clear evidence that the church went through a dark phase. The Vatican's ongoing control and restrictions on access to certain documents may be aimed at protecting the Holy See's image in the face of modern scrutiny, but at the same time, they are a reminder that reform and transparency are always necessary to maintain the trust of the faithful. The espionage system of the Middle Ages. The Vatican was not only responsible for issuing religious decrees, but also operated a secret intelligence network to protect its interests throughout the Middle Ages. To maintain influence in the complex political arena of Europe, the Holy See built a system for gathering information from palaces, monasteries, and important councils. Most of the reports and documents from this network are stored in the Vatican Apostolic Archive, but many of them have never been made public. This has led many to question the true role of the Vatican in the political activities of that era. In the 11th century, Pope Gregory VII asserted the authority of the papacy through the Dictatus Papae decree. At this point, the Vatican understood that information was the key to controlling the situation, especially as European courts like France and the Holy Roman Empire constantly challenged the Church's power. The political landscape grew even more complicated with the Crusades and the many schisms taking place across Europe. According to the research of many historians, the Vatican regularly relied on envoys, bishops, and monks to gather intelligence. These individuals operated under a religious guise, which allowed them to easily access private royal meetings or listen in on important conversations at various courts. Some documents even show that Pope Innocent III received secret reports about King John of England's intentions before the king was excommunicated. By the 15th century, the Vatican's spy network had become even more sophisticated, especially under Pope Alexander VI. As an ambitious political figure, Alexander VI used papal legates and the first Jesuits to monitor major rivals such as the Medici family in Florence or King Ferdinand of Spain. According to author Eric Frattini, the Vatican may have built an unofficial intelligence organization called Pro Deo as early as the papacy of Pius V, with anonymous agents infiltrating noble families all across Europe. The sensitivity of these secret documents lies in how clearly they show the close relationship between religion and politics. For example, records from the Second Council of Lyon in the 13th century show that the Vatican received reports about Emperor Michael VIII of Byzantium, who wanted to unite the Eastern and Western churches in exchange for military support from the West. If such documents were ever published, They might reveal how the Pope manipulated major negotiations to strengthen Rome's power. Additionally, when Napoleon seized the Vatican archive in 1809, scholars began to suspect that some important intelligence reports may have been destroyed or are still being kept hidden somewhere. Looking back, the Vatican's espionage network in the Middle Ages stands as evidence of the Church's resourcefulness and flexibility in the face of great changes in power and faith. Even the fragments that remain contribute to a broader picture of a Holy See that always knew how to use information to protect its position. If these intelligence reports still exist in the archives, they could help us better understand the complexity of that period. But until these documents are made public, the Vatican's secret role in European politics will remain a mystery. The Avignon Papacy. From 1309 to 1377, the center of the Catholic Church shifted from Rome to Avignon, a small city located in southern France. This period lasted nearly 70 years and is often referred to as the Avignon Papacy. During that time, there were 7 consecutive popes who lived and worked in Avignon instead of in Rome as before. This move completely changed the position of the Church and sparked many power struggles among the major countries of Europe. The Avignon Papacy began when Pope Clement V was elected in 1305. He did not return to Rome, but instead chose Avignon as his place of residence and the center for running the Church's affairs. The reason for this was that the situation in Rome at that time was very unstable, as noble families like the Colonna and Orsini were constantly fighting for power and creating frequent conflicts. In addition, Clement V was also under significant pressure from King Philip IV of France. Although Avignon technically belonged to the Pope, it was very close to the French border, which made it easier for the Pope to connect with French power when necessary. However, many people criticized that the popes in Avignon no longer maintained independence and instead became prisoners of the French king, especially when Clement V agreed to dissolve the Order of the Knights Templar in 1312 under pressure from Philip IV. Power struggles were a defining feature during the Avignon Papacy. Some documents in the Vatican archives record tense debates over the right to depose the emperor. In response, Ludwig IV supported an opposing pope, Nicholas V, in Rome in 1328. These documents show that the popes in Avignon used excommunication as a tool to strengthen their influence, but they also had to rely on French support to confront rivals like the Holy Roman Empire. This period also saw the Church's tax system becoming increasingly refined. Many levies, such as Peter's pence, made the Holy See wealthier, but also created resentment in countries like England and Germany, where the Pope was accused of exploiting local resources. The sensitivity of documents about the Avignon Papacy lies in the fact that they reflect the complex relationship between religious and secular power. However, efforts to bring the Pope back to Rome were not always smooth. Pope Urban V once tried to return to Rome in 1367, but due to instability in Italy, he had to go back to Avignon. It was only in 1377, under the urging of Saint Catherine of Siena, that Pope Gregory XI officially brought the Church back to Rome. However, the death of Gregory XI in 1378 created a new crisis, when the cardinals could not reach an agreement and elected another pope in Avignon, leading to the period of the Western Schism. This shows the deep division within the College of Cardinals, with strong influence from French, Italian, and Spanish factions. The Avignon Papacy is one of the most controversial chapters in the history of the Catholic Church. This period significantly diminished the prestige of the Pope in the face of Europe's major political powers. Documents on illegitimate papal elections. Throughout more than 2,000 years of history, the Catholic Church has repeatedly faced crises and power struggles. One of the most divisive periods was the Western Schism, which lasted from 1378 to 1417. This was a time when many individuals claimed to be the legitimate pope, plunging the Church into a deep division and generating enormous controversy over authority. This period began after the death of Pope Gregory XI in 1378. At that time, the people of Rome were anxious, fearing that if a French pope was elected, the Holy See might be moved back to Avignon as it had been before. To prevent this, the people of Rome put tremendous pressure on the College of Cardinals. As a result, Bartolomeo Prignano, an Italian, was elected pope and took the name Urban VI. However, Urban VI was a strict administrator, and his management style even displeased the group of French cardinals. They felt this election was not truly free and believed they had been forced under pressure from the crowd. Afterwards, the cardinals who disagreed with Urban VI left Rome for Avignon. There, they held another election and chose Robert of Geneva as the new pope, who took the name Clement VII. From this point, the church was split into two clear factions. One side remained loyal to Urban VI in Rome, while the other supported Clement VII in Avignon. The confrontation was not limited to religious matters. Both sides actively sent letters and envoys to major royal courts in Europe, seeking recognition and support. This quickly turned the dispute over the papal throne into a political issue affecting all of Europe. After a long period without reaching consensus, in 1409, cardinals from both sides convened the Council of Pisa. This council was organized with the aim of reuniting the church by deposing both existing popes and electing a new pope, Alexander V. But reality did not unfold as planned. Instead of having a single pope, the church now had three individuals, each claiming to be the legitimate pope: Urban VI in Rome, Clement VII in Avignon, and Alexander V in Pisa. This situation made the crisis even more confusing and chaotic than ever. Documents from the Council of Pisa revealed deep disagreements about the organization and management of authority within the church. Some cardinals believed the right to convene a council could be higher than the pope's authority, but this was a highly controversial idea at the time. The period of 3 concurrent popes lasted for many years and pushed the church into a serious crisis. Ultimately, the crisis only ended when the Council of Constance was convened in 1414. There, after many lengthy meetings, the cardinals elected Otto Colonna as Pope Martin V. The remaining popes were deposed or had to agree to resign. The decree Haec Sancta issued by the Council of Constance once asserted that the council's authority was supreme when the church was divided, but later, the Vatican did not recognize this viewpoint in order to protect the traditional power of the Pope. This event helped end the most serious split in the church's history and restored the organization to a unified state. Documents related to the Western Schism are now considered valuable sources for studying the history of the Catholic Church. These texts not only record events, decisions, and debates, but also clearly reflect the role of power and the complex relationship between the Church and outside forces. Although most documents have been publicly studied, there are still many important texts that have not yet been made accessible. This shows that the history of the Church is not just a story of faith, but also a constant struggle to maintain unity. Contracts with powerful families. The Catholic Church signed many secret agreements with powerful families such as the Medici in Florence and the Borgia in Rome to strengthen its position amid the upheavals of the Renaissance period. These agreements often involved matters of finance, appointments to church offices, and military alliances. The Medici family was one of the Vatican's most important allies during the Renaissance. They were major bankers in Florence and had the capacity to provide financial support to the church when needed. Since the 14th century, the Medici had loaned large sums of money to the church. In return, they received the Vatican's patronage and high-ranking positions within the church. Historian Christopher Hibbert recorded that the founder of the Medici Bank once loaned Pope Martin V as much as 30,000 ducats in 1417 to help rebuild Rome after the period of the Western Schism. In exchange, the Medici family gained the right to collect church taxes and appoint relatives to the College of Cardinals. This relationship became even closer under Lorenzo de' Medici, also known as Lorenzo the Magnificent. In 1478, after Lorenzo narrowly escaped assassination in the Pazzi conspiracy, Pope Sixtus IV initially supported the opposition, but then quickly reconciled with the Medici to avoid losing a critical source of financial support. The Borgia family also played a significant role in Italian politics at the end of the 15th century. When Rodrigo Borgia ascended to the papacy as Alexander VI in 1492, he used numerous secret contracts to consolidate his family's power. Through the marriages of his daughter Lucrezia to powerful dukes, the Borgia forged strong political and military alliances. He also signed an agreement with King Ferdinand of Aragon, securing a promise of military support from Spain to protect the papal territories in Italy. The agreements between the Vatican and the Medici and Borgia families are clear examples of the Church's pragmatism during the Renaissance. They show that the Vatican was willing to cooperate with the most powerful families in Europe to secure its own position and stability. Documents on the Ottoman Wars. In the 16th century, the Ottoman Empire rose to become a powerful military force and relentlessly expanded its territory throughout Europe and the Mediterranean. During this period, Catholic people across the continent lived in constant fear of the threat from the East. At that time, The Vatican emerged not only as a religious center, but also as the last bastion of Christian Europe. The Church did not just pray for peace. It also became the leader in efforts to unite major powers to protect the Catholic world from the threat of invasion. The climax of this confrontation was the naval battle of Lepanto in 1571, one of the decisive battles that shaped the fate of an entire continent. Under Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, the Ottoman army extended its influence from Hungary to North Africa. In 1453, they captured Constantinople and then continued to exert pressure on Western lands, at one point even putting Rome itself at risk. By 1570, the Ottoman army attacked the island of Cyprus. At this point, Pope Pius V realized that if immediate action was not taken, the entire Catholic world would be in grave danger. He threw all his efforts into forming a military alliance that included Spain, Venice, Genoa, Savoy, and the Knights of Malta. This was one of the rare moments when Catholic powers set aside their internal conflicts to stand together on a common front against a shared enemy. The Battle of Lepanto took place on the 7th of October, 1571, in the waters near the Gulf of Patras. The Holy League fleet, consisting of 212 warships, under the command of Don John of Austria, engaged directly with 250 Ottoman ships. By the end of the battle, the Catholic forces had destroyed about 80 enemy ships, freed more than 12,000 Christian slaves, and safeguarded Rome from the threat of invasion. The victory at Lepanto ended Ottoman control of the Mediterranean and pushed back the Islamic threat from the gates of Europe. Behind that victory was not only faith, but also strategic calculations and the Vatican's sophisticated coordination. Pope Pius V used his reputation and spiritual authority to persuade allied nations to set aside their differences, and at the same time, mobilize the Church's vast financial resources to build and equip the fleet. He authorized the use of special funds, such as Peter's Pence, along with other special taxes, to finance the Venetian Galleass warships. These were large, heavily armed warships that were seen as the decisive weapons at Lepanto. In addition, some letters between the Pope and ambassadors of allied nations show that the Vatican not only persuaded, but sometimes also applied pressure or used forceful measures, such as threats of excommunication, to compel countries to follow the common strategy. Pope Pius V even had to negotiate with France to ensure that France would not interfere in this crucial battle. If these secret agreements were ever revealed, they would show that the Vatican was willing to sacrifice certain principles to achieve greater goals. Furthermore, financial documents may contain details about the origins of the funding, including controversial activities such as the sale of indulgences during the context of the Protestant Reformation. Although the Battle of Lepanto was a major turning point, the Catholic alliance was unable to maintain unity for long. Only 2 years later, Venice signed a peace treaty with the Ottoman Empire and agreed to cede Cyprus. Meanwhile, Spain turned its focus to wars in North Africa. Documents on missionaries in Asia. Since the 16th century, the first Catholic missionary expeditions crossed the oceans to bring their faith to distant lands in Asia. Among them, the Jesuit priests stood out the most for their perseverance and ability to adapt to entirely new cultures. They did not come merely to preach Christianity, but also took on the role of observers, documenting the customs, politics, and daily life of Eastern societies. The most remarkable figure among them was Matteo Ricci, an Italian priest who became a unique bridge between European civilization and ancient China. Matteo Ricci was born in 1552 in Italy, at a time when all of Europe was swept up in a spirit of exploration. In 1582, he arrived in Macau and quickly learned to integrate with the Chinese community. After nearly 20 years dedicated to studying the Chinese language and local customs, Ricci became the first Jesuit missionary allowed to enter Beijing in 1601. Unlike his predecessors, he did not choose a noisy or aggressive approach, but patiently immersed himself in the intellectual life of China. He wore the robes of a Confucian scholar, participated in philosophical dialogues, and built the image of a true scholar in the eyes of the Ming court. All of these experiences were meticulously recorded in reports sent to the Vatican, known as Lettere dalla Sina. According to Francis Yates, these reports served not only as missionary diaries, but also as strategic documents, helping the Vatican keep track of developments within the Ming dynasty. Ricci also sent back to Rome his work, The True Meaning of the Lord of Heaven, hoping to demonstrate that two cultures could find common ground and create a space for harmonious coexistence. Ricci's documents are valuable not only for their religious significance, but have become a precious resource for understanding the culture and history of 16th century Asia. But Ricci was not the only case. During his era, many other Jesuit missionaries also played the role of vibrant chroniclers of Asian history. Saint Francis Xavier set foot in Japan to study samurai society and the strict rules of the tea ceremony, sending back reports to the Vatican that helped decode the character and beliefs of the Japanese people. Alexandre de Rhodes came to Vietnam to observe every change in Darviert's customs and is the creator of Quoc Nur, a legacy that still exists today. According to Valignano's Historia del Principio, Jesuit priests were systematically trained to become sharp chroniclers, providing the Vatican with a complete view of the political system, society, and power relationships among Asian dynasties. These reports did not just recount the successes or failures of missionary work, but also described major upheavals such as the war between Japan and Korea, or the fierce struggle between the Nguyen and Trinh lords in Vietnam. The sensitive value of these documents lies in how they reflect the intersection of religious missions and international political objectives. There are letters from Ricci describing the potential for a strategic alliance between the Ming dynasty and Spain to counter the threat from Japan. But such documents were often kept from public view due to concerns about their impact on modern diplomatic relations. In addition, many documents discuss the Chinese rites controversy, a major debate within the Church over whether to allow Catholic believers to practice ancestral rites according to Asian customs. Today, when we look back at the reports of Matteo Ricci and other Jesuit priests of the time, we see not only the mark of a special historical era, but also the fact that they formed a bridge between two civilizations that once seemed so distant. The reports preserved in the Vatican archives are not only the legacy of missionaries, but also a treasure trove of culture, politics, and medieval Asian society. Documents on murdered popes. The papal throne has not always been an absolutely safe place, for at times it became the center of political intrigue. Among these is the assassination of Pope John VIII in the 9th century, a great mystery that remains unsolved to this day. John VIII is known as the first pope in history to be murdered, and his death sent shockwaves throughout Christian Europe at the end of the 9th century. He ascended to the papacy during a time of chaos, when Saracen invasions constantly threatened the West, and the Carolingian dynasties were mired in division. According to records in the Liber Pontificalis, John VIII was poisoned by opponents within the church, and when the poison failed to kill him immediately, the assailants killed him with a hammer right in the Lateran Palace. The culprit may have been clerics or Roman nobles dissatisfied with his policies, especially since John VIII sought to ally with the Byzantine Empire against the Saracens, and appointed loyal followers to positions of power. However, the entire conspiracy remains a mystery, as no document has ever definitively confirmed who was behind this crime. The history of the Church has also witnessed other popes meeting equally tragic ends. Stephen VI, who succeeded John VIII, died of suffocation in prison after conducting the infamous Cadaver Synod to put the corpse of his predecessor Formosus on trial. There are even accounts suggesting that Formosus himself may have been poisoned. This period, known by historians as the Saeculum Obscurum, was an era when powerful Roman families, such as the Theophylacti, manipulated the papal throne, plunging the Church into a cycle of corruption and violence. The mysterious death of John VIII and the fates of other murdered popes left deep scars in the Catholic historical memory and exposed a period when secular power overshadowed the Church. Until the truth is finally brought to light, stories of murdered popes remain a reminder that even the holiest place is not immune to the shadows of violence and conspiracy. The Vatican's time machine. There is a strange story that the Vatican has never officially confirmed, but has also never completely denied. It is the story of a time machine known as the Chronovisor. The story begins with an Italian priest named Pellegrino Ernetti. He was a specialist in Gregorian chant and exorcism. In the 1960s, he claimed to have been part of a secret group in the Vatican, consisting of priests and scientists. Together, they allegedly created a special device that allowed its users to view historical events as if watching footage filmed in the past. Father Ernetti said that he himself used this device to witness the crucifixion of Jesus. He even claimed that he was able to take a photograph of the scene. However, this photo has never been verified. No one else has ever seen the Chronovisor except for him, and the Vatican has never released any evidence of its existence. Despite the lack of proof, the story has continued to spread within the community of paranormal researchers. Some people believe that if the chronovisor were real, it could become a dangerous tool if it fell into the wrong hands. With such a device, one could view and even manipulate history, or create fake evidence to serve personal agendas. Others suggest that Ernetti simply invented the story to attract attention. But regardless, the chronovisor remains part of the long list of unsolved mysteries surrounding the Vatican. Assets in South America. From the 16th to the 19th century, the Spanish and Portuguese empires extended their rule across South America. During this period, the Catholic Church also played a central role in shaping the entire cultural and economic landscape of the continent. Behind the magnificent churches and missionary expeditions celebrated as symbols of faith was a vast system of assets that the Vatican accumulated over hundreds of years, including land, plantations, real estate, and financial investments. All of these were privileges granted to the Church by the Spanish and Portuguese kings through the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494. Although historians have acknowledged the Vatican's extensive influence during this era, the precise scale and true nature of these assets remain a mystery. The Treaty of Tordesillas, ratified by Pope Alexander VI, officially divided the New World between Spain and Portugal, with most of South America falling to Spain while Brazil went to Portugal. In practice, through the papal bull Inter Caetera in 1493, the Church not only gained spiritual authority, but also indirectly controlled economic activities in these new lands, as long as the mission of spreading Christianity was carried out faithfully. According to research by John Schwaller, by 1813, the Church owned nearly half of the urban real estate in Mexico City, and this model also appeared in other centers of power, like Lima and Bogotá. In South America, major religious orders such as the Jesuits and Dominicans received enormous land donations from the crown to build churches, schools, and develop plantations. The Church's network of assets extended far beyond the rich coffee plantations of Brazil or the famous silver mines of Bolivia, reaching vast fertile lands covering thousands of hectares, generating immense profits, part of which was sent back to Rome as church taxes or secret tributes. Within this system, the Jesuits stood out as the most effective asset managers for the Church in South America. In Paraguay, they organized indigenous communities called reducciones, where local people were gathered to farm and produce handicrafts on an unprecedented scale. According to Geoffrey Kleiber, in the 17th century, these reducciones owned tens of thousands of livestock and controlled so much land that it could support an entire region. However, this prosperity did not last forever. When Spain and Portugal jointly ordered the expulsion of the Jesuits in 1767, all of their assets were confiscated. Nevertheless, many documents suggest that the Vatican had secretly transferred most of the profits back to Europe beforehand. The sensitivity of this issue stems largely from the deep connection between the Vatican and colonial economic activities, which often relied on forced labor from indigenous peoples and African slaves. According to studies on the history of slavery in Brazil, Church-owned plantations employed tens of thousands of forced laborers from the 16th century onward. And although the missionary purpose was always cited as justification, this reality was in stark contrast to the humanitarian mission that the Church proclaimed. The Vatican's assets in colonial South America are clear evidence that the Church's economic power came not only from spiritual authority, but also from its ability to leverage land and finance to consolidate its position in a world constantly torn apart by colonial ambition. Documents on heretical movements. Throughout the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church stood as both the spiritual center and the supreme authority over all Christian believers. Yet not everyone placed their faith in the Church. Alongside traditional belief, powerful waves of resistance emerged, most notably the Cathars and the Waldensians, movements that dared to challenge orthodox doctrine with ideals the Church considered heresy. The Cathars were especially prominent among these movements, appearing and spreading across southern France in the 12th century. They believed that the world was divided between two opposing forces. On one side, a benevolent God, and on the other, a devil who ruled the material world filled with suffering. The Cathars rejected the authority of the Pope, seeing the Church as a corrupt institution seduced by worldly ambition, and considered all material things to be manifestations of sin. They lived austere lives, shunning all luxury, and revered their perfecti, members who had completely renounced the world in pursuit of ultimate purity. This elevated way of living attracted not only peasants but also nobles in the Languedoc region, turning the Cathars into a significant social force. For the Vatican, however, it was a warning sign. Fearing the expanding influence of the Cathars, the Church launched the Albigensian Crusade in 1209. The city of Béziers was massacred in a single day, with 20,000 people killed, and Cathar believers were hunted down until they were eradicated by the 14th century. Many Cathar documents, rituals, and teachings, such as the ritual Cathar, were burned. However, it is believed that some were confiscated by the Inquisition and sent to the Vatican for secret study. During the same period, the Waldensians, a movement started by Peter Waldo in Lyon around 1170, also challenged the Church's traditional order by promoting poverty and emphasizing access to the Bible in the local language instead of Latin. They rejected the authority of the clergy, holding that any believer could preach, thereby breaking the Church's monopoly over the spiritual life of its followers. They suffered prolonged persecution, including heresy trials and executions by burning, yet the movement survived and left a strong legacy that influenced later reformist spirits. Most Waldensian translations of the Bible into Provençal were destroyed, but investigative reports and trial records from the Inquisition may have preserved many details about their doctrine and evolution. The criticisms of the Cathars and Waldensians regarding the wealth and power of the Vatican became a foundation for major reform movements in history, including the Protestant Reformation. The legacy of the Cathars and Waldensians is not just found in the scraps of paper still kept on Vatican shelves, but in the reminder of a time when faith was constantly tested amidst power struggles and violence. The archival documents about them are enough to underscore that church history has not always been a story of holiness and compassion, but is also a journey marked by conflict and hidden efforts to conceal the darker side of religious authority over the centuries. Documents on early scientists. The early period of modern science, spanning from the 15th to the 17th centuries, was an era when new ideas gradually broke through the shell of tradition, paving the way for intellectual revolutions that changed humanity's understanding of the universe. Nicolaus Copernicus, a Polish cleric and astronomer, laid the foundation for the heliocentric model by proposing that the Earth was not the center of the universe, but merely a planet orbiting the Sun. Copernicus's discoveries required not only academic courage, but also placed him at the center of a complex relationship with the Vatican of his time. Nicolaus Copernicus was born in 1473 in Poland, into a family with an educational tradition, and later became a Catholic priest, a church estate administrator, as well as a mathematician and astronomer of great influence. He quietly developed the heliocentric model through his manuscript, the Commentariolus, beginning in 1514, and shared it only with a small group of trusted colleagues. According to research by Edward Rosen, at first, the Vatican did not seem to object. In fact, in 1533, the secretary to Pope Clement VII presented the heliocentric theory in Rome and received personal interest from the Pope himself. Notably, Cardinal Nicolaus von Schoenberg sent a letter encouraging Copernicus to publish his work, a letter later printed with Copernicus's major work, De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, published in 1543. This shows that the Vatican once had a period of openness towards science, or at least did not outright reject bold ideas. However, as the heliocentric theory spread and was seen as contradicting certain passages in the Bible, traditionally interpreted according to Ptolemy's geocentric model, the Vatican became less open. In 1616, De Revolutionibus was placed on the Index of Forbidden Books, with the requirement that it only be presented as a mathematical hypothesis, not as a truth about nature. The reason was that, if the heliocentric theory were accepted, the Church would face the risk of losing control over thought, and the teaching authority maintained for hundreds of years would be shaken. Not only Copernicus, but other documents in the Vatican archives also reflect the complex relationship between the Vatican and other scientists of this era. Cardinal Roberto Bellarmine, who played a key role in the trial of Galileo, exchanged letters with the monk Paolo Antonio Foscarini, one of the first to publicly support the heliocentric model. In a famous letter in 1615, Bellarmine warned about the danger of interpreting the Bible in a way that supported heliocentrism, but he did not entirely deny the value of the theory if sufficient scientific evidence could be provided. Such exchanges showed that the Church did not oppose science, but was mainly concerned about its social impact, especially in the context of these ideas being used to undermine the faith of believers. If all of these documents were made public and thoroughly studied, they could offer us a clearer picture of how the Vatican confronted major shifts in human knowledge. But until that happens, many secrets remain in the shadows, and those letters and reports continue to serve as a reminder that the journey of science has always had to overcome barriers of power in the search for ultimate truth. The Letter of Christopher Columbus. In 1492, Christopher Columbus began his first sea voyage and set foot on a land he believed to be Asia. However, what he actually found was a completely new continent, which would later be called America. Columbus's journey not only changed the lives of those aboard his ships, but also opened up an entirely new era in human history. It was the era of conquest and colonization, when European empires began to compete for control of new lands across the ocean. Among the valuable documents that remain from this journey, many believe that there are letters Columbus sent directly to the Pope, and that these letters are now kept in the Vatican Apostolic Archive. Over 12 years, from 1492 to 1504, Columbus made a total of 4 major voyages across the Atlantic. Each time he returned, Columbus had to send reports and letters not only to the King and Queen of Spain, but also directly to the Pope in Rome. At that time, the Pope held supreme spiritual authority over all Catholic countries in Europe. The most famous among Columbus's letters is the one he wrote in 1493 to Luis de Centangle, an influential Spanish official, asking him to deliver it to the king. This letter was printed and spread throughout Europe. It described the wealth of the islands of the Bahamas, Cuba, and Hispaniola, as well as the vast potential of these new lands. However, the letters Columbus sent directly to Pope Alexander VI are much less known. It is believed that in these documents, Columbus gave more detailed reports about natural resources and about the plans that he and the Spanish court had drawn up to exploit the new lands. If the letters sent privately to the Pope still exist, they might reveal a darker side of this conquest. According to many historical records, Columbus once described the Taino people as gentle and easily persuaded to accept the faith. But in reality, Columbus ordered the capture of hundreds of indigenous people and sent them to Spain as gifts to please the king and queen. In his letter to Centangle, Columbus also did not hesitate to suggest using gold and slaves as the 2 main sources of wealth for the court. The letters sent to the Pope may have contained even more detailed descriptions of how Columbus used violence to force the natives to work in the gold mines of Hispaniola. Many of them died from disease and forced labor. If these things were ever brought to light, they would certainly damage the reputation of the Catholic Church. This became even clearer at the end of the 15th century, when Queen Isabella repeatedly pressured the Pope to speak out about the abuses taking place in the colonies. A larger issue lies in the role of the Vatican in legitimizing colonization. The papal bull Inter Caetera, issued by Pope Alexander VI in 1493, gave Spain the right to spread Christianity across the entire New World, while also paving the way for European countries to exploit the land and resources in the places Columbus had reached. It can be said that the letters of Columbus, even though they are only a small part of the greater picture of history, contain important evidence of the ambition and tragedy of the age of exploration. They recorded a moment when Europe first encountered the New World, and at the same time, they reflected the heavy price that indigenous people had to pay during this process. Documents on the Crusader Kings. When the Third Crusade broke out, the goal of reclaiming Jerusalem from Saladin required not only military might, but also a vast amount of financial resources and unwavering determination. King Richard often corresponded with Pope Celestine III, earnestly seeking the Church's support to strengthen his campaign. One of the most notable documents from this period tells of the Saladin tithe, a special tax that Richard imposed in England to gather gold and silver for the war effort. Yet, the issue of finance was only one part of the picture. Through these letters, we also see how Richard skillfully negotiated with both allies and adversaries to ensure his army always had enough food, weapons, and morale for the long and arduous journey ahead. Documents in the Vatican archive also record Richard's strategic prowess on the battlefield. Some letters may detail the plans he and King Philip II of France devised to capture major strongholds like Acre. This shows that Richard did not simply rely on the power of sword and shield, but placed great importance on diplomacy and alliances. Notably, he even negotiated directly with Saladin to establish a truce in 1192, allowing Christian pilgrims to travel safely to Jerusalem, even though the city was no longer in Western hands. However, what the Vatican archive preserves is not only victory, but also the defeats and vulnerable moments of a hero. Letters exchanged between Richard and Pope Celestine III once described the tense atmosphere when Richard was captured by the Duke of Austria and Emperor Henry VI of Germany on his way home. To secure his release, the Holy See stepped in to negotiate and agreed to pay a ransom of up to 150,000 marks, a staggering sum at the time, enough to place a heavy financial burden on the entire kingdom. These events inevitably raise questions. Did the Church ever put Richard's interests above the greater cause of the Crusades? And why did Jerusalem remain forever out of reach for Western conquerors? Today, when people think of the Vatican archive, they often imagine a place holding some of history's greatest secrets. The letters of Richard the Lionheart, though only a small part of that vast trove, remind us that the Crusades were not simply battles. They were a complex chessboard of money, diplomacy, and strategic calculation that played out over decades. Documents on the Coptic Church. From as early as the 1st century, the Coptic Church played a central role in the development of Christianity. The renowned catechetical school of Alexandria produced great scholars like Origen and Clement, helping Egypt become a cradle of early Christian theology. However, a major turning point came in the year 451, when the Council of Chalcedon was convened. This council declared that Jesus Christ had one person with two natures, divine and human, a view that would become the foundation of Western theology. Meanwhile, the Coptic Church maintained its stance that Christ possessed a single united nature, neither mixed nor divided. This difference was not only academic, but soon became a theological and political rift. The records from the Council of Chalcedon do not just reflect heated debates, but may also contain mutual accusations of distorting the faith. Behind these documents was an unyielding power struggle between the two centers of authority, Alexandria and Rome. As the Western Roman Empire declined and Islam began to spread in Egypt during the 7th century, the Coptic Church faced tremendous pressure from both the new Muslim rulers and the Melkite churches appointed by Constantinople. The Holy See made repeated attempts to bring the Coptic Church back into communion with Rome, but always with the condition that they abandon the Miaphysite position. Quite a few letters included threats of expulsion or prohibition, showing the extent to which political power had become entangled with religious faith. Moving into modern times, the relationship between the Vatican and the Coptic Church began to show signs of improvement. In 1973, a historic event took place when Pope Paul VI met with Coptic Patriarch Shenouda III, and together they signed the Common Christological Declaration, formally recognizing the shared beliefs about Jesus Christ. Yet, the road to reconciliation was far from simple. Documents kept in the Vatican about this negotiation period may record every difficult step, from the Coptic Church's fear of being absorbed into Catholic theology to the pressure the Vatican faced from conservative groups unwilling to accept reconciliation. Even in recent years, the relationship between the two churches has grown warmer, but it is still not entirely smooth. In 2023, Pope Francis and Patriarch Tawadros II marked the 50th anniversary of the joint declaration and emphasized the spirit of communion by remembering the Coptic martyrs killed in 2015. Yet, in the same year, the Coptic Church temporarily suspended theological dialogue with the Vatican out of concern over new theological viewpoints, such as the Catholic Church's stance on same-sex marriage. The influence of extraterrestrials. In the 1920s, a Russian professor named Genrikh Ludwig claimed that he had been granted access to the secret archives of the Vatican. This was a place that very few people had ever entered, and what he said he found there remains controversial to this day. According to Ludwig's account, inside the archives was a network of corridors and bookshelves stretching for dozens of miles. There were tens of thousands of documents, some dating back hundreds of years, recording important historical events in Europe and other civilizations. However, what drew attention to Ludwig was not the typical political or religious records, but the documents that spoke of extraterrestrials. He asserted that he had found ancient writings mentioning that early civilizations, such as Egypt, the Maya, and even Sumer, had once received assistance from beings not of this earth. These documents said that extraterrestrials had guided humans in building cities, developing agriculture, and even inventing writing. Some texts even described ancient weapons of terrifying power, similar to nuclear weapons, that had supposedly been used in the distant past. There were passages recounting how the walls of Babylon had been melted by an intense source of heat. However, all of this information exists only through Ludwig's own testimony. He was not allowed to remove any documents from the archives, nor was any evidence ever provided to prove his story was true. This has led many people to doubt his claims, with some suggesting that it was simply a story crafted to attract attention. Despite this, Ludwig's story does match up with certain theories put forward by independent researchers over the decades. For example, many have wondered how ancient civilizations could have achieved such advanced levels of construction and scientific understanding far beyond their own eras. The Sumerians, in just a few centuries, went from hunting and gathering to building cities, managing water resources, and inventing systems of writing. So, is it possible they really did receive help from some source beyond Earth? And if so, is the Vatican holding on to evidence of this, keeping it hidden from the world all these years? Confronting evil. For many years, the Vatican remained silent about most matters related to exorcism rituals. But there was one man who broke that silence. That was Father Gabriele Amorth, an Italian priest who served as the Vatican's chief exorcist for more than 25 years. He was not an anonymous figure working in the shadows. On the contrary, Father Amorth openly shared his work with the media. In a 2010 interview, he revealed that he had performed more than 70,000 exorcisms over the course of his career. For many people, that number seems hard to believe. But for him, it was proof that the devil is real, and far more active than we might imagine. According to Father Amorth, the devil does not just appear in isolated incidents or in remote regions. He believed that evil had once infiltrated the very heart of the Vatican itself. One of the most serious incidents occurred in 1981, when the devil allegedly attempted to attack Pope John Paul II. Years later, on Christmas Eve in 2008, a woman named Susanna Maiolo rushed at Pope Benedict XVI as he was celebrating Mass. Security intervened in time, and no one was seriously injured. But exactly 1 year later, on Christmas 2009, Susanna returned. This time, she succeeded in knocking down the Pope in front of a crowded basilica. Her actions shocked the entire world. Doctors diagnosed Susanna with signs of mental illness, but Father Amorth believed this was not simply a matter of psychology. In his eyes, Susanna was possessed, a tool of the devil set on harming the Pope. Of course, not everyone agrees with this perspective. Many people believe that such incidents should be analyzed from the viewpoint of modern psychology, not the supernatural. But for Father Amorth, the spiritual world was always present. He believed that the devil could speak many languages, remain hidden when necessary, and act through human being. Father Amorth passed away in 2016, leaving behind a legacy that remains controversial. But whether you believe in the devil or not, his story still leaves many to wonder. If there are things we cannot explain with reason, could it be that other forces are truly at work behind the scenes? The Concordat of Worms. Beginning in the 11th century, conflict erupted when the Holy Roman Emperors asserted that they had the right to appoint bishops and grant them authority not only within the Church, but also over vast lands. For the Pope, this was an unacceptable intrusion, since a bishop was not just a spiritual shepherd, but also a lord wielding earthly power. That was why Pope Gregory VII rose up to challenge this ancient system, firmly declaring that only the Church had the authority to select and ordain religious leaders. The confrontation grew increasingly fierce under Emperor Henry V and Pope Calixtus II, bringing about years of turmoil still remembered in history, excommunications that shook loyalties, rebellions breaking out across regions, and constant wars between rival factions. By the early 12th century, after decades of struggle, both sides were exhausted and forced to seek a negotiated solution. On the 23rd of September, 1122, the Concordat of Worms was signed, marking a turning point in the relationship between the Church and the Empire. According to the official terms, Emperor Henry V formally renounced the right to bestow the ring and staff on bishops and accepted that only the Church could grant such sacred authority. In return, Pope Calixtus II allowed the emperor to be present at bishop elections in Germany and still gave bishops their secular power through the symbol of the scepter. In Italy and Burgundy, however, secular authority would only be granted after the bishop was officially ordained. This agreement was ratified at the First Lateran Council in 1123 and was immediately celebrated by many as a great victory for the Church. Yet, behind the glory, questions and doubts persisted. Many historians believe that, alongside the public terms, there may have been secret provisions that were never disclosed. After all, even though Emperor Henry V had to make concessions, he still retained significant influence over the selection of bishops in Germany, a fact that leads some to think he received private guarantees from the Pope. It's possible that the Holy See agreed to overlook certain previous unauthorized appointments, or to allow the emperor to control strategic dioceses. Some even theorize that the Pope promised not to interfere deeply in the internal disputes of the empire, in exchange for Henry's loyalty and a temporary peace. The Concordat of Worms was not just a legal document, but a symbol of the fragile balance between the power of the Church and that of secular rulers. While it brought an end to the first phase of the investiture controversy, it could not erase the conflict entirely. Emperors after Henry still sought to expand their influence over the Church, while popes continued to strengthen their authority and position on the political stage of Europe. Documents on the Jansenist movement. In the 17th century, as religious conflicts shook Europe, a new movement called Jansenism emerged and quickly challenged the authority of the Catholic Church. This movement was named after Cornelius Jansen, a Dutch bishop who, in 1640, wrote his famous work Augustinus, based on the teachings of St. Augustine. In this book, Jansen argued that humans could not save themselves and were entirely dependent on God's grace, a grace given only to a select few, chosen in advance. This idea, similar to the doctrine of predestination taught by John Calvin, rapidly attracted attention in France, especially among intellectuals at the Port Royal Abbey. However, these ideas were soon deemed dangerous and heretical by the Vatican. In 1653, Pope Innocent X issued the bull Cum Occasione, condemning 5 propositions from Augustinus as errors and officially launching the Vatican's fierce campaign against the Jansenist movement. By 1713, Pope Clement XI issued the Unigenitus Bull, declaring 101 Jansenist propositions heretical and demanding their total rejection. As a result, the Port Royal Abbey was closed. Many important works, such as Pascal's Lettres Provinciales, were banned from publication, and the Jansenist movement officially became a target of the Church's hunt. Despite harsh suppression, Jansenism left a deep mark on European intellectual and literary history, especially through the writings of Blaise Pascal, which are still widely studied today. Documents related to Jansenism housed in the Vatican archive are vivid evidence of a turbulent era when the Church struggled to control ideas and maintain its authority in the face of sweeping change. The plot to kidnap Pope Pius XII. During World War II, Europe was plunged into chaos and fear. Berlin was shrouded in darkness, and stories of conspiracies, both large and small, were whispered everywhere. One of those stories revolves around a very special plan. Adolf Hitler is believed to have ordered the kidnapping of Pope Pius XII. The Pope was a figure of immense importance in the Catholic world. If Hitler had managed to capture him, it would have deeply affected the morale of millions across Europe. This plan was named Operation Rabat. Hitler's goal was to control the Vatican and move the Pope to a secret location so that he could not communicate with the Allies. Many believe that Hitler even considered permanently eliminating the Pope. However, the plan was never carried out, and the mysteries surrounding it remain to this day. Most of what we know about this plot comes from the account of a Nazi general named Karl Wolff. Wolff was the commander of German forces in Italy during that period. He said that in 1944, he received a direct order from Hitler to prepare for the Pope's abduction, but Wolff did not follow the order. Instead, he secretly met with Pope Pius XII to warn him of the impending danger. Dressed in civilian clothes, Wolff quietly entered the Vatican with the help of a priest. When he met the Pope, he explained exactly what was happening in Rome and assured him that he would not carry out Hitler's plan. To test Wolff's sincerity, Pope Pius XII asked him to release 2 Italian resistance leaders being held by the Germans. Wolff agreed and kept his promise. This act convinced the Pope that Wolff truly wanted to help him. But it did not end there. Some historians believe that Pope Pius XII was not just a threatened victim, but also actively resisted the Nazis. Books such as Church of Spies claim that the Pope supported plots to assassinate Hitler and acted as a liaison between German resistance groups and the Allies. If this is true, then the Vatican may have served as a secret center of espionage during the war. But to this day, there are few official documents from the Vatican confirming the existence of Operation Rabat. This has led to accusations that the Vatican deliberately hid the truth to protect the image of Pope Pius XII. Some have even called him Hitler's Pope for not publicly condemning the crimes committed by the Nazis against the Jewish people. At the same time, many skeptics argue that the plot to kidnap the Pope was merely an exaggerated story that arose after the war. There is no clear documentation from the Nazi side confirming the existence of such a plan. Most of the information relies on General Wolff's account after the war. The plot to kidnap Pope Pius XII remains an unsolved mystery to this day. If the plan was real, It would show that Hitler was willing to do anything to control the spiritual power of the Vatican. It would also prove that there were still those willing to stand up against inhumane orders. The mysterious death of Pope John Paul II. In September 1978, the Catholic world was shaken by an unprecedented event in modern history. Pope John Paul I died suddenly, just 33 days after being elected as the successor of St. Peter. He was a humble and simple man, beloved by millions of the faithful after only a short time as the head of the church. But it was this abrupt passing that opened up a series of questions that have never been satisfactorily answered. The initial reports on the cause of his death were filled with contradictions. Some said he suffered a heart attack in his sleep. Others insisted that his health had been completely stable up until the moment he died. And to this day, no official autopsy has ever been performed. John Paul I was known as a leader with a strong reformist vision. Even though he had not yet announced any official plans, many believe that he was already preparing to confront one of the Vatican's darkest corners, the Vatican Bank, which for decades had been suspected as the center of many financial scandals. According to some researchers, this new pope had begun asking difficult questions about the Vatican Bank, and those very questions may have put him in danger. At that time, one of the most powerful men in charge of the Holy See's finances was Bishop Paul Marcinkus, head of the Institute for Works of Religion, better known as the Vatican Bank. Under his leadership, the bank became embroiled in a series of accusations involving money laundering, suspicious investments, and enormous loans with unclear purposes. Closely tied to these scandals was Roberto Calvi, a key figure at Banco Ambrosiano, the Italian bank whose collapse later sent shockwaves across the country. Calvi was a member of P2, a secretive lodge accused of manipulating politics and finance in Italy. In 1982, his body was found hanging from a bridge in London. His death was ruled a suicide, but suspicions of murder have never faded. Marcinkus was later investigated and accused of being complicit in the bank's collapse, with losses amounting to $3.5 billion. Although no official evidence has ever surfaced, many people believe that Pope John Paul I became a thorn in the side of the powerful. There are theories that he was poisoned to prevent any move to purge the Vatican's financial circles. What makes the mystery deeper is that the Vatican did not allow an autopsy, and the flow of information about his death was tightly controlled. Today, the death of Pope John Paul I remains one of the great unanswered questions in the Church's modern history. Did he die of natural causes, or did he reach for a door that others wanted to keep forever closed? We may never know the answer, but sometimes it is what remains hidden that is most worth pondering. The Egyptian obelisk at the heart of the Vatican. The Vatican obelisk. In the middle of St. Peter's Square stands a massive stone pillar reaching high into the sky. That is the Vatican obelisk, one of the most prominent structures in the square, and also one of the oldest symbols still remaining at the Vatican today. Yet, not many people know that this pillar does not belong to Rome, nor was it erected by the Church. It came from somewhere much farther away, a centuries-old city on the banks of the Nile, the center of sun god worship in ancient Egyptian civilization, known as Heliopolis. This obelisk is more than 3,000 years old, raised by the Egyptians to honor their gods. It once stood beneath the blazing African sun, where pharaohs would pass by during solemn processions. But in the 1st century AD, Emperor Caligula, one of the most brutal and notorious emperors of Rome, ordered this massive stone to be brought to Rome. He had a special ship built solely to transport it across the Mediterranean as a trophy and as a symbol of imperial power. The obelisk was set up at the Circus of Nero, a stadium where bloody executions of the earliest Christians once took place. According to many historical sources, St. Peter himself was executed right at that site, just a few steps from the obelisk. For a long time, the Romans brought Christians to this place and put them to death under the shadow of the Egyptian pillar, as a cruel mockery of their faith. Centuries later, when the Circus of Nero was abandoned, the area around the obelisk gradually became the burial ground for Christian martyrs, a cemetery that would later form the foundation for St. Peter's Basilica. It was not until 1586, during the time of Pope Sixtus V, that the obelisk was moved to its present location at the center of St. Peter's Square. Moving a stone weighing more than 300 tons at that time was an unprecedented engineering achievement. Over 900 workers, hundreds of horses, and an entire system of complex pulleys were mobilized for months on end. From then on, the obelisk was no longer a pagan symbol. It became a witness to the history of Catholic faith and a symbol of the victory of Christianity over violence and oppression. Today, many visitors who walk through the square do not realize that the Egyptian pillar once witnessed the bloodshed of those who pioneered the Christian faith. It is not just an ancient structure, it is a historical witness, carrying within itself a story far beyond what people can see with their eyes. St. Peter's Bones. In 2013, under the dazzling lights of St. Peter's Square, a solemn ceremony took place. For the first time in history, the Vatican publicly displayed a small stone box containing 8 bone fragments that they believe belonged to St. Peter, the very first pope in the history of the Catholic Church. The ceremony was personally led by Pope Francis. For many believers, that moment held a deep spiritual meaning, as if more than 2,000 years of history had converged on a single point, where modern people could glimpse a physical part of the man considered the foundation of the Christian faith. But hidden behind that reverence is a truth that still cannot be verified. Are these fragments truly the bones of St. Peter? These bone fragments were discovered in 1939 during an excavation carried out beneath the floor of St. Peter's Basilica. The bones were found in a sealed niche near the spot traditionally believed to be the burial place of St. Peter. However, no independent scientific examination has ever been permitted. In 1968, Pope Paul VI declared that faith is reasonable, but also admitted that conclusive evidence could not be provided. After that, for decades, the Vatican remained silent about the true origin of these relics. According to author Bruno Bartoloni, who spent many years researching at the Vatican, no pope has ever allowed scientists to actually test the bones with modern methods. There are even internal documents suggesting that the tomb of St. Peter carries a millennium-old curse, and that anyone who opens it will suffer terrible misfortune. Whether that curse is real or not, it is clear that the Vatican has never been in a hurry to investigate too deeply. Perhaps for them, the spiritual and symbolic value of these bones is more important than any scientific confirmation. Or perhaps the real answer is not something the Church is ready to face. The fake mummy scandal at the Vatican. The Vatican museums are home to one of the world's largest collections of ancient artifacts. Here, you can find everything, from Roman statues and ancient manuscripts to Egyptian relics that are thousands of years old. Among these treasures, the most prominent are the Egyptian mummies, displayed in the exhibition area dedicated to the civilization of the Nile. However, a recent discovery has revealed that some of the mummies at the Vatican turned out to be fake. The story began in 2015, when a group of researchers carried out X-ray and CT scans to check the preservation status of 9 mummies displayed in the Vatican museums. At first, this was only a routine examination, but when the images appeared, they revealed something unusual. 2 of the mummies did not contain the remains of children or animals, as previously recorded. Instead, inside the carefully wrapped linen were the bones of adults, a man and a woman, dating from the Middle Ages, around the 14th to 15th centuries. In addition, in one of the mummies, scientists found a rusty nail from the 19th century, placed right between the bones and the wrappings, seemingly used to hold everything together. These mummies were not genuine Egyptian artifacts. They were fakes created in the 19th century, right during the period in Europe and America known as mummy mania, a time when owning an Egyptian mummy became a fashion among the aristocracy and scholars. The demand far outstripped the supply, and so a market for fake mummies began to emerge. Antique dealers started wrapping modern human bones in ancient linen, sometimes taken from damaged real mummies, and then selling them as ancient Egyptian relics. These items easily found their way into museums and even research institutions without being questioned for decades. The Vatican was no exception. The discovery of fake mummies at the Vatican not only surprised the public, but also raised questions about the authenticity of many other historical artifacts. If objects displayed in a sacred and revered place like the Vatican can turn out to be counterfeit, then what is happening in museums elsewhere around the world? However, it's important to look at this honestly. The Vatican did not deliberately deceive the public. In the 19th century, the authenticity of artifacts was mostly judged by appearance. Techniques like X-ray imaging or carbon dating simply did not exist. Artifacts were collected based on trust and the reputation of the sellers. The Pope prisoners. The story began in 1871, when the Kingdom of Italy achieved unification and decided to seize the territories of the Pope, vast lands that had been under papal rule for centuries. With the goal of secularizing the nation, the Italian government passed the Law of Guarantees, promising to protect the dignity of the Pope while at the same time stripping the Holy See of its political power. For Pope Pius IX, the head of the Church at that time, this was completely unacceptable. He refused to recognize the new government, declared himself a prisoner in the Vatican, and issued an excommunication against the king. From that point on, the Pope would not leave the Vatican, and the Italian authorities would not enter. This standoff lasted nearly 6 decades. Throughout this period, the popes lived, worked, and carried out religious ceremonies only within the few hectares of Vatican territory, cutting off all official ties with Italy. The Vatican became a world entirely separated from the outside. It was not until 1929 that this deadlock finally came to an end. The Lateran Treaty was signed between Pope Pius XI and the then leader of Italy, Benito Mussolini. This agreement recognized the Vatican as an independent and sovereign nation, granting it full political and diplomatic authority. In return, the Church agreed to relinquish its claims to the lost territories. The Lateran Treaty not only ended nearly 60 years of deadlock, but also laid the foundation for the Vatican as we know it today, a tiny nation with global religious influence, where the Pope is no longer seen as a prisoner, but as a true head of state. Jesus' death certificate. For centuries, the Shroud of Turin has been one of the most controversial and fascinating religious artifacts in the world. It is not just an old piece of cloth, but a symbol of pain, death, and the undying hope of millions of Christians. According to tradition, this was the very shroud used to wrap the body of Jesus after his crucifixion. On the surface of the cloth is a faint image of a man, with wounds matching the descriptions found in the Bible. The shroud was first recorded in 1354 in France, and since then, it has become the center of countless studies, debates, and reverence. In 1988, 3 independent laboratories used radiocarbon dating to determine the age of the shroud. The results were shocking. The cloth was woven sometime between the 13th and 14th centuries, many centuries after the time of Jesus. For some people, that was clear evidence that this was simply a medieval artifact, possibly used for rituals or as a symbolic work of art. But for the Vatican, the story does not end there. In a later study, Barbara Frail, an expert from the Vatican Secret Archives, claimed to have discovered faint letters on the surface of the shroud, something no one had noticed before. Through high-intensity image analysis, she said she could read lines written in ancient Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, arranged in a scattered way but repeating the same idea. This is the burial cloth of Jesus of Nazareth. According to Frail's theory, the shroud was not just a covering for the body, but may also have served as a simple kind of death certificate. In Roman times, it was not uncommon to attach or write information directly on a burial shroud. The lines of text could be a statement of identity and cause of death, written in haste by an official after the execution. Still, this finding has not been widely accepted in the scientific community, partly because of the ambiguity of the evidence, and partly because the shroud has become too sacred to continue subjecting it to experiments and debates. For the Vatican, the shroud does not need to prove anything further. Its value does not lie in scientific conclusions, but in the depth of faith it inspires. The Pope Escape Tunnels. Hidden among the ancient stone buildings and the imposing walls that surround the Vatican is a passageway that almost no one notices, a quiet path running along the city's ramparts. This is the Passetto di Borgo, also known as the Pope's Escape Tunnel. From the outside, there is nothing remarkable about it. It looks like just another long stone wall, much like hundreds of other defensive structures that once existed across medieval Europe. But inside, it contains a corridor nearly 800 meters long, connecting the Vatican directly to Castel Sant'Angelo, a fortress that was originally the mausoleum of Emperor Hadrian and later became a safe haven for the popes. Construction of the Passetto di Borgo began in the 9th century, during the reign of Pope Nicholas III, and it took more than 6 centuries to complete. This was not just an architectural project, but a strategic statement that amid the uncertainties of the times, the head of the church needed an escape route. And there were moments in history when this escape route truly saved the Pope's life. In 1527, Rome fell into one of the darkest chapters of its history, the sack of Rome by the troops of Emperor Charles V. The city was thrown into chaos. Churches were looted. Monks, worshippers, and innocent citizens were killed in the streets. Amid the turmoil, Pope Clement VII was forced to flee for his life. The Passetto Tunnel became his only lifeline, allowing him to leave the Vatican secretly and safely. Today, this tunnel still exists and is occasionally open to visitors on special occasions. Walking beneath its gloomy arches, listening to the echo of footsteps on the stone, one does not just feel the ancient atmosphere, but can also imagine the moment when a pope hurried through the shadows, desperately seeking the light once more. The Vatican and its buried secrets. Right beneath the surface of Vatican City lies a special archive that has been preserved for centuries. This repository is called the Vatican Apostolic Archive, though it once had an even more intriguing name, the Vatican Secret Archive. The change of name happened just a few years ago, when Pope Francis wanted to ease the doubts and speculation about what truly lies within these vaults. Still, changing the name could not erase the larger question that remains. What secrets is the Vatican keeping in there? The archive is believed to contain millions of pages of documents spanning more than 12 centuries, from papal decrees and diplomatic correspondence to trial records and little-known accounts of mysterious events, even phenomena that cannot be explained. Some people believe that among these documents are records of encounters with extraterrestrials, accounts of supernatural miracles, and forgotten knowledge from lost civilizations. The Vatican claims that the archive is now open to researchers. In theory, anyone can apply for access to study the original documents, but in reality, it is not so simple. The registration process is extremely strict. Not everyone is granted entry, and even if permission is given, researchers are only allowed to see a small fraction of the millions of documents being preserved. Some documents have been made public. For example, the records from Galileo's trial in 1633, or the letter from Mary, Queen of Scots, to Pope Sixtus V before her execution. These documents demonstrate the enormous historical value of the archive, but they also raise an important question. If such revealed documents have already caused a stir, what kind of mysteries could still be hidden among those that remain secret? Currently, the Vatican is working to digitize a portion of the archive, but progress is slow because of the sheer volume of material. According to some scholars, the most unusual documents, such as records about UFOs or supernatural phenomena, may still be kept in the least accessible rooms. One researcher once said, "It's not that the Vatican doesn't have documents about strange phenomena. The problem is, they don't know how to find them again." Some people have compared the Vatican Apostolic Archive to the top-secret files of the CIA, where what's allowed to be released is just the tip of the iceberg, while the most important parts are always kept well hidden. Is the Vatican really guarding major secrets about history, religion, or even extraterrestrial life? We cannot know for sure. But one thing is clear. With 53 miles of shelves packed with documents, there is still much that the outside world has never seen. The True Cross. Among the religious artifacts considered most sacred at the Vatican, nothing has stirred more controversy than the True Cross, the fragment of wood believed to have once held the crucified body of Jesus. According to Catholic tradition, after Jesus was executed, the cross was preserved and divided into many small pieces. One of those fragments is now kept at the Vatican and displayed as a holy relic, drawing thousands of pilgrims each year. Legend holds that the original cross was made from 3 types of wood: cedar, pine, and cypress. Some accounts even describe these 3 trees growing together on a sacred plot of land, a place first used to build the Temple of Jerusalem and later for the cross of Jesus. It sounds deeply symbolic, but the real controversy is this: how can anyone be sure that the remaining wood is truly part of the original cross? To this day, there is no concrete scientific evidence verifying the exact origin of the relic. Modern tests, such as carbon dating, have never been publicly performed on the fragments of the True Cross. In part, this is because the Church wishes to preserve the relic's sanctity, and also because sampling for analysis could cause irreparable damage. Beyond the Vatican, many churches and monasteries around the world also claim to possess small fragments of the True Cross. According to some researchers, the number of declared pieces today could be enough to build several dozen complete crosses, a fact that leads many to doubt the authenticity of each fragment. However, for many believers, the value of these pieces of wood does not lie in whether they are the real wood or not. Instead, their significance is in the faith inspired by a sacred story that has endured for more than 2,000 years. For them, just to see an object once believed to have touched Christ is already a deeply spiritual experience. The Vatican and the Holocaust. For decades, the role of the Vatican during World War II, especially under Pope Pius XII, has been the subject of intense controversy. Many scholars and historians have criticized the Pope for remaining silent while the Nazis carried out their brutal genocide against the Jewish people. In the eyes of many, the Vatican's silence during those dark years was tantamount to complicity. Why didn't the Pope publicly condemn Hitler's atrocities? However, recently discovered documents have brought a different perspective. A list of 3,200 Jews who once lived in Rome was just found in the archives of the Pontifical Biblical Institute. According to the documents, these individuals were hidden in monasteries, convents, and Catholic institutions within the very heart of Italy's capital after the Nazis occupied Rome in 1943. This list has been verified by the Jewish community in Rome, with cooperation from Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Israel, and several Catholic universities. The information reveals that when Jews were expelled from the Roman ghetto, instead of being sent to concentration camps, they were sheltered in religious institutions right in the middle of the city. This is perhaps the clearest evidence yet that the Vatican may have helped in secret. Still, not everyone sees this as a purely humanitarian act. According to some researchers, many religious institutions only agreed to hide Jews if they consented to convert to Catholicism. This raises a major question about the true motives behind the Vatican's help. Was it compassion, or was it an opportunity for conversion during a time of chaos? Some believe that Pope Pius XII chose to act quietly to avoid Nazi retaliation, reasoning that if the Vatican publicly denounced Hitler, the consequences could be even worse for Catholics throughout Europe. Others disagree, insisting that silence in the face of evil, for any reason, cannot be justified. To this day, the Vatican's true role during the Holocaust remains an unresolved mystery. New documents have shed some light on the truth, but they also open the door to more unanswered questions. Was the Vatican a bystander, a silent hero, or simply trying to balance power and morality? No matter where you stand, this remains one of the most complex and sensitive chapters in the history of the relationship between religion and war. Vatican Necropolis, the city of the dead beneath the Vatican. Hidden deep beneath the brilliance of St. Peter's Basilica lies a completely different world. It is an ancient city of the dead, a cemetery shrouded in darkness, silent and forgotten for centuries. This place is called the Vatican Necropolis, and it sits about 5 levels below the current floor of the basilica. Here, archaeologists have uncovered a vast burial site dating back to the 1st century AD, a time when the Roman Empire was at its height. The earliest tombs belonged to pagan Romans, people who had not yet encountered or accepted the Christian faith. Higher up, researchers discovered another burial layer, dating to around the 5th century. This was a crucial transitional period in the religious history of Europe, when Christian belief was gradually replacing the old faiths. In this area, tombs were found that bear mixed characteristics, pagan symbols placed alongside Christian crosses, a testament to a time when 2 spiritual worlds coexisted side by side. What has been found in the necropolis is not simply archaeological relics. They reflect a complex story of faith, of historical transformation, and the connection between death and salvation. Surprisingly, among these ancient structures, researchers also discovered the remains of a medieval church, located right beneath the present floor of St. Peter's Basilica. This suggests that, long before the modern basilica was built, this site had already served as a religious and spiritual center for many centuries. The basilica we see today is, in reality, only the outermost layer of a legacy built up over more than 2,000 years. At the center of the entire structure is a special location that the Vatican believes holds the remains of St. Peter, the apostle regarded as the first pope. Even though this claim remains controversial, it demonstrates the deep significance of this area for the history and faith of the Catholic Church. Today, the necropolis is not just an archaeological site. It is a vivid testament to how religion and power were built up, layer by layer, over time. Beneath the massive stones and the sacred light of the basilica, a silent world still exists, where untold stories remain in the darkness, waiting to be discovered. The Ark of the Covenant. Throughout the history of religion, the Ark of the Covenant has been regarded as one of the most sacred and powerful objects ever created by humankind. According to the Bible, this was the wooden chest built by the ancient Israelites to hold the 2 stone tablets of the 10 Commandments. The Ark is described as being made of acacia wood, overlaid with pure gold both inside and out, with 2 golden angels stretching their wings above its lid. During the Israelites' long journey through the wilderness, the Ark was not just a religious symbol, it was believed to carry the very presence of God, capable of bestowing blessings or bringing down punishment. But then, around 587 BC, when the Babylonians invaded Jerusalem and destroyed the first temple, the Ark of the Covenant suddenly vanished from all official records. From that moment on, its fate became one of the greatest mysteries in religious history. Some scholars and researchers believe the Ark may have been destroyed during the invasion. Others think it was safely hidden away before the enemy stormed the city. And among the bolder theories, there are those who claim the Ark could be hidden deep within the vaults of the Vatican. Why, though, does the Vatican come under suspicion? One key reason is the striking similarities between the Ark of the Covenant and the sacred chests found in ancient Egyptian culture. Egyptian ceremonial chests, especially those used in religious processions, were also made of wood, covered in gold, fitted with carrying poles on either side, and often decorated with depictions of divine creatures, such as Anubis or other winged beings. Researchers like Scott Bueller have pointed out that in the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, a ceremonial chest was found that is almost identical to the biblical description of the Ark of the Covenant. Could it be that the ancient Israelites borrowed the idea from Egypt? Or was there a deeper spiritual connection between these two civilizations? If there is any institution powerful and resourceful enough to safeguard such a significant religious artifact for thousands of years, it would be the Vatican. Of course, the Vatican has never confirmed nor denied the existence of the Ark in its possession, but sometimes silence only makes the mystery more intriguing. Many still believe that if the Ark does exist, it is hidden away in a place of utmost security. Nero's bathtub, a strange treasure at the Vatican. When people think of the Vatican, what usually comes to mind is St. Peter's Basilica, ancient manuscripts, and the artworks of Michelangelo. But few know that, deep within the exhibition halls of the Vatican museums, there is an object almost no one would expect. An ancient bathtub once owned by the Roman Emperor Nero, made from one of the rarest stones in the world, Egyptian purple marble. This type of stone was called porphyry by the Romans, and it could only be quarried from a single site deep in the Egyptian desert, near the region once controlled by the Roman Empire. That quarry ran dry more than 1,500 years ago. Today, if someone tried to recreate a bathtub of the same size and material, the value could reach as high as $2 billion, not just because of the rarity of the stone, but also because of the refined craftsmanship required to make it. Nero's bathtub was more than just a luxury item. It was a symbol of absolute power and the extravagant lifestyle of one of the most controversial emperors in Roman history. For the ancient Romans, porphyry was not just a precious stone. It was a material reserved for royalty, used for paving temple floors, making imperial thrones, or for making bathtubs like Nero's. The Vatican does not just keep this bathtub. In the wide corridors of the museum, you can also find mosaic artworks depicting athletes from ancient Rome, dating back to the 3rd century. These are among the rare works that have survived from a time when sports were more than just entertainment. They were a part of culture and patriotism. These mosaics were taken from the baths of Caracalla, a place that once welcomed thousands of people each day. It may surprise some people that such luxurious relics of the ancient Roman Empire are preserved at the Vatican. But in reality, after the fall of the empire, the Catholic Church became the heir, not only to the material wealth, but also to the spiritual authority. Many artifacts brought from ancient Roman ruins have been stored in the Vatican. Nero's bathtub is just a small part of that vast collection. The altar of Moses. According to the Bible, after leading the Israelites out of Egypt, Moses climbed Mount Sinai to receive the law from God. But before he went, he performed a very special ritual. At the foot of the mountain, he built an altar out of uncut stones and set up 12 stone pillars, each one representing one of the 12 tribes of Israel. He then sacrificed animals, sprinkled the blood on the altar and on the people to confirm a sacred covenant between them and God. Many see this as an important moment in the Bible, but there are just as many who believe it is simply religious legend, with no real evidence that such an altar ever existed. That is, until recently. At Jabal al-Lawz, a mountain located in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, independent archaeologists have discovered a stone structure in the shape of an L, built from rough, unworked stones. There are no stairs, no steps, and no signs of modern construction techniques. Everything looks exactly as described in the book of Exodus, the place where Moses built his altar. Right next to it, they also found 12 round stone pillars, each about 23 inches in diameter. These pillars were neatly arranged, lying close to the stone altar. This has led many to believe that they could be the 12 pillars representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Inside the altar area, researchers discovered ashes, animal bones, and traces of partially burned organic material. Some preliminary analysis suggests that these remains could be evidence of a sacrificial ritual, very similar to what is described in the Bible. Despite the attention this discovery has received, the Saudi government does not recognize any biblical connection to the site. Instead, they claim that the area was once inhabited and used by the ancient Nabateans, a civilization known for quarrying stone and mining minerals in the region. According to Saudi Arabia, the stone pillars are simply remnants of an old quarry, and the bones found nearby could just be traces of daily life or cooking activities of the Nabateans. However, many Western researchers disagree with this explanation. They argue that the location, shape, construction materials, and the exact number of pillars are too specific to be a coincidence. Some even believe that Jabal al-Lawz could in fact be the real Mount Sinai, rather than the traditionally accepted site on the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. If the altar at Jabal al-Lawz truly is the altar that Moses built, this could be one of the clearest archaeological proofs yet that part of the story in the Bible actually happened. Of course, there is still no official recognition from major archaeological organizations, and the site itself is very difficult to access for political reasons. But for many, the evidence that has come to light is enough to reignite faith. Popes who met tragic ends. Being the Pope may sound like a sacred and powerful position, but if you look back through history, you'll see that this office has often been far more dangerous than people realize. Out of the 266 popes who have sat on the throne of St. Peter, at least 42 died under unusual circumstances. Some were executed, some were poisoned, and others lost their lives in strange accidents. These deaths reveal that no matter how sacred power might seem, it cannot shield anyone from the consequences of politics and hatred. One of the most bizarre stories in the history of the Church is the case of Pope Formosus. He died in 896. You might think that would be the end of it, but not long after, his successor, Pope Stephen VI, had Formosus's body exhumed, dressed once again in papal robes, and brought to trial in what became known as the Cadaver Synod. During this trial, his corpse was found guilty. The 3 fingers he had used to give blessings were cut off, and his body was thrown into the Tiber River. This story is so strange that even today, historians still debate the motives and the deep level of hatred within the Vatican during the Middle Ages. Alongside these unusual deaths, there were also popes who lived in extravagance and moral decline, staining the Church's image. Sixtus IV, who reigned from 1471 to 1484, was notorious for installing his relatives in powerful positions within the Church and was rumored to have many illegitimate children. Alexander VI, also known as Rodrigo Borgia, was one of the most infamous figures. He held lavish banquets inside the Vatican, had numerous lovers and children, and was believed to have used his power to strengthen his family's grip on authority. Then there was John XII, who became Pope at around 18 years old and was described by historians as turning the Vatican into a place of excess and debauchery. He died while having an affair with the wife of a nobleman. Some say he was killed by her husband, while others claim he suffered a stroke in bed. Some popes met ends that no one could have foreseen. John XXI, who was deeply interested in medicine and science, was killed when the ceiling of his palace collapsed on him while he was working. He survived for a few days before dying from his injuries. Meanwhile, Urban VI is said to have fallen from the back of a mule and died in the accident. His death was not mysterious, but it was certainly one of the least dignified ends for any pope in history. Looking at these stories, it becomes clear that the throne of St. Peter has not only been a symbol of power and faith. In many eras, it was also the center of intrigue, hatred, and sometimes deeply personal tragedy. The highest power in the Church has often come with a steep price. And even as the representative of God on earth, many popes of the past were still human, with ambitions, and sometimes with endings no one would wish for. Vatican and homosexuality. The Vatican is the seat of power for the global Catholic Church, a place long associated with solemnity, tradition, and conservatism. But within those ancient walls, there is a story that many believe the Church has tried to keep hidden for years. It is the story of homosexuality within the Vatican itself. In 2019, a French journalist named Frédéric Martel published a book called In the Closet of the Vatican. The book was the result of 4 years of investigation, involving more than 1,500 interviews with cardinals, priests, former monks, and even Vatican security staff. In it, Martel made a shocking claim: 80% of the clergy in the Vatican are homosexual. According to him, many of these individuals live quietly and keep their orientation hidden. What's especially noteworthy is that some of those who speak out most forcefully against homosexuality are the very ones leading double lives. They condemn the LGBT community in public, yet have homosexual relationships in private. Martel describes this as a long-standing culture of hypocrisy within the Church. As for the Vatican, it is not directly denied the numbers in the book, but it is not admitted to them either. Some sources report that Pope Francis even once told a survivor of sexual abuse, "God made you this way, and God loves you this way." This approach has won him support from many in the LGBT community, but has also drawn criticism from some of the more conservative elements within the Church. Still, the issue is not only about who is who. Many experts believe that living a double life in such a closed and high-pressure environment like the Vatican can contribute to outbreaks of scandals involving abuse and cover-ups in the past. When people cannot live honestly, they are more likely to experience crises, and the system itself becomes more prone to protecting its own. As long as the issue remains taboo, the culture of secrecy will continue. And when the truth is buried too deeply, it can damage not only the reputation of the Church, but also deeply wound the real people living within its walls. Did the Vatican fabricate 300 years of history? Among the strangest theories related to European history, there is an idea that claims 300 years on our current timeline simply never happened. This theory is called the phantom time hypothesis. The hypothesis was proposed in the 1990s by a German analyst named Heribert Illig. He argued that the period from 614 to 911 AD actually never existed. According to him, Pope Sylvester II, Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, and a few others deliberately invented 300 years of history. The reason, he said, was because they wanted to place themselves at the millennial year, the year 1000. If this theory were true, the current year would not be 2025, but rather around 1725. It sounds unbelievable, but Illig offered several arguments to defend his idea. First is the issue of the calendar. When Pope Gregory XIII reformed the calendar in 1582, he removed 10 days from October to realign it with the solar cycle. Illig argued that if 1,500 years had truly passed since the Julian calendar was introduced, the discrepancy should have been much greater. According to him, this suggests that about 300 years were added, for which there is no matching astronomical evidence. Second is the matter of historical documents. Illig claimed that many records from what is called the early Middle Ages show signs of having been edited or rewritten later. Some original documents are lost, with only copies remaining, often written in a newer script. In addition, the records about figures like Charlemagne also contain many inconsistencies, leading him to suspect that this character was either exaggerated or even entirely fictional. Finally, there is the lack of clear archaeological evidence for the period from the 7th to the 10th centuries in many parts of Europe. Illig argued that if these 300 years really existed, we should find far more buildings and artifacts, but that is not the case. Of course, mainstream historians completely reject this theory. They argue that discrepancies in the calendar can be explained by natural errors that accumulated over time. They also point out that there is plenty of evidence from the Middle East, China, and other cultures confirming European events during that period. If those 300 years never happened, then all the world's major civilizations would have had to collaborate in faking history at the same time, which is almost impossible. Even so, the phantom time hypothesis continues to exist as a controversial conspiracy theory. Not because people truly believe it's real, but because it raises an interesting question. If a powerful enough group could actually change the timeline of history, would we ever be able to know? The books removed from the Bible. The Bible is the most sacred book in Christianity. For centuries, it has been read and followed by millions as the Word of God. But there is one thing very few people know. The Bible we have today is not the same as the original version translated in the early 17th century. In 1611, when the Bible was first translated from Latin into English, the version known as the King James Version, it contained a total of 80 books. But by 1684, the Vatican decided to remove 14 books from the official Bible. After that, these books all but disappeared from public view. The 14 removed books are called the Apocrypha, a Greek word meaning hidden or kept away. This list includes books such as Esdras, Tobit, Judith, the Wisdom of Solomon, the Prayer of Manasses, Baruch, Bel and the Dragon, the Song of the Three Holy Children, and Maccabees. Many of these told of religious events, moral stories, and prayers that were once considered a part of the Bible. So why did the Vatican remove them? Some scholars believe these books contained material that didn't fit with the teachings of the Catholic Church at the time. Maybe it was because they included details the Church wanted to exclude, making the Bible easier to understand, shorter, or more in line with the doctrine they wanted to promote. Others believe this removal was part of a broader effort to control information and guide people's faith in a specific direction. However, there are also many who disagree with that view. They say the Apocrypha are not harmful at all, and actually offer a richer perspective on the early days of Judaism and Christianity. Some books, like the Wisdom of Solomon or Maccabees, were even taught in churches and read in religious ceremonies. Another detail that's often mentioned is the name of Jesus. In ancient texts, before the Bible was revised, his name was written as Isus, and in the original Hebrew, it was close to Yahushua. Later, both the spelling and pronunciation were changed to Jesus, as we know it today. Some believe that changing the name was part of a plan to Romanize the image of Christ, making him fit better with Western culture at the time. But no matter which reason you believe, there is one fact that cannot be denied. 14 books that were once an official part of the Bible were quietly removed without explanation. For centuries, people have only read and believed what remains, never knowing that part of God's word was hidden away or forgotten. Unidentified flying object over the Vatican. On a day in June 2007, a strange phenomenon occurred right in the heart of the Vatican. In the sky above St. Peter's Basilica, an unidentified object appeared. Many witnesses described seeing a silver-orange disc, softly glowing as it hovered over the church's dome for several minutes. They described the object as round, emitting a metallic light but making no sound. It appeared silently, hung in the air for a while, and then disappeared so quickly that no one had time to understand what was happening. What's remarkable is that just a few days later, almost all information about the incident vanished from the media. The first photos appeared on a few small forums and some online news sites, but they were quickly taken down or simply faded into obscurity. There was no official statement from the Vatican, no public investigation, and no one inside the church stepped forward to confirm or deny the event. Some people believe it was just a weather phenomenon or a civilian drone that was misunderstood. But there are also many who think the object was not from Earth, and that the Vatican may have known about this for a long time. Among independent researchers, there are those who claim the Vatican has a history of involvement with extraterrestrial phenomena. Some believe that ancient documents in the Vatican's secret archives contain information about contact between humans and extraterrestrials going back to antiquity. For them, the appearance of the flying disc in 2007 was not a random event, but perhaps a quietly arranged encounter between the two sides. Of course, all of this remains speculation. There is no solid evidence to confirm any of it. But one thing many people agree on is this: the event truly happened, and it was quietly pushed aside without any explanation. The Lost Gospel. For centuries, the image of Jesus has been shaped by what is recorded in the official Bible. We know about his miraculous birth, the wonders he performed, and ultimately, his crucifixion. Yet, there is a period of about 30 years in his life that is almost entirely missing from biblical texts. This is why, when a 6th century manuscript was discovered, it sparked intense debate among scholars. The manuscript was written in Syriac, an ancient language once used by Christian communities in the Middle East, and is believed to be a translation from an original Greek version. What makes this text controversial is not just its age, but its content. According to what is recorded, the manuscript describes Jesus not only as a divine figure, but also as a man with emotions, personal relationships, and even as someone who was married to Mary Magdalene, a woman known in the Bible as a devoted disciple, but never acknowledged as his wife in official church doctrine. In fact, the manuscript claims that the two had children, and Mary Magdalene is portrayed not just as a companion, but as the daughter of God and a co-savior of humanity. According to the text, her role was not secondary, but equal to Jesus in the divine plan. With content like this, it's easy to see why the document completely contradicts the view of the Catholic Church, which has always maintained that Jesus was celibate and that Mary Magdalene was simply a saved follower, not a central figure. Still, some believe that the Vatican has long known about this manuscript and has either ignored or deliberately hidden it to preserve the image of Jesus according to official doctrine. Admitting that Jesus had an ordinary life would change how millions of believers see him all over the world. It could even shake the foundations of teachings that have stood for over 2,000 years. To this day, this lost gospel remains an unsolved mystery. But it reveals one thing: the history of faith, as we know it, may only be a small piece of much larger mysteries that have yet to be uncovered. The highest crime rate. It may sound unbelievable, but statistics show that there are from 1 to 1.5 crimes per year for every resident living in the Vatican. This number is even higher than in cities that are famous for crime. However, to understand this correctly, we need to look at the bigger picture. In reality, the Vatican is the smallest country in the world, both in area and in population. There are only about 800 to 1,000 people living here. Most of them are clergy, monks, and security forces. Yet every year, the Vatican welcomes more than 18 million tourists from all over the world. This creates a major imbalance in how the crime rate is calculated. The number of incidents comes from tourists, but the rate is based on a very small permanent population. As a result, the official rate on paper is pushed up to an unusually high level. So what are these crimes? Most are cases of pickpocketing, petty theft, and minor scams that happen in or around famous sites like St. Peter's Square or the Vatican museums. Thieves often blend into the crowds of pilgrims and tourists, targeting people who are not paying attention. They act quickly, quietly, and are rarely caught on the spot. It is important to understand that crime in the Vatican is not violent crime, and tourists do not need to worry too much. This is still one of the safest places to visit, just like any other crowded tourist spot in the world. In reality, the Vatican is not a place that produces criminals. It simply happens to be an ideal location for petty thieves to operate. With such a huge number of visitors, limited security forces, and no large local population, the Vatican becomes an easy target for those who prey on tourists. The mystery of the pine cone and the pineal gland at the heart of the Vatican. Amidst the grand domes and world-famous frescoes, there is a detail that few people notice. It is a colossal bronze pine cone statue. This statue stands in the Cortile della Pigna, literally, the courtyard of the pine cone, within the grounds of the Vatican museums. The sculpture rises about 13 feet tall, set at the center of the courtyard, flanked on either side by peacock statues. For many visitors, it is simply an ancient work of art, but if you look closer, you will find it holds a very special meaning. This statue has a remarkably long history. Originally, it was part of an ancient Roman fountain placed near the Temple of Isis. Later, it was moved into the area of the old St. Peter's Basilica during the Middle Ages. In 1608, the Vatican decided to relocate the pine cone to its present location, where it still stands today. The pine cone statue is not the only thing the Vatican has preserved from antiquity. Many of the structures here once served as temples to pagan gods before being transformed into Christian churches. However, the pine cone remains an especially clear symbol, and that is what prompts so many questions. What makes the pine cone so special is not just its appearance. It also bears a striking resemblance to a part of the human brain known as the pineal gland. The pineal gland is a tiny endocrine organ located near the center of the brain. Shaped much like a small pine cone, it regulates sleep through the hormone melatonin. But in many ancient cultures, the pineal gland was seen as the third eye, a gateway to deeper perception or even a connection to the spiritual world. Modern science is still studying the true role of the pineal gland, but thousands of years ago, civilizations had already chosen the pine cone as a symbol of enlightenment, of life, and a vision that goes beyond the material world. In Assyria, images of gods holding pine cones appear in the bas-reliefs that adorn the palace of King Sargon II. It was believed the pine cone played a part in rituals of purification or prayers for fertility. In Egypt, the staff of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was entwined by two serpents around a central rod, topped by a pine cone. Many believe this image represents the awakening energy within the human being, much like the concept of Kundalini in Indian culture. In Greece and Rome, the god Dionysus was often shown carrying a staff with a pine cone on top. This staff was used in sacred rites, representing life, abundance, and the link to the divine. Why would a symbol so closely tied to pagan rituals stand at the center of the Vatican, a place that represents Christianity? Some believe it is merely an architectural legacy. valued for its artistic and historical significance. The ancient Romans created it, and the Church simply preserved it as a piece of cultural heritage. But there are others who suspect that the Vatican knows more than it shares. Perhaps they fully understand the deeper meaning of the pine cone and its connection to the pineal gland as part of an ancient knowledge of spirituality, higher awareness, and even human enlightenment. Today, when you visit the Vatican and stand before the great bronze pine cone, you may see only a metal object. But behind it lies a long, winding history, a symbol that crosses many cultures, and a question that still remains unanswered. The Little Cap and the Forgotten Goddess. When you step into a Catholic church, many people may notice that priests or cardinals are always wearing a small, round, and simple cap. This cap is called a zucchetto. For the Pope, it's usually white. For the cardinals, it's a deep red. For most, it's just another part of the familiar religious attire, but few realize that this seemingly ordinary item has a long and rather controversial history. The shape of the zucchetto can actually be traced back to ancient Rome, particularly in rituals honoring a goddess named Cybele. She was known as the Mother of the Gods, a symbol of fertility, war, and protection. The priests who served Cybele, known as the Galli, often wore unusual clothing, performed extreme rituals, and, most notably, wore a round cap on their heads. This cap wasn't just a symbol of devotion. It was also a sign of giving up personal identity in order to become a true servant of the goddess. If you compare them, you'll find that the shape of that ancient cap is strikingly similar to the zucchetto worn by Catholic clergy today. And this leads to an intriguing question. Why would a symbol so closely tied to the worship of an ancient goddess appear in a religion that has always emphasized devotion to a single god? Some believe this is merely a matter of culture or even practicality, but for those interested in religious history and ancient symbolism, the resemblance seems too significant to be just a coincidence. It's possible that, over time, Christianity adopted some symbolic elements from earlier belief systems. The use of the zucchetto may well be part of that process, keeping something familiar for people in a period of transition, but giving it a new meaning. And yet, there's also the possibility that there once existed ancient knowledge, once considered of great importance, which, for one reason or another, has since been hidden away or transformed. The pointed hat and traces of the Babylonian fish god. If you have ever seen the Pope or Catholic bishops during major ceremonies, you have probably noticed the special hat they wear on their heads. This hat is tall, pointed, and shaped as if it is opening out to both sides. People call it the mitre. This is an important part of the attire for high-ranking clergy, often appearing in solemn rituals. But few people know that the shape of this hat can actually be found thousands of years ago in a completely different religion. The mitre looks very similar to the hat that ancient Babylonian priests once wore when worshipping the god Dagon. In surviving bas-reliefs, Dagon is often depicted as a creature that is half man, half fish, or as a man covered from head to toe in a fish skin. The priests serving him wore a hat that looked like the open mouth of a fish, with the fish's body hanging down the back like a cloak. If you look closely, you will see that the open mouth of the fish on top of the head is almost identical in shape to the mitre worn by the Pope today. Dagon was not a strange god in ancient cultures. He was worshipped early on by the Babylonians, Assyrians, and Philistines. In many legends, he was the god of agriculture and fertility. He was revered as a source of life, bringing in the harvest and also representing the sea. In ancient farming and fishing societies, a god like this played a very important role. What is noteworthy is that in the Bible, Dagon is also mentioned. In the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 5, the Philistines captured the Ark of the Covenant and placed it in the temple of Dagon. But afterward, the statue of Dagon was found toppled to the ground twice as a sign that the power of God was greater. This story shows that Dagon was not a symbol encouraged for worship in the Jewish tradition or later in Christianity. So why does the shape of the hat worn by the priests of Dagon appear in Catholic rituals? Some scholars believe this may be the result of cultural transition. As Christianity spread throughout the Roman Empire and surrounding lands, it adopted certain symbols familiar to the people to help them more easily accept the new religion. Symbols like this hat may have been preserved, but were given a new meaning, one more fitting with Christian teachings. However, there are also those who raise deeper questions. Are these symbols simply a matter of cultural convenience, or are they a sign of something that has not yet been clearly stated? Is it possible that traces of ancient beliefs still remain within modern rituals and have never really been completely eliminated? Easter and the memory of a spring goddess. For many people, Easter is an occasion to commemorate the resurrection of Jesus after 3 days of crucifixion. This is one of the most sacred days in Catholicism and has been celebrated for centuries. But alongside its religious meaning, Easter today is also associated with very familiar images: brightly colored eggs, rabbits, gift baskets, candies, and joyful egg hunts for children. How did a story of sacrifice and resurrection become intertwined with rabbits and eggs? The answer goes further back in history, to a time before Christianity appeared. Symbols like eggs and rabbits have long been used to represent new life, fertility, and the rebirth of nature after a long, cold winter. In particular, they are connected to the goddess Ostré, a spring deity in the beliefs of the ancient Anglo-Saxons. According to legend, Ostré was the goddess of light, flowers, and crops. It was believed that every year, around April, she would bring spring back, awakening life in the earth, plants, and all creatures. People in the past held festivals to honor her, with rituals centered around eggs and rabbits. The name Easter, in English, is also thought to come from this goddess. An English monk from the 8th century named Bede recorded that the Anglo-Saxons once held a festival called Autumnona to welcome spring, and later Christianity kept the name when replacing the festival's content with the story of Jesus' resurrection. Not just the name, but even the timing of Easter bears the mark of ancient rituals. Easter does not fall on a fixed day each year, but is celebrated on the first Sunday after the first full moon following the vernal equinox. This method of calculation is entirely based on the cycles of the moon and the sun, something that pagan cultures used to determine the timing of ceremonies, planting, or harvest prayers. It could be said that the Easter we know today is a blend of Christian faith and ancient customs. As Christianity spread throughout Europe, instead of completely erasing pagan festivals, the Church chose to merge them. In doing so, people could more easily adopt the new religion while still keeping the traditions they had long been familiar with. That's why the Easter egg is not just a game for children. It was once a symbol of the universe, of life beginning anew. And the rabbit once served as a reminder of spring, of the vibrant renewal of earth and sky after a period of stillness. The peacock and the unspoken meanings. In the Vatican's pinecone courtyard, right next to the giant bronze pinecone statue, there are 2 peacocks standing on either side. Many visitors come here to take photos, but not everyone knows that these 2 peacocks are more than just decoration. They carry a deeper meaning, rooted in many different cultures, and their symbolism still gives people something to ponder even today. In Christian tradition, the peacock was once regarded as a symbol of eternal life and resurrection. People in the past believed that the flesh of the peacock would not decay after death. Although modern science has disproven this idea, that belief persisted for centuries, enough to make the peacock an image of victory over death. In many old churches, you might find drawings or stained glass windows depicting peacocks alongside the cross or angels. But the peacock is not only found in Christianity. In Islamic mythology, it is considered the guardian of paradise, a sacred creature whose duty is to protect the eternal realm. However, the peacock was also said to be the one who led Satan into the Garden of Eden to tempt Eve, a reminder of the double-edged nature of beauty and danger. In Greek mythology, the peacock is closely associated with the goddess Hera. She gave it its brilliant plumage, adorned with eyes on its tail, after the death of the giant Argus. From that point, the peacock became a symbol of all-seeing awareness and a vision from above. In Egyptian culture, the peacock is connected to the sun and rebirth because its feathers shine like brilliant sunlight. In Hinduism, the peacock is the sacred animal of the goddess Saraswati, the deity of wisdom and truth. Yet at the same time, it also represents unstable emotions and the internal changes that people must overcome to reach understanding. Another interesting detail is that the peacock eats poisonous snakes. This is not something that's often mentioned, but it carries powerful symbolism. In many schools of thought, the snake represents base instincts, such as desire, anger, or envy. When the peacock eats the snake, that image is understood as the triumph of the spirit over desire, as the process by which a person overcomes inner turmoil to achieve peace and higher awareness. So when you stand in the pinecone courtyard of the Vatican, looking at the 2 peacocks mirrored on either side of the bronze statue, you are not just admiring ancient art, You are standing before an unspoken message, a silent reminder that life is not only of the body, but also the transformation of the mind. That beauty is not just in vibrant colors, but in the ability to overcome the darkness within each person. The god Janus and the secret behind New Year's Day. The 1st of January is the time when the whole world welcomes the new year together. People celebrate, send good wishes, and begin new plans. For many, it is simply the first day of the calendar year, but few people realize that this very day carries a deeper meaning, rooted in an ancient Roman god named Janus. Janus is one of the oldest and most unique deities in Roman mythology. He is depicted with two faces, one looking to the past, the other facing the future. He has no true equivalent in Greek mythology. In Roman culture, Janus is the god of transitions, between old and new, between outside and inside, between ending and beginning. The name of the month, January, is named after Janus. This is not a coincidence. The Romans chose this month to honor his role, believing that whenever people step into a new phase, they need a guide, and Janus is the god who provides that guide. In ancient times, the Romans held special ceremonies at the beginning of the year to ask Janus to open the doors to a favorable future. They often offered keys as a symbol of his power to unlock the way forward. They would also step through their front doors in a ceremonial manner, hoping to leave bad things behind and welcome good fortune into their homes. That simple act was rooted in the belief that if you start the year the right way, the whole year would go smoothly. Today, most of those rituals are no longer widely practiced, but the influence of Janus remains. The way we reflect on the past year, think about what has happened, and set goals for the new year is, in fact, a modern way of continuing an ancient ritual. Even within the Catholic Church, the 1st of January is marked by a solemn mass. It is called the World Day of Prayer for Peace. But if you look closely, you can see that this too is a trace of continuity between ancient beliefs and modern tradition. It is a gentle transition from mythology to religion, from folk culture to formal ceremony. And so, every year, when the clock strikes midnight, when fireworks light up the sky, when you raise a glass with your family and friends, you may be unknowingly performing a ritual that dates back thousands of years. A ritual once dedicated to the god Janus, the guardian of time, the protector of all beginnings. When Saturnalia became Christmas, before Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire, the Romans held a grand festival near the end of December. This festival was called Saturnalia, and it was celebrated to honor Saturn, the god of agriculture. It took place from the 17th of December to the 23rd of December, right in the heart of winter, as the shortest day of the year approached. Saturnalia was unlike any other holiday. During this time, social roles were reversed. Slaves dined with their masters, the poor were allowed to speak their minds, and everyone was free to set aside daily rules and customs. The spirit of celebration filled all of Rome. People exchanged gifts, wore bright costumes, feasted, and decorated evergreen trees in hopes that spring would soon return. Alongside Saturnalia, the Romans also had another festival called Dies Natalis Solis Invicti, meaning the birthday of the unconquered Sunday. This was held on the 25th of December, just after the winter solstice, when the sun began to return with greater strength each day. For the Romans, it symbolized light triumphing over darkness and life returning after months of gloom. As Christianity began to spread, the church faced the reality that it could not completely erase festivals that were deeply rooted in popular culture. Instead of fighting against them, the church chose to transform them. And so, the 25th of December was chosen as the birthday of Christ, not because there was clear evidence of the actual date of his birth, but because this was a time when people were already used to celebrating something great. Over time, elements of Saturnalia and other pagan festivals blended into Christmas. The evergreen tree, which was once used to ward off evil spirits in ancient rituals, became a symbol of eternal life. The tradition of giving gifts, which had once symbolized a temporary equality between social classes, became a way to express love. The atmosphere of feasting, singing, and brilliant lights is also a remnant of those ancient winter days. When Christian art still carried the colors of old mythology, many people think that Christian art appeared suddenly and decisively, as if, one day, images of ancient gods vanished and were replaced entirely by the cross, the saints, and the angels. But the reality was not so simple. Like the faith itself, Christian art had a slow, gradual journey. step by step breaking away from what had come before. And one of the clearest pieces of evidence of this transition lies deep underground in Rome, in a place called the Tomb of the Aurelii family. This tomb was discovered in 1919, but it wasn't until 2012 that restoration experts finished cleaning and fully restoring it. The structure dates back to the 3rd century AD, a time when Christianity was still a minority faith, persecuted and forced to exist in secrecy. Even so, the influence of Christianity had already started to reach into the lives and minds of the Romans. Art reflected that reality as well. Inside the tomb, people found colorful frescoes, with many images that make viewers pause and wonder. There was a woman standing on a serpent, a scene that brings to mind Eve in the Garden of Eden, but could just as easily be an ancient goddess conquering the forces of darkness. There was a man creating small human figures, perhaps a symbol of God creating man, but also strikingly similar to the Greek myth of Prometheus. There are scenes of philosophers, strange animals, beautiful landscapes, and a host of symbols whose origins are difficult to place in any single mythology. This blending makes it clear that this was a time of transition, when the Romans had not yet fully abandoned their old beliefs, but were beginning to embrace the new. The artists behind these works seem to be searching for a way to unite the two worlds, weaving Christian concepts into the artistic frameworks they already knew. There is not a single painting in the Tomb of the Aurelii that depicts the cross or Jesus in the classic forms we would see in later times, but that is precisely what makes this place so special. It is not purely Christian art, but it is no longer entirely pagan. This monument also shows how the early church built its faith on the foundations of what already existed. Ideas, images, and even ways of storytelling were inherited and gradually transformed over time. And art is where that process is recorded most clearly. Vatican gifts, relics of the true cross. In May of 2023, when King Charles III entered Westminster Abbey for his coronation, he walked behind a very special cross. It was not just an ordinary crucifix. According to an official announcement from the Vatican, it contained 2 fragments from the true cross, the very cross upon which Jesus Christ was crucified. The gift was personally given by Pope Francis to the United Kingdom as a symbol of faith and unity between the two nations. However, this sacred offering quickly raised a number of unanswered questions. How could the Vatican possibly possess so many pieces of the true cross that it could afford to give some away as ceremonial gifts? And if this really was a fragment of the original cross, how could anyone prove its authenticity? According to legend, the true cross was discovered in the 4th century AD by Helena, the mother of Roman Emperor Constantine. During her pilgrimage to Jerusalem, she found 3 wooden crosses, one of which was believed to be that of Christ. Over time, the cross was cut into smaller pieces and distributed to major churches across Europe. After centuries, the number of these true cross fragments became so large that some skeptics joked that if all the pieces were gathered together, they could build an entire ship. Not everyone believes in the authenticity of these wooden relics. In 2016, a team of researchers from Oxford University examined a fragment of the true cross kept at Waterford Cathedral in Ireland. The results showed that the wood dated back only to the 12th century, more than 1,100 years after the crucifixion of Jesus. Still, this hasn't stopped churches around the world from continuing to venerate these relics as sacred objects. One lesser-known event occurred in 2022 when another alleged fragment of the true cross was said to have sunk to the bottom of the sea during the war between Russia and Ukraine. According to a Russian Orthodox priest, the relic had been placed aboard the missile cruiser Moskva, the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet. When the ship was hit by missiles and sank into the Black Sea, the relic was lost along with it. No one can confirm whether it truly was a piece of the original cross, but the story adds yet another layer of mystery to these sacred items. Whatever the truth may be, the fact that the Vatican possesses and gives away what are believed to be some of the holiest fragments in Christianity continues to raise questions. Is this truly a profound religious gesture, or simply part of a long-standing tradition of symbolic acts? The Vatican and the American Civil War. During the American Civil War, there was an event rarely mentioned in history textbooks, yet it caused a diplomatic shock at the time. It was when Pope Pius IX recognized Jefferson Davis as the President of the Confederate States, a move that outraged the U.S. government and left consequences that lingered for more than a century. The incident began in 1863, when President Jefferson Davis, the leader of the Confederate South during the war, wrote a letter to Pope Pius IX, expressing gratitude for the Pope's prayers for peace. What surprised many was the Vatican's response. In his reply, Pope Pius IX addressed Jefferson Davis as President of the Confederate States of America, a title that carried political weight. Although the Vatican never officially declared its recognition of the Confederacy as an independent nation, that choice of words led many to believe the Pope was quietly supporting the secessionist cause. The reaction from the United States was severe. The federal government, under President Abraham Lincoln, viewed this as foreign political interference, an unacceptable act. The fact that a religious power like the Vatican appeared to side with a regime that supported slavery further deepened national divisions. In the years that followed, diplomatic relations between the U.S. and the Holy See became increasingly strained. Eventually, in 1867, the U.S. Congress passed legislation that completely severed official ties with the Vatican, a ban that would remain in place for over 100 years, only being lifted in the 1980s. But the story didn't end there. After the Civil War ended and Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the Pope's public support for the Confederacy may have indirectly encouraged extremist actions. Some historians have pointed out that among those involved in the conspiracy to assassinate Lincoln, several were Catholic, and they may have been influenced by the views of Pope Pius IX. Although no formal evidence has ever confirmed that the Vatican was involved in the assassination, the incident left a lasting question in the minds of many. Adding to the intrigue were details that emerged after the war. When Jefferson Davis was captured and imprisoned, Pope Pius IX sent him a portrait of himself, along with a personal prayer. There were even rumors that the Pope gifted Davis a crown of thorns, a symbol of Christ's suffering. While the truth of the crown has never been confirmed, the gesture alone showed that the Vatican had not turned its back on the defeated Confederate leader. To many, this was evidence that the Vatican had once stood on the wrong side of history, not only during the American Civil War, but at other sensitive points in global affairs as well. Whether that judgment is fair or not, this episode left a long, uncomfortable silence between a modern world power and one of the most enduring religious institutions on earth. The treasure of King Solomon. In the Bible, King Solomon is described as one of the most powerful and wealthiest rulers to have ever lived. He was the son of King David and reigned over the kingdom of Israel around the 10th century BCE. But what many remember about him is not just his wisdom, it's the almost unimaginable wealth he was said to possess. Some modern estimates suggest that if converted into today's value, his fortune could exceed $2.1 trillion, a figure that far surpasses any modern billionaire. According to the Bible, every year King Solomon received tons of gold, silver, ivory, and other precious goods from foreign nations. He used this vast fortune to build the first temple in Jerusalem, a place believed to have once housed the sacred Ark of the Covenant. It was considered one of the greatest religious structures of the ancient world. However, for centuries, no archaeological evidence strong enough had ever emerged to confirm whether these biblical descriptions were factual. Some scholars argue that the Bible exaggerated Solomon's power and wealth. But in recent years, new archaeological discoveries have raised the question: was Solomon truly a merchant king of the ancient world? One frequently mentioned theory is that Solomon established long-term trade relations with the Phoenicians, a well-known maritime civilization of the Mediterranean. According to some researchers, he financed voyages across the seas to gather minerals and valuable goods. Marine archaeologist Dr. Sean Kingsley believes that these trade links were real. Over years of research, he and his team found traces at ancient ports in Israel, Spain, and even Sardinia, locations that were once part of the Phoenician trade network. At the same time, another research group has been focusing on land-based discoveries, particularly in the Negev desert in southern Israel. There, archaeologists uncovered massive copper mines dating back to roughly the same period when Solomon is believed to have ruled. Based on the large quantities of copper produced, they suggest this could have been a key part of Solomon's economy. In the ancient world, copper was not only a precious metal, but also a vital resource for making tools, weapons, and decorative objects. If these copper mines truly date back to Solomon's reign, it could mean that part of the Bible's description of his wealth is grounded in fact. And if he really was a pioneer in linking sea trade routes with inland resource extraction, then King Solomon might not just be a mythological figure, but one of the first merchant kings in human history. To this day, no one has found Solomon's actual treasure, but the evidence is beginning to surface, piece by piece. Saint Christopher and the god Anubis. In Christian tradition, Saint Christopher is known as the patron saint of travelers, drivers, and pilgrims. But there's a controversial detail that has sparked debate for centuries. In some medieval paintings, Saint Christopher is depicted with a human body, but the head of a dog. This strange imagery has led many to wonder, why would a saint appear in such a bizarre form? What makes this mystery even more fascinating is that the appearance of Saint Christopher in these images closely resembles the ancient Egyptian god Anubis. Anubis was the deity who presided over death and embalming rituals. He was typically depicted as a man with the head of a jackal, known for protecting souls and maintaining the purity of the afterlife. This resemblance has inspired several theories. One of the most popular is that it may have originated from a mistranslation in the past. If someone copied a word incorrectly, the image of Christopher as an ordinary man might have transformed in the imagination and in artwork into a dog-headed figure. A second theory is rooted in early European legends. Some records from the Roman Empire and the medieval period mention tribes that supposedly lived on the edge of the known world, people with human bodies but the heads of dogs. They were called cynocephali, or dog-headed people. In some stories, these beings weren't necessarily demons, but rather strange creatures living in isolation from the rest of humanity. Some scholars believe that Saint Christopher was originally thought to be one of them, but was later accepted by the Church as a figure who transformed from monstrous to holy through faith. Finally, there is a more radical theory. What if Saint Christopher was actually a Christianized version of the Egyptian god Anubis? The similarities in their appearance and roles are hard to ignore. In the early centuries of Christianity's expansion, the Church often repurposed pagan gods and legends, turning them into saints to make the new religion more familiar and acceptable to local populations. If this is true, then the dog-headed image of Saint Christopher may not have been a mistake or a misunderstanding, but rather a surviving trace of ancient religious culture. Today, most modern depictions of Saint Christopher show him as a strong man carrying the child Jesus on his shoulders while crossing a river. But in the past, his dog-headed form still appeared in many churches, old manuscripts, and murals, especially throughout medieval Europe. The Mafia, the Vatican Bank, and Archbishop Paul Marcinkus. During the 1970s and 1980s, the Vatican was not only the religious center of the Catholic world, it also became the focus of one of the biggest financial scandals of the century. At the heart of the storm was a man named Paul Marcinkus, an American archbishop who ran the Vatican Bank for nearly 2 decades. Marcinkus was once a trusted figure within the Church. He led the Institute for the Works of Religion, better known as the Vatican Bank, from 1971 to 1989. However, under his leadership, the bank was involved in more than just religious transactions. It became entangled in complex financial activities, including money laundering and shady investments. Suspicions about links between the Vatican Bank and the Italian Mafia began to surface when investigators discovered large sums of money being funneled through shell companies and untraceable offshore accounts. The scandal reached its peak in the early 1980s when the Vatican Bank was implicated in the collapse of Banco Ambrosiano, one of the largest private financial institutions in Italy at the time. The Vatican was a minority shareholder in Ambrosiano, but it was accused of backing secret loans worth more than $1.3 billion through shell corporations tied to both Marcinkus and figures from the criminal underworld. As police and investigators expanded the case, they sought to question Marcinkus. However, the Vatican refused to cooperate, citing diplomatic immunity for high-ranking officials. As a citizen of the Vatican and a member of the Holy See, Paul Marcinkus could not be prosecuted under Italian law. Even when the United States expressed interest in investigating suspicious transactions involving international financial markets, Marcinkus was never forced to appear in court. For the rest of his life, Paul Marcinkus lived quietly in a small town in Arizona. He rarely spoke about the scandal, and until his death in 2006, he was never formally charged with any crime. Nevertheless, his name remains tied to one of the darkest chapters in the Vatican's financial history. The story of Marcinkus is not just a financial scandal. It is a reminder that even within a sacred religious institution, the doors behind the altar can conceal dangerous connections and uncomfortable truths. The role of the Vatican in the Rwandan genocide. In 1994, the African nation of Rwanda descended into a period of horrific bloodshed. Over the course of just 3 months, around 800,000 people, most of them from the Tutsi ethnic group, were killed in a massacre the world now calls genocide. What's notable is that, during this period, the Catholic Church played a very special role in Rwanda. With a large number of followers and deep influence in the community, the church was an important part of the country's social and spiritual life. But instead of being a safe haven, some Catholic churches in Rwanda became the very sites of the most tragic scenes. Many people ran to the churches seeking protection. They believed these were sacred places and that priests would help them escape the violence. However, not everyone was saved. Some priests were accused not just of indifference, but of being directly involved in actions that led to the deaths of thousands. One case that is often mentioned is that of Father Athanase Saromba. He managed a church where about 2,000 Tutsi tried to hide. According to witness testimony and investigation documents, Saromba allowed the entire church to be destroyed while people were still inside. Later, he was arrested and brought to trial at the International Criminal Tribunal for crimes against humanity. But the story did not end there. When the Rwandan government requested the extradition of several other priests linked to the genocide to bring them to justice, the Vatican refused. Instead, these individuals were moved to other countries in Europe, given new names, and continued their religious activities as before. Some were even assigned new pastoral duties, as if nothing had ever happened. The Vatican's refusal to extradite these priests left many people deeply confused. For a global religious organization, this decision created a silence that is hard to explain. Some believe it was an attempt to protect the reputation of the church. Others see it as a way to avoid shame. Whatever the reason, it left a deep wound in the hearts of many Rwandans and all those who care about justice. This issue goes beyond the actions of a single person or one particular case. It raises bigger questions about moral responsibility when a worldwide religious organization remains silent or fails to act in the face of such tragedy. The Vatican and the ivory trade. For many years, the world has witnessed a dramatic decline in the African elephant population. These gentle creatures are often killed simply for their valuable ivory tusks. This is a sad reality, not only for wildlife conservationists, but for anyone who cares about the life of species on our planet. What surprises many people is the Vatican's role in this story. It's not that the church directly participates in hunting elephants, but rather that ivory has long been used to craft religious items such as crosses, statues of saints, and decorations inside churches. These objects appear in important ceremonies, sacred spaces, and sometimes even in religious souvenir shops. While many countries and international organizations have come together to sign agreements to protect endangered species, the Vatican has not joined CITES, a global treaty established in 1989 to prevent the trade of ivory and products from endangered animals. By not participating, the Vatican has no obligation to follow the same bans on the use and sale of ivory that other countries must comply with. Animal rights activists have repeatedly spoken out, calling on the Vatican to stop using ivory in religious artifacts and to look for alternative materials. They argue that an organization inspiring compassion and the protection of life should lead the way in changing perceptions, especially when those items themselves hold sacred meaning. However, to this day, the Vatican has not taken any clear action to end the use of ivory, nor has it made any public statement on the issue. The tradition of making religious statues and ceremonial objects from ivory is still maintained in some countries, with long-standing workshops closely connected to the church. While many communities around the world are striving to change in order to protect natural balance, the silence from an organization with global influence like the Vatican continues to spark controversy. The age of consent in the Vatican. Before 2013, the Vatican had a legal regulation that many people found hard to understand. The age of consent for sexual relations was just 12 years old. This was a controversial figure, not only because it is far lower than modern standards in most countries around the world, but also because it remained unchanged for so many years. With its tiny size and a population made up mostly of clergy, Vatican staff, and security forces, the Vatican is rarely the setting for public debates about law or human rights. However, as scandals involving sexual abuse in the Catholic Church came increasingly to light, maintaining such a legal regulation raised many questions about the responsibility and moral awareness of the world's largest religious institution. The age of consent is the minimum age at which a person can legally agree to sexual activity without being considered a victim of abuse. In many developed countries, this number typically ranges from 16 to 18. The fact that the Vatican kept it at 12, even if it was mostly a technicality and rarely applied in practice, still troubled the international community, especially since the Church has always emphasized the importance of morality, child protection, and purity in society. It wasn't until 2013, after much external pressure and a series of investigations into the abuse of minors by clergy, that Pope Francis signed a new law, raising the age of consent to 18. This was seen as a necessary and proper step, but for many, it came far too late. This change does not erase what happened in the past. It cannot instantly restore the trust that has been eroded among many Catholics around the world. But at the very least, it is an acknowledgement that the law must also reflect moral values, human rights, and the need to protect the most vulnerable. Nazi gold and the Vatican Bank. After World War II, many secrets began to emerge from documents, testimonies, and years-long investigations. One of these secrets concerns the Vatican Bank's involvement in holding and transporting gold stolen by the Croatian fascist regime. The story begins in 1946, when an agent from the US Treasury Department issued an internal memorandum. In it, he alleged that a large amount of gold had been brought from Europe into the Vatican, not for charity or religious purposes, but to help former members of the Ustaše regime, the fascist rulers of Croatia during the war, find the means to escape legal prosecution. According to this document, the gold was believed to have been stolen from Jews, Serbs, Romani, and other minority communities during the Ustaše's rule. Part of this gold was transferred to the Vatican Bank and then used to fund escape routes to South America or Spain, where many former fascists lived out their remaining years without ever being brought to justice. Many years later, in 1997, Gowan's memorandum resurfaced, this time in the context of a class action lawsuit filed in the United States by victims and their families. They demanded that the Vatican return the assets stolen from their families during the war. However, the lawsuit went nowhere. The court dismissed the case, citing the Vatican's immunity from civil lawsuits in the US. This is a difficult topic, as it raises questions not only about history but also about morality. If the allegations are true, then the Vatican was once involved in the silent flow of stolen assets during one of humanity's darkest periods. To this day, the Vatican has never officially acknowledged any responsibility for this gold, and the records about the case remain incomplete. But for many, the important thing is not an apology, but transparency, to know what really happened, and to close a chapter of history that is still left open. Prostitution networks and hidden secrets inside the Vatican. In 2010, an arrest in Italy unexpectedly revealed some highly sensitive connections. Angelo Balducci, a man with long-standing ties to the Vatican and a history of holding several government positions in Italy, was arrested in connection with a male prostitution ring that catered specifically to high-ranking clergy. Police investigations showed that this network had operated underground for a long time and that some individuals trusted by the Vatican were involved. The scandal spread quickly, not only because of its sensitive nature, but also because it struck directly at the image of the Catholic Church. Recorded phone calls revealed explicit exchanges, showing that the network's organization and connections were more complex than the public had ever imagined. In 2013, an internal report commissioned by the Vatican set off another wave of suspicion and controversy. This report was said to be the result of a confidential investigation inside the Church. In it, certain cardinals and senior officials were accused of engaging in same-sex relationships and were even allegedly blackmailed by people who knew their secrets. The related documents were never released to the public, but many sources claim the report contributed to Pope Benedict XVI's sudden resignation that same year, an extremely rare event in the modern history of the Church. While the Vatican has never officially confirmed any of this, scandals of this kind are no longer surprising. Many, both inside and outside the Church, have grown concerned, not just because of individual misconduct, but because of the vulnerability of such a global institution to internal risks. This is not just a story of personal morality. It is also a question of transparency and the Church's ability to hold itself accountable, an institution that shapes the spiritual life of millions. No matter how hard the truth may be to accept, trust can only survive in the long run when it is built on honesty. The Vatican and its quiet relationship with the Italian mafia. For decades, the Church remained silent about the existence and influence of mafia groups, even going so far as to repeatedly deny that these criminal organizations truly existed. In 1964, a high-ranking cardinal once declared that the mafia is merely a product of the imagination of those who oppose the church. That statement not only surprised many, but also revealed an evasiveness that some believe was intentional. However, later evidence showed that the relationship between certain members of the church and criminal gangs was not simply a matter of turning a blind eye. There have been cases where mafia organizations sponsored religious activities, donated money to build churches, or provided financial support for major local church events. These contributions were rarely scrutinized and were accepted under the label of benefactors, regardless of where the money actually came from. One of the most controversial examples occurred in the early 2000s, when a notorious mafia boss was buried inside a major church in Sicily, right near the resting places of popes. His funeral was held with full religious ceremony, led by a priest and attended by hundreds of locals. While there's no evidence that the Vatican directly ordered the event, allowing such a ceremony to take place within the church left many people bewildered. In recent years, some popes, including Pope Francis, have spoken out more forcefully against the violence and corruption of criminal organizations. Still, the past remains, and the relationships that once existed have yet to be fully explained. VatiLeaks, when Vatican secrets were exposed to the light. At the center of this leak was none other than Paolo Gabrielli, the trusted butler of Pope Benedict XVI. Gabrielli was not a high-ranking official, nor was he an outsider. He lived inside the Vatican, worked beside the Pope every day, and had access to some of the church's most sensitive documents. For months, Gabriel secretly copied a series of internal documents, ranging from letters and financial reports to personal notes exchanged between bishops and senior officials. These documents were then passed to an Italian journalist and published as a shocking book, revealing stories the Vatican never wanted the public to know. The contents of the documents painted a picture completely at odds with the Vatican's outward image: power struggles, financial scandals, poor management in key offices, and internal complaints about Pope Benedict's leadership. These revelations not only shook the faith of many believers, but also sparked a wave of doubt about the church's true level of transparency. Soon after the leak was discovered, Gabrielli was arrested and put on trial for stealing confidential documents. He admitted what he had done, but insisted he acted out of a desire to help the Pope understand what was really happening around him, believing that forces inside the Vatican were deliberately hiding the truth. He did not take money, nor did he try to escape. After the trial, Gabrielli was convicted, but was pardoned by the Pope not long after. Although Gabrielli was the only one brought to light, many believe he did not act alone. There have been suspicions about the existence of a group of priests and Vatican officials behind the scenes, people frustrated with internal management who used Gabrielli as a link to bring information to the outside world. The VatiLeaks affair left a lasting impact. It showed that even within the most sacred and closed organizations, human conflicts exist just like anywhere else. Pages the Vatican doesn't want anyone to read. Canon 489 is not a legend or a rumor. It is a real archive, carefully guarded from the 18th century until now, containing detailed records of serious cases, crimes, misconduct, and how the church handled these issues. These files do not just include priests' confessions, but also internal correspondence, reports from dioceses, and instructions from higher authorities to handle matters internally or destroy sensitive documents. For generations, these records have been kept, but hidden away from the public, the media, and even external legal authorities. It was not until 2002, when the child abuse scandal in the Boston Archdiocese broke out, that part of the truth finally came to light. The US courts forced the local church to release related documents, and part of the files, similar to Canon 489, were revealed. What people saw was a long series of covered-up cases, offending priests quietly moved elsewhere, victims asked to remain silent, and letters from higher up showing that everyone knew what was happening but chose not to make it public. Still, the majority of files in Canon 489 have never been released. Only a handful of people inside the Vatican have access, and anyone who has worked near this archive is bound by an oath of absolute secrecy. What troubles many is not just that these offenses happened, but that they were so carefully recorded, yet never brought to light until outside pressure forced the issue. If the church truly wants to move toward transparency and purity, what reason is there to still keep these files locked away? Father Walter Cizek, a Jesuit spy, through the darkness of the Soviet Union. Walter Cizek was born in 1904 in the town of Shenandoah, Pennsylvania. His family were Polish immigrants living within a large Catholic community. From a young age, Cizek dreamed of becoming a priest. In 1928, he officially joined the Jesuit order, and by 1937, he was ordained as a priest. At that time, the world stood on the brink of war. When World War II broke out, Cizek felt called to bring the Catholic faith to the Soviet Union, a place where religion was being fiercely repressed by the government. With unwavering determination, he studied Russian and disguised himself as an ordinary laborer. He used false papers and secretly crossed the border into the Soviet Union. His goal was to quietly serve as a priest and spread the faith. But just a few years later, in 1941, he was arrested by Soviet security forces. They accused him of being a Vatican spy. Cizek was taken to the notorious Lubyanka prison in Moscow, known for its relentless interrogations and investigations. There, he was held for 5 years, much of it in solitary confinement. He never knew if he would live or die. But through it all, he held firmly to his faith and continued to pray every day. Eventually, he was sentenced to 15 years of hard labor in Siberia. The conditions in the labor camps were so harsh that many didn't survive even a single winter. But Father Cizek did more than just endure. He sought every opportunity to minister, hear confessions, and comfort those around him. He often held secret prayer gatherings and gave spiritual support to other prisoners, even while enduring hunger, cold, and exhaustion himself. By 1955, because he exceeded his labor quotas, his sentence was reduced. However, he was not released. Instead, he was forced to live in a remote city and work in a chemical plant. His family in America had no idea he was still alive. They had long believed him dead, but in the early 1960s, they were stunned to receive a letter from him in his own handwriting. With intervention from President John F. Kennedy, a prisoner exchange took place in 1963. Walter Cizek was finally freed after 23 years behind the Iron Curtain. He returned to America to the amazement and admiration of many. Despite having lived in constant danger and being treated as an enemy by the authorities, Father Cizek harbored no bitterness. Instead, he chose a quiet life, continuing to teach and write. His two famous memoirs, With God in Russia and He Leadeth Me, tell not only the story of a man who was captured and imprisoned, but also offer deep insights into faith, endurance, and sacrifice. Pope Nicholas V and the origins of the Atlantic slave trade. The histories of religion and politics are sometimes so closely intertwined that it becomes difficult to see where one ends and the other begins. And at times, decisions made in the name of faith can have consequences that echo across centuries. One of the most striking examples is the decision of Pope Nicholas V in the 15th century, a decision that helped lay the foundation for one of the darkest chapters in human history, the transatlantic slave trade. In the mid-1400s, Portugal began expanding its influence into West Africa. At first, Portuguese captains like Anton Gonçalves were simply searching for resources such as animal skins, oil, and trade goods. But everything changed when Gonçalves captured 2 Berber people on the Cap Blanc Peninsula in present-day Mauritania. When he brought them back to Lisbon, they made a strange request. The captives promised to deliver 10 other Africans in exchange for their own freedom. From that moment, the idea of trading people began to become part of commercial activity. At that time, the capture and trade of humans was not yet clearly legalized, especially in a religious context. Medieval law on the Iberian Peninsula had some regulations related to the capture of Muslims, Jews, and certain Christian groups. But for those considered outside the known religions, the law was almost silent. This was when Pope Nicholas V intervened. In 1452 and 1455, he issued 2 important papal bulls, Dum Diversas and Romanus Pontifex. In these, he officially granted the King of Portugal the right to invade, capture, and subjugate all pagans into perpetual slavery. In other words, if a person was not a Christian, Portugal could capture and trade them without being seen as violating moral or legal codes. This decision set a dangerous precedent. Portugal rapidly expanded slave raids throughout West Africa. Other European nations such as Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands soon followed. In just a few centuries, millions of Africans were transported across the Atlantic. sold into plantations in the Americas, and treated as property rather than human beings. Ironically, the same papal bulls from Pope Nicholas V also acknowledged that non-Christians who converted to Christianity might be treated differently. Some African kingdoms, such as the Kingdom of Congo, used this point to negotiate with European powers, trying to reduce the impact of the slave trade on their own land. Looking back, it's clear that the decision of Pope Nicholas V was not just a political or religious act, it was a turning point in the development of a system that the world now recognizes as a crime against humanity. The true mystery of St. Sulpice Church, Paris. When people think of sacred sites in Paris, most will immediately picture Notre Dame Cathedral. However, there is another church, less famous, but filled with its own mysterious stories, and that is St. Sulpice. In Dan Brown's novel, The Da Vinci Code, St. Sulpice is described as a crucial link in the quest for the Holy Grail. Many readers were fascinated by the idea that this place concealed secret codes, hidden maps, and ancient religious symbols. After the book was published, thousands of tourists flocked to the church, hoping to find some clue to a mystery buried in stone. But when you look more closely, the truth is very different from what many imagine. One of the most misunderstood details is the Paris Meridian, a brass line set into the church floor that Dan Brown called the Rose Line. In the novel, this line is portrayed as part of a secret map leading to the treasure of the Knights Templar. In reality, it is an astronomical device known as a gnomon, installed in the 18th century. Its real purpose was to determine the winter solstice and track time, and it has nothing to do with mystical symbols or secret societies. Another detail that is often misinterpreted is the painting Saint Michael Defeats the Dragon, which hangs inside the church. In the novel, this artwork is suggested to be a hidden message from the Templars, alluding to the end of the French monarchy. In truth, it is a common religious image in Catholic art, the Archangel Michael, conquering evil, representing the eternal struggle between good and evil. Even so, Saint-Sulpice remains a place worth visiting, not for fanciful legends, but for its own cultural and historical value. This church has hosted important ceremonies in French history. Many famous figures, such as Robespierre and Victor Hugo, once walked its corridors. Some of the chapels inside still preserve architecture and artworks from the 18th century, including the Chapel of the Virgin Mary, which was once reserved for the parish's poor. Horus and Jesus, a controversial hypothesis. For centuries, the story of Jesus' life has formed the very foundation of Christian faith. However, some scholars and researchers have argued that this story shares notable similarities with an ancient Egyptian legend about the god Horus. According to Egyptian tradition, Horus was the son of the goddess Isis. It is said that Isis conceived Horus after the death of her husband, Osiris. The birth of Horus is described as both miraculous and sacred. In some versions, he was born in a hidden place, witnessed by shepherds, and protected by divine beings. The childhood of Horus is scarcely recorded, mirroring the gap in the Bible concerning the life of Jesus between the ages of 12 and 30. As Horus grew up, he entered into a struggle against evil to restore justice for his father. Some accounts say he had 12 followers and performed extraordinary acts, such as healing the sick, casting out spirits, and saving lives. Because of these similarities, many have wondered, could the story of Jesus have been influenced by the legend of Horus? However, serious researchers argue that there is no clear evidence for this hypothesis. Many details in the Horus legend were added later and are not found in the original ancient Egyptian texts. For example, there is no ancient document confirming that Horus had 12 disciples or that he was crucified and resurrected. Moreover, the concept of baptism does not exist in Egyptian religion as it does in Christianity. What is clear is that both stories center on a sacred figure with a mission of salvation who suffers before ultimately triumphing. The Horus hypothesis remains one of those enduring curiosities, not to dismiss religious faith, but to illustrate that ancient civilizations may have influenced each other far more than we imagine. The Pope's Egyptian Museum, right in the heart of the Vatican, is a little-known collection, one that carries layers of complex history. This museum was established in 1839 during the papacy of Gregory XVI. Its original purpose was to display ancient Egyptian artifacts, many of which had once been kept as personal possessions in the private residence of Pope Pius IV at the Belvedere Palace. The collection here is not only rich, but also very distinctive. Many of the artifacts date back to the era of ancient Egypt and were brought to Europe after major historical upheavals, especially after the Battle of Actium in 31 BC. That battle marked the defeat of Cleopatra and Mark Antony's alliance at the hands of the Roman Empire, which resulted in Egypt losing its independence and becoming part of Rome. After that victory, the Romans began transporting large numbers of items from Egypt, everything from statues of gods and ceramic vessels to mummies and religious objects. Many of these objects ended up in the hands of various popes and were eventually assembled into the museum that visitors can see today. However, the origins of these artifacts have always been controversial. Even though they are well preserved and openly displayed, many scholars and Egyptians themselves see them as spoils of war, objects taken away during a period when their country was invaded and lost its sovereignty. To this day, most of these artifacts remain in the Vatican and have not been returned to their place of origin. Is keeping these ancient treasures in foreign museums an act of cultural preservation, or does it prolong a form of power dating back to the Age of Empires? The Vatican may protect these objects as part of humanity's shared heritage, but for Egypt, they remain sacred pieces of memory that were taken away and have never been given back. The Forbidden Manuscript, First Apocalypse of James. In 2017, amid crumbling scraps of paper and discarded tax receipts from the 5th century, archaeologists uncovered an ancient text that had been banned by the church for centuries. This manuscript is known as the First Apocalypse of James. Although its content relates directly to Jesus and his disciples, it never appeared in any official version of the Bible. This may be because it contains ideas considered dangerous, challenging the religious orthodoxy of its time. The manuscript was written in Greek, on yellowed papyrus, and was discovered in an ancient rubbish dump near a monastery in Egypt. Even though it was found among mundane documents like chariot receipts and invoices for donkeys, the contents of the manuscript hold profound religious and philosophical weight. The text recounts secret teachings that Jesus gave specifically to the disciple James, who is portrayed as an heir to deep knowledge about the true nature of the world. In this manuscript, the world is described not as a place created by an all-powerful God, but as the product of an evil entity, a false deity who fashioned reality as a prison for the human soul. This view directly contradicts all traditional Christian doctrine and was almost certainly regarded as heretical when it was written. Some modern scholars see parallels between this idea and the concept of a virtual world in science fiction, works like The Matrix, where humanity exists in an artificial reality controlled by powers beyond human understanding. Beyond its controversial content, the manuscript's physical form also reveals interesting details. The text is carefully divided into lines, with each syllable clearly marked, suggesting it may once have been used as a teaching tool. The fact that it was found in a garbage dump, rather than in an archive or library, speaks volumes. It reflects how ideas that did not fit accepted doctrine were often cast out, not just from religious life, but from the shared memory of humanity itself. Was the body of Alexander the Great hidden by the Vatican? For more than 2,000 years, the final resting place of Alexander the Great has remained one of history's greatest mysteries. Although he was among the most powerful and revered figures of the ancient world, his tomb has vanished without a trace. Archaeologists have searched in vain for centuries. Yet there is a controversial theory that offers a surprising explanation, that Alexander's body still exists, not in Egypt, but in Italy, hidden within one of Europe's most famous churches. This theory suggests that after Alexander the Great died in 323 BC, his body was first buried in Memphis, Egypt, and later moved to Alexandria, the city he founded and where he wished to rest. For centuries, his tomb was a pilgrimage site for kings, emperors, and scholars. But at some point, it disappeared from all historical records. Some researchers believe that his body was never lost, but instead was switched. According to this theory, during the Middle Ages, a Venetian merchant secretly took Alexander's body out of Alexandria and brought it to Italy. When it arrived in Venice, the remains were mistakenly identified as those of St. Mark and were interred in St. Mark's Basilica, which today is still one of the most important religious sites in Europe. This theory may sound far-fetched, but it presents some intriguing arguments. First, after the 4th century, there are no reliable records about the location of Alexander's tomb, even though it had been famously known before. Second, the body buried in St. Mark's Basilica has never undergone any thorough scientific examination. Its identification is based solely on legend and religious symbols, not on clear physical or historical evidence. Some believe that if this theory is correct, it would explain why no one has ever found Alexander's tomb in Egypt, despite centuries of large-scale archaeological efforts. Of course, to this day, there is no definitive evidence to prove that the remains in St. Mark's Basilica belong to Alexander the Great. The Vatican has also never released any DNA results or detailed studies about the bones kept there. But the very existence of such questions is a reminder that history is not always clear, and that sometimes the greatest figures can disappear right before our eyes. The statue of Anubis in a Roman cloak. In a quiet room of the Vatican's Egyptian Museum, among ancient mummies and time-worn black stone statues, there is one artifact that makes visitors pause longer than usual. It is a finely carved marble statue, nearly life-sized, depicting Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god who guards the mummified dead and guides souls into the afterlife. But what sets this statue apart is that Anubis is not wearing traditional Egyptian attire. Instead, he is draped in a Roman cloak, holding both an ancient Egyptian musical instrument and the familiar staff of Hermes from Greek mythology. The fusion of these different cultural symbols is no accident. It reflects a unique period in Roman history, when the empire not only conquered Egypt militarily, but also eagerly absorbed its religious rituals, symbols, and beliefs. During this process of cultural integration, gods were blended together to make them more accessible to the spiritual life of Roman society. In this statue, Anubis still has the head of a jackal, but his body takes the form of a noble Roman citizen. In his hands are the sistrum, a musical instrument used in Egyptian ceremonies, and the caduceus staff of Hermes, a symbol for communication between the world of the living and the world beyond. This statue was not discovered in an ancient temple or archaeological site. Instead, it was created during the Roman period, likely as a decorative item for the residence of a wealthy individual. After centuries of wandering, in 1749, the statue was gifted to Pope Benedict XIV and has since become part of the Vatican's collection. Mummifying the Saints, Vatican Mummy Technology. In the minds of many Catholic believers, the incorruptibility of the body after death was once seen as a sign of holiness. Some saints, after years of burial, were found in such remarkably preserved condition that people believed it was a miracle. But in modern times, not all such cases are purely natural. At the Vatican, there has been a process of preserving the bodies of saints and popes, using techniques inspired by the ancient Egyptian tradition of mummification. From 1975 to 2008, a group of experts appointed by the Vatican carried out the preservation of at least 31 saints and venerated figures. This process was never made widely public, but over time, some details have emerged. The goal was to halt decomposition, allowing bodies to remain on display in churches as symbols of faith and endurance. One of the most striking examples is Pope John XXIII, who died in 1963. When his body was exhumed in 2001 to be moved to a glass casket in St. Peter's Basilica, observers were astonished. His body appeared almost unchanged. His face still bore a gentle expression. His skin was intact, and his hands rested peacefully on his chest, as if he had just passed away. The Vatican never confirmed whether mummification techniques were used, but many experts believe his body had been carefully treated in advance. However, the process did not always go smoothly. One notable failure was the body of Pope Pius XII, who died in 1958. According to witnesses, his body was not properly handled. When placed in a public viewing coffin, it began to decompose rapidly. The odor became so overwhelming that a guard at the wake fainted. The Pope's nose fell off, his skin darkened, and the funeral had to end early to avoid further scandal. The truth is that the Vatican continues to preserve the bodies of important religious figures. For them, it is not just about maintaining a physical form, it is a way of preserving memory, faith, and the presence of those who profoundly shaped the spiritual life of believers around the world. The Museum of the Holy Souls in Purgatory. In the heart of Rome, there is a place few people know about. It's not an art museum or a famous church, but rather a small, quiet, and haunting space. Its name is as unusual as its contents, the Museum of the Holy Souls in Purgatory. This museum is located within a section of the church del Sacro Cuore del Suffragio. The church itself was built at the end of the 19th century, with gray Gothic architecture, standing modestly on a quiet street. On the 15th of November, 1897, a fire broke out in a small chapel inside the church. The blaze was quickly extinguished, but when the smoke cleared, the priests and parishioners noticed something unusual. On a scorched section of the wall, they saw a mark resembling a human face, as if someone had reached out from the other side of the living world. The priest at the time, Father Victor Jouet, believed it was a sign from a soul in purgatory. Deeply affected by the discovery, Father Jouet began to collect other physical evidence, not only in Rome but also from other parts of Europe. He wanted to investigate whether souls trapped in purgatory were truly trying to communicate with the living. The result is a strange but very real collection. Inside the museum, visitors can see dozens of objects: prayer books, priestly vestments, wooden tables, cloths. All bear special burn marks, like handprints, fingerprints, or shapes, as if seared into them by fire. One prayer book has a blackened handprint in its center. A linen apron bears deep finger marks, as if someone had clutched it in desperation. According to Catholic doctrine, purgatory is not hell. It is a place for souls who are not pure enough to enter heaven, but not evil enough for eternal punishment. They need time to cleanse the remnants of sin. Most importantly, they cannot save themselves. They require help from the living through prayers, masses, and loving acts performed in their name. That is why believers think these souls sometimes try to reach out for prayers. The marks in this museum are regarded as messages from the other side. Whether or not one believes in purgatory or in the possibility of communication between the living and the dead, these relics make visitors stop and reflect. The brain of Don Bosco. In 2017, at a small shrine in Italy, a strange theft took place. The target wasn't gold or rare artifacts, but a part of a saint's brain. As unbelievable as it sounds, it's true. That brain belonged to Saint John Bosco, one of the most revered figures in modern Catholic history. John Bosco, affectionately known as Don Bosco, was born in 1815 in northern Italy. He grew up in poverty, lost his father at an early age, and had to work from childhood. Yet, out of that hard life, he developed deep compassion for poor, orphaned, and abandoned children. When he became a priest, Don Bosco devoted his entire life to helping young people, especially those considered hopeless cases. He opened schools, vocational workshops, and created an educational system that was both strict and full of love. No one was beaten, no one was left out. That approach eventually became the foundation of the Salesian Order, a congregation that continues its work worldwide to this day. What made Don Bosco truly special was that he didn't just teach from books. He used performance skills to inspire and reach even the most difficult children. He could do magic tricks, perform circus acts, and tell captivating stories, gradually winning over even the toughest hearts. Because of this, he is also honored as the patron saint of magicians. Don Bosco died in 1888. After he was canonized in 1934, parts of his body were preserved as relics and displayed at the Basilica di Colle Don Bosco, the shrine built on the site of his birth. For decades, everything went on as usual, until one summer afternoon in 2017. That day, a 42-year-old man sneaked into the shrine. He removed the relic containing the saint's brain, which was sealed in a glass tube, and disappeared without a trace. The news quickly spread and shocked the Catholic community. It wasn't just the loss of a priceless relic, but an act that deeply offended millions who saw Don Bosco as a symbol of faith and hope. The reason for the theft was later revealed. The thief believed the relic was made of solid gold and could be sold for a high price on the black market. In reality, the brain was preserved in a glass tube, wrapped in ordinary materials, and had little material value. With the help of fingerprints and security cameras, police tracked down the suspect. Just a few days later, they found the brain hidden in a copper kettle in the suspect's apartment near Turin. Thankfully, the seal on the relic remained unbroken. After careful inspection, the relic was returned to the church, where it continues to be venerated by the faithful. Today, when people think of Don Bosco, they remember not only his schools, the children he saved, or the lessons of compassion he taught. They also recall a theft, a reminder that some relics, though lacking in material value, possess a sacred significance that far exceeds anything that can be measured. The coffin of Saint Helena. In the history of Christianity, there are figures who played a vital role not because they preached, founded a denomination, or wrote scripture, but because they changed the course of faith through their own actions. Saint Helena was one such person. She was not a cleric nor a theologian, but the mother of Emperor Constantine the first ruler to legalize Christianity in the Roman Empire. And she is remembered as the one believed to have discovered the true cross, the very cross upon which Jesus Christ was crucified. Helena was born around the year 250 AD into a humble family. She married a Roman general and later gave birth to Constantine. After her son became emperor, Helena was given the title Augusta, or honorary empress. But instead of living in luxury, she devoted herself to her faith. She converted to Christianity later in life and spent her remaining years on pilgrimages, building churches, and searching for sacred relics. In the year 326, Helena traveled to Jerusalem on a spiritual quest. There, according to tradition, she discovered 3 crosses buried beneath the ruins of a pagan temple. To determine which one was the true cross, she had each cross placed upon a woman who was near death. When the 3rd cross was laid upon her, the woman miraculously revived. People believed that this was the true cross, and from that moment, Helena was honored as the one who rediscovered the crucifix. After her death, around the year 330, her body was laid to rest in a sarcophagus made of red porphyry, a rare and precious stone often reserved for imperial monuments. The coffin was intricately carved with images of warriors, horses, and scenes of battle. Strangely, these motifs do not seem to reflect the life of faith and compassion led by Helena. Some historians believe that the coffin was originally crafted for Emperor Constantine himself, but was later reassigned to his mother. Perhaps it was Constantine's way of showing gratitude to the woman who passed her faith on to him. However, Helena's journey did not end with peaceful rest. Throughout the Middle Ages, a phenomenon known as the relic fever spread across Europe. Churches, monasteries, and even the nobility sought to acquire relics of the saints, believing that such treasures would bring blessings and spiritual prestige. Helena became a victim of this phenomenon. Over time, her bones were taken, divided, and scattered to different places. Today, some of her remains are kept at the Church of Saint-Louis Saint-Gilles in Paris. Another part is preserved at the Basilica di Santa Maria in Aracoli in Rome. And a few small bones are believed to rest in Trier, Germany, which was once the western capital of the Roman Empire under Constantine. The story takes an even stranger turn, with records claiming that a portion of St. Helena's remains was taken by Venetian crusaders during the Fourth Crusade and brought to a small island named St. Helena. There, a church was built to house the relics as a symbol of the sacred and of victory. Even now, no one can say for certain whether these scattered remains truly belong to the same person. But that hardly seems to matter anymore. What makes Helena unforgettable is her faith, her devotion, and the journey she began more than 1,700 years ago in search of one of Christianity's most sacred symbols. The Elephant of Pope Leo X. In 1514, Portugal was seeking to expand its commercial influence across the globe. As a rising maritime empire, Portugal not only sent expeditions throughout the Indian Ocean, but also wanted to secure the support of the Pope in Rome, a figure who held enormous sway over the division of colonial territories among Catholic powers at the time. To make a lasting impression, King Manuel I of Portugal organized an ambassadorial mission to the Vatican. Among the precious gifts, gold, jewels, silks, and spices, the offering that stunned all of Rome was a 4-year-old Asian elephant named Hanno. At a time when most Europeans had never seen a real elephant, Hanno instantly became a sensation. The elephant was brought from the port of Civitavecchia to the Vatican, parading through the crowded streets of Rome. People jostled to catch a glimpse of this exotic creature. Some even climbed onto rooftops, so many in fact that a few roofs collapsed under the weight. The crowds followed Hanno from street to street, sending the city into chaos for days. When Hanno arrived at the Vatican and stood before Pope Leo X, the occasion became even more extraordinary. The elephant was adorned in silk, carried a small tower on its back, and bowed to the Pope, a carefully trained gesture. Then, Hanno sprayed water from his trunk as a unique greeting, delighting the assembled crowds. Pope Leo X was immediately enchanted by the animal. For the next 3 years, Hanno lived within the Vatican grounds, cared for like an international celebrity. A special enclosure was built, caretakers were hired, and artists were invited to paint and sculpt images of him. Hanno became a symbol, not only of the wonders of the outside world, but also of the Vatican's power and global reach. But that joy did not last. In 1516, Hanno fell ill unexpectedly. Although the exact cause is unknown, Some historical records suggest that the elephant may have been fed gold and other precious metals as part of a royal diet. Such actions, rooted in the naivety or superstition of the time, likely caused severe damage to Hanno's digestive system. Not long after, he died at the young age of about 7. Pope Leo X was deeply saddened. He wrote an emotional eulogy in memory of Hanno and had the elephant buried within the Cortile del Belvedere at the Vatican. More than that, he commissioned the famed artist, Raphael, to paint a mural of Hanno to hang in the palace, as a way to remember the special friend who had captured the heart of Rome. Over the centuries, the story of Hanno gradually faded into obscurity. But in 1962, during renovations at the Vatican, workers unexpectedly discovered part of a large elephant jaw and teeth. After comparing these bones with historical records, experts determined that these were indeed the remains of Hanno, the legendary elephant who had once stirred all of Rome more than 4 centuries earlier. The remaining bones are still preserved, but the whereabouts of the 2 tusks remain a mystery. No one knows where they ended up, whether they are displayed in some discreet gallery or hidden away in a forgotten storeroom. The Roman Curia, the government behind the Vatican. When people think of the Vatican, they usually see only a sacred place, the residence of the Pope and the center of the Catholic Church. But few realize that behind those religious vestments lies an organizational structure that closely resembles a government. That body is called the Roman Curia. This is the team that assists the Pope in managing all the affairs of the Vatican. If the Pope can be compared to a president, then the Curia is his cabinet. They are responsible for everything, from selecting bishops, canonizing saints, organizing major ceremonies, to resolving complex issues of faith. The Roman Curia is made up of 9 main departments, called congregations. The oldest of these is the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, established in 1542. In the past, it was known as the Office of the Inquisition, a body that judged those accused of opposing church doctrine. But to this day, this congregation retains its core mission to protect the faith and teachings of the church. In addition, the Vatican also has its own religious courts, such as the Supreme Tribunal of the Apostolic Penitentiary, which specializes in handling the gravest sins. There are also 3 offices devoted to working with other Catholics, with people of other religions, and even with those who do not believe in any faith at all. Many assume the Vatican is just a small religious center, but in reality, it operates like a country, with its own laws and administrative system. And the Roman Curia is the government quietly running everything behind those ancient walls. The mysterious economy of the Vatican. The Vatican is the smallest country in the world, yet its economy is among the most intriguing. No one knows exactly how much money the Vatican has, but everyone knows it is substantial. The largest source of revenue for the Vatican comes from a global collection known as Peter's Pence. This tradition dates back to the 8th century, when Catholics everywhere were encouraged to donate a small portion of their wealth to support the Pope and the Church's work. That practice continues to this day. Every time you drop a few coins into a collection box at church, there's a good chance that money will eventually make its way to the Vatican. But what's interesting is that the Vatican doesn't just keep its money, it invests it. Funds authorized by the Pope are invested in a wide range of areas, including stocks, bonds, real estate, and even the New York Stock Exchange. The Vatican's investment portfolio stretches from financial firms in Europe to high-value real estate in London and Paris. They also own shares in major banks and international investment companies. However, the Vatican doesn't invest indiscriminately. There is a clear principle: no investments in anything that goes against Catholic teaching. For example, they do not put money into companies that produce contraceptives, weapons, or any industry considered unethical. In addition, the Vatican profits from other activities such as the sale of stamps, commemorative coins, museum tickets, and tourism merchandise. With millions of visitors each year, the income from Vatican museum admissions is also considerable. Yet, despite significant investments and healthy profits, the Vatican remains extremely secretive about its financial figures. Only in recent years, under the direction of Pope Francis, have there been reforms aimed at greater financial transparency. Is the Vatican hiding gold from Jerusalem? Everyone knows that the Vatican holds a vast collection of documents and artifacts, but some believe that deep beneath those ancient stone corridors, there may be something even more extraordinary, a hidden trove, possibly the greatest religious treasure in human history, the treasure of the Temple of Jerusalem. According to some researchers, particularly Professor Tom Meyer, a Bible expert from California, many of the treasures once belonging to the Jewish temple in Jerusalem may have been stolen by the Romans in the year 70 AD after they attacked the city and destroyed its sacred temple. Millions of Jews were killed, and sacred objects, such as the 7-branched golden menorah, the altar, and many other priceless items, were carried away. No one knows for certain where these treasures ended up, but some theories suggest they were brought to Rome, passed through many hands over the centuries, and ultimately fell into the possession of the Vatican. And if that is true, then the safest place to keep them would be in the Vatican's underground vaults, a place no one is allowed to enter except for a very select few. Although there is no concrete evidence to confirm this theory, the idea has persisted for centuries. Those who believe it argue that the Vatican could very well be hiding the most precious objects ever taken from the temple. Of course, the Vatican has never acknowledged anything about this treasure. No one is allowed free access to their underground storage. This secrecy only makes the theory more alluring, because the less people know, the more reason there is to wonder what may truly be hidden away. Assassination within the Vatican. On May 4, 1998, a shocking event took place at the very heart of the Vatican, a place long considered one of the most sacred and secure sites in the world. The newly appointed commander of the Swiss Guard, Alois Estermann, and his wife, Gladys Meza Romero, were found dead in their apartment, right inside Vatican City. Next to their bodies was a young guardsman named Cedric Tournay, who had also died from a gunshot wound to the head. According to the Vatican's official statement, Cedric was said to have killed Estermann and his wife over a personal conflict, then taken his own life. The reported motive was that Cedric was angry after being denied a medal following disciplinary action for violating military rules. Authorities said he lost control of his emotions and committed the tragedy. Yet what made the public suspicious was how quickly the Vatican handled the case and the fact that all information was released solely by Vatican officials. Why was such a serious murder case concluded so hastily? Some journalists and researchers have found indications that Estermann may have had connections to sensitive internal secrets within the Vatican, possibly involving political ties or delicate financial matters. Many believe that the case is not as simple as the official story suggests. The Swiss Guard. When you visit the Vatican, it's easy to spot the brightly dressed soldiers standing guard outside the grand gates. They are the Swiss Guard, the Pope's personal bodyguards. With their classic helmets, polished armor, and long halberds, many people assume they are simply a ceremonial unit, mostly for tourist photos. But few realize that the Swiss Guard were once true warriors who shed real blood to protect the Pope from death. The story dates back to 1527, when the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V was unable to pay his massive army. The unpaid soldiers mutinied, turning toward Rome with the intention to plunder the city for their wages. On May 6, tens of thousands of mercenaries began to attack. Only about 5,000 Roman militia and 189 Swiss Guard Street Oud to defend the Vatican. They knew they could not win, but still, they did not retreat. As the enemy stormed over the walls, the Swiss Guards fought to the last, sacrificing themselves to buy time for Pope Clement VII to escape through a secret tunnel beneath the city. In the end, only 40 Swiss Guards survived, and it was they who escorted the Pope to safety. All the others had fallen in a desperate but honorable defense. From that day on, the Swiss Guard was no longer just a group of mercenaries from Switzerland. They became an elite force, absolutely loyal to the Pope, a vital part of the history and legend of the Vatican. The divorce of King Henry VIII. In history, there are personal decisions powerful enough to change the course of all Europe. That is the story behind the divorce letter of King Henry VIII of England, one of the most important documents ever lost in the Vatican archives. In 1530, England was in the midst of major political and religious upheaval. After many years of marriage without a male heir with Queen Catherine of Aragon, King Henry VIII decided to ask Pope Clement VII for permission to divorce. His motivation was not just personal, but also driven by deep concerns for the future of the Tudor dynasty. Henry VIII wanted to marry Anne Boleyn, whom he believed would give him a son. Henry VIII sent an official letter to the Pope in Rome, explaining his circumstances and earnestly requesting permission to annul his marriage. For the Catholic Church at that time, marriage was inviolable and a royal divorce was not just a private matter, but one deeply tied to politics. After months of waiting and negotiation, Pope Clement VII refused this request. That cold answer led to one of the greatest turning points in the history of Western Christianity. King Henry VIII decided to sever all ties with the Roman Church and establish the Church of England, where he was the supreme head. From this event, Catholicism and Protestantism officially split, creating two opposing religious streams and a conflict that would last for centuries. But what happened to Henry VIII's historic letter? For hundreds of years, it was lost among countless documents in the Vatican's secret archives. It was only in the 1920s that researchers accidentally rediscovered this remarkable letter. Sometimes, a single letter is enough to rewrite the history of the world. Have you ever written such a letter? African popes. Most of the popes of the Vatican have been European clerics with white skin, coming from major cities like Rome or Paris. However, the history of the Catholic Church hides a little-known truth. There have been at least 3 popes of African descent who left a profound mark during crucial periods of early Christianity. The first was Saint Victor I, the 14th Pope of the Church, who reigned from 189 to 199. He made the important decision regarding the celebration of Easter, establishing that this holiday would be observed on a Sunday rather than on various days as before. This was a turning point that helped unify Christian tradition worldwide. Next was Saint Miltiades, who served as Pope from 311 to 314. He led the Church at an extremely sensitive time when Christians had just gained the freedom to practice their faith after centuries of persecution. Under Miltiades, the Church began to hold services in Latin instead of Greek, making doctrine more accessible to the Roman people and laying the foundation for the development of Western Catholicism. And finally, there was Saint Gelasius I, who became Pope in 492. He was known for his liturgical reforms, his calls for the Church to dedicate a large portion of its wealth to charity, caring for the poor, and encouraging acts of kindness. He also strongly opposed the lingering pagan rituals in Roman society, helping to purify the Church and strengthen the faith of believers. Interestingly, all 3 of these popes came from North Africa, a region that was once a center of culture and intellect in the Roman Empire. At that time, skin color was not a barrier for those with talent and dedication to serve the Church. This diversity was a source of strength and helped Christianity spread in its earliest days. The stories of the African popes not only encourage us to look at history with a broader perspective, but also remind us that faith, wisdom, and compassion are not limited by skin color or origin. The heresy trial of the Knights Templar. Perhaps no military order in European history is surrounded by as many legends and tragedies as the Knights Templar. Founded in the early 12th century, the Knights Templar were once the protectors of pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. But within a century, they became one of the most powerful military and financial forces in Europe. However, that very power and wealth would ultimately lead to their catastrophic downfall. At the beginning of the 14th century, fearing the rising power of the Templars, King Philip IV of France decided to eliminate them. Using the pretext of heresy, he ordered the mass arrest of members, confiscated their assets, and set up a series of trials with severe charges, most of which were fabricated. Under the tremendous pressure of torture and threats, many knights were forced to confess to crimes they had never committed. In 1312, under direct pressure from King Philip IV, Pope Clement V had no choice but to officially dissolve the Templar Order. The leaders of the order were later sentenced to death. Many were burned alive in public, while their names and reputations were defamed for centuries afterward. Yet history always holds surprises. Nearly 700 years later, the Vatican released a stunning document known as the Pergamenum Chinon parchment, discovered in the secret archives. This record shows that Pope Clement V had in fact absolved the Templar Knights of heresy during a secret hearing. In other words, they were not considered heretics. However, due to overwhelming pressure from the French king, the Pope was still forced to condemn them. Today, the story of the Knights Templar is not only the tragedy of a religious military order, but also a symbol of the fierce clash between power and politics. The mystery of the Templars endures, and the questions of justice, honor, and truth will likely continue to haunt human history for centuries to come. The donation of Constantine map. In the long history of Christianity, few documents have generated as much controversy as the donation of Constantine. This was a text that appeared in the Middle Ages and was once regarded as irrefutable proof of the supreme authority of the Catholic Church. But the truth behind it is a story filled with calculation and deception that lasted for centuries. According to legend, this donation was written in the 4th century, when Emperor Constantine the Great was afflicted with a terrible case of leprosy. In his desperation, he turned to Pope Sylvester I for help. And then, a miracle occurred. The Pope cured Constantine. Out of gratitude, the emperor not only handed over his power, but also donated the entire western territories of the Roman Empire to the Church. For centuries, the donation of Constantine was used as a protective talisman for the Pope to reinforce his authority over the kings and lords of Europe. Especially in the 8th century, this document became a persuasive tool to convince Pepin the Short and his son to hand over conquered lands to the Pope. It was a clever power play where religion and politics intertwined like two sides of the same coin. But eventually, the truth came to light. In the 15th century, the Italian scholar Lorenzo Valla used his knowledge of linguistics and textual analysis to prove that the donation of Constantine was, in fact, a forgery created in the 8th century. The language, terminology, and even historical details in the document could not possibly have existed in Constantine's time. Valla exposed one of history's greatest hoaxes, forcing all of Europe to reconsider the Church's authority and the true value of so-called inviolable documents. Was Moses actually Prince Thutmose? In the epic pages of the Bible, Moses is always remembered as the legendary leader who led the Israelites across the Red Sea, escaping Egyptian slavery after a series of terrifying plagues struck the Pharaoh's kingdom. Yet behind this legend lies a controversial hypothesis that has sparked debate for decades, that Moses might actually have been Prince Thutmose, the son of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, once considered the great hope for Egypt's royal succession. The name Thutmose in ancient Egyptian carries a very special meaning. Thut refers to the divine, while Mose means son or prince. This similarity has led many scholars to ask whether Moses of the Bible could be the very same Thutmose found in Egyptian historical records. If this were true, then the story of a prince removed from the throne, forced to leave his homeland along with his loyal followers, becomes more accurate and compelling than ever. Researchers suggest that after being excluded from the power struggle, Thutmose led a group of believers across the borders, traversing the sea to reach the land we now call Israel. They believe it was these people, under the leadership of Moses, or perhaps Thutmose, who laid the first foundations for Judaism. Moreover, traces of ancient Jewish rituals and symbols still bear the mark of Egyptian religious sects, revealing a profound cultural and religious exchange that few have recognized. Although there is not yet enough evidence to definitively confirm this hypothesis, it has opened an entirely new perspective on the connections between the great civilizations of history. Perhaps the story of Moses parting the sea is not only a miracle, but also the legacy of an exiled prince who refused to yield to fate and who wrote a new chapter for all of humanity. The Bible Code. The Bible has always been a source of inspiration for countless people who believe in miracles and mysteries. But at the end of the 20th century, a new wave of controversy was sparked by Michael Drosnin's book, The Bible Code. In this book, Drosnin claimed to have discovered prophetic codes hidden deep within the pages of the Bible, codes that he believed could predict the future of humanity. His method relied on something called the equidistant letter sequence, or ELS for short. The idea is theoretically simple. You select a letter in the text, then repeatedly skip a certain number of characters to form a new word or phrase. Using this method, Drosnin claimed to have uncovered a series of predictions about major world events, such as the assassination of President Kennedy, the 9/11 attacks, World War II, and even the invention of the atomic bomb. Many readers were chilled by these uncanny predictions, and the idea of a Bible code quickly spread around the globe. Could it be that the Bible actually hides some supernatural message about the future? However, the scientific and mathematical communities were not convinced. Many researchers have pointed out that the ELS method can be applied to any lengthy text, not just the Bible. Experiments have been conducted on books like Moby Dick, and even on modern literary works, where people have also discovered countless extraordinary predictions, from the death of Martin Luther King to natural disasters. This demonstrates that such messages are simply the product of coincidence when we rearrange the letters. Even so, The Bible code remains one of the most intriguing mysteries of the modern era. Does the Bible truly conceal the code of God? Or is it all just a human game with letters and words? Perhaps each person will have to find their own answer. The Christ myth. There is a bold hypothesis, the Christ myth theory, that poses a question which has left many people puzzled. Could it be that Jesus never actually existed? According to this theory, Jesus Christ was not a historical figure, but rather a product of imagination, much like the legends that were written over the centuries. One of the most prominent supporters of this hypothesis is Earl Doherty, a Canadian author and historian. Doherty not only doubted the existence of Jesus, but also asserted that Jesus played almost no role in the actual birth of Christianity. According to him, the stories of Jesus' life and sacrifice are simply familiar mythological archetypes, ones that had already appeared in many ancient cultures. This has sparked one of the greatest debates among scholars. Are the Gospels in the Bible historical records, or are they literary works with symbolic meaning? Some scholars believe the Gospels are like ancient biographies, describing the life of a real person with verifiable events. However, there is a growing number of voices in opposition. They point out that the details of Jesus' life, from the miraculous birth by a virgin mother to supernatural miracles, the painful death on the cross, and the resurrection, are all motifs commonly found in the mythologies of civilizations like Egypt or Greece. If Jesus was a historical figure, then why is there no clear contemporary record of his life outside of Christian sources? Most of the accounts we know come from people who lived hundreds of years after the actual events. This only deepens doubts about the authenticity of what is recorded in the Bible. Some even believe that deep within the secret archives of the Vatican, there are documents that have never been revealed, ones that could overturn the entire story of Jesus Christ. There are rumors that the Vatican possesses evidence showing Jesus was a character invented by humans, created to bring hope, order, or power to a community during a time of chaos. However, to this day, no such document has ever come to light. And it is precisely this mystery that makes the story of Jesus an endless topic for debate. So, what is your opinion? Share your thoughts in the comments below. The Sethians. When it comes to mysterious sects in the history of Western religion, few people know about the Sethians, a unique branch of the Gnostic movement that existed even before the early days of Christianity. The Sethians believed that Seth, the third son of Adam and Eve, was not just a figure from the Bible, but an incarnation of the divine, carrying within him a treasure of secret knowledge that could answer humanity's deepest questions about the universe and ourselves. What set the Sethians apart was their doctrine. Followers of this sect blended profound perspectives from ancient Greek philosophy, especially the teachings of Plato and Parmenides, into their beliefs. According to them, the universe was created by an invisible God, a transcendent being who was wholly good and far beyond ordinary human understanding. However, alongside this, God appeared a malevolent entity named Yaldabaoth, who created the material world with the intent to imprison human souls in physical bodies and keep them from reaching true freedom. In the Sethian worldview, the only path to liberation was to overcome the shackles of the material world. They saw eating the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden not as a sin, but as humanity's first courageous step in rebelling against the oppressive power of the evil deity, a bold quest for truth beyond the harsh rules imposed by this world. However, as Christianity grew stronger and gradually became the dominant faith in Europe, Gnostic groups like the Sethians were labeled heretics. They were harshly persecuted, their teachings destroyed, and slowly faded from the course of history. The story of the Sethians reminds us that, from the very dawn of civilization, there have always been those willing to question the nature of God, the meaning of life, and the freedom of the spirit. The Letter of Mary, Queen of Scots. Among the secret documents kept deep within the Vatican archives, there is a letter that carries with it an entire chapter of European tragedy. This is the letter written in French by Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, addressed to the Pope on the 23rd of November, 1586. As she penned those final lines, Mary was not only pleading for herself, but also recording the pain and harsh fate of a queen who had lost her country. The letter was written at Fotheringhay Castle, where Mary was imprisoned after nearly 20 years in exile. Her life was a long struggle, from ascending the throne at a young age, to being overthrown, fleeing her homeland, and ultimately being imprisoned by her own cousin, Queen Elizabeth I of England, who saw Mary as a threat to her throne. In her letter, Mary earnestly begged the Pope for forgiveness for her failings and pleaded for the last refuge from the highest leader of the Catholic Church. She spoke of the years endured in chains, of betrayal, and of the loneliness of someone who was once a queen. Mary was not only seeking forgiveness for herself, but also warned the Pope about the plots and dangers posed by certain cardinals at court. She insisted that her trial had been illegal and unjust, and desperately hoped the Pope would speak out in her defense. Yet all of Mary's efforts were in vain. The Pope never replied. Her final hope faded when Mary was sentenced to death for allegedly plotting to assassinate the Queen of England. Today, that letter is still carefully preserved in the Vatican archives as a testament to a turbulent period in history and as a symbol of the resilience and despair of a queen facing the final moments of her life. The blackmail case involving Michelangelo. Sometimes, the Vatican stories are not just about religion, but also about scandals tied to some of the most famous names in the history of world art. In 2015, the Vatican was shocked to receive a blackmail letter demanding the ransom of two extremely valuable documents directly related to the Renaissance genius Michelangelo. The amount demanded by the anonymous perpetrators was 100,000 euros, almost $100,000 US. What astonished everyone was that these two documents had actually been stolen back in 1997, but for nearly 2 decades, the theft had been completely kept under wraps. It was only upon receiving the blackmail letter that the Vatican officially acknowledged the incident to the public. So, what were these documents? One was a handwritten letter by Michelangelo himself. Surviving letters from him are exceedingly rare and are considered priceless treasures. The other document, though it only bears Michelangelo's signature, is still highly coveted by art collectors and historians worldwide. Faced with the demand to ransom these artifacts, the Vatican firmly refused to negotiate with the blackmailers. They declared that they would not give in to any form of crime, no matter how valuable the documents might be. Yet, what is notable is that for nearly 20 years since the theft, the Vatican had managed to keep everything under wraps from the public. To this day, the two priceless documents connected to Michelangelo have yet to be recovered, and the identity of those behind the blackmail remains an unsolved mystery. If you know where those documents are, be sure to contact the Vatican for a reward. The conspiracy of Jesus' crucifixion. For 2 millennia, the story of the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus has always been the foundation of the Christian faith. However, there have been rumors about a secret hidden deep within the Vatican archives that could shake the entire history of Western religion. According to a controversial theory, the crucifixion of Jesus was actually a carefully staged conspiracy. It is believed that there is a secret document being kept in the Vatican that records the truth that Jesus did not die on the cross. Instead, he was saved thanks to a secret agreement with the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, the man who is directly responsible for giving the execution order. This story suggests that when Jesus was hanging on the cross, he was given a sponge soaked in vinegar to drink. But according to the conspiracy theory, that sponge was actually soaked in a strong anesthetic, causing him to fall into a deep coma that looked like death. After that, Jesus was taken down from the cross in a state of clinical death and was treated by his disciples. The so-called miracle of resurrection after 3 days was, in fact, simply a recovery from a deep state of unconsciousness. If this theory is true, it would become the greatest secret ever hidden by Christianity. The fact that Jesus did not die on the cross would not only completely change the way people understand doctrine, but would also raise countless new questions about the true roles of the historical figures and the purpose behind the entire story of the Bible. Until now, everything has only stopped at the level of rumor and theory. There is no document that mentions this story, and the story of the crucifixion conspiracy continues to be a subject of controversy, stirring the curiosity of many people. The trial of Galileo. There have been moments in human history when a new idea could cost its creator everything. That is the story of Galileo Galilei, the renowned Italian astronomer and philosopher. On the 12th of April, 1633, Galileo was put on trial at the Inquisition court in Rome. He was accused of publicly defending the heliocentric theory, the idea that the Earth was not the center of the universe, but instead revolved around the sun. In an era when the Catholic Church claimed that the Earth stood still, this was a dangerous idea, one that could undermine the faith and authority of all of Europe. Standing before stern-faced judges, Galileo was forced to defend the theory that he had dedicated his life to studying However, the pressure from the church was overwhelming. He was found guilty of heresy and paid the price with the rest of his life. Instead of being sentenced to death, Galileo was condemned to house arrest for life and spent his final years in loneliness. Few people know that the records of this historic trial were kept secret for hundreds of years in the Vatican archives. It was not just a legal document, but also a testament to an era when science and religion always stood on opposite sides of a divide. It was not until 1992, almost 360 years later, that the Vatican officially admitted its mistake in convicting Galileo. That belated decision served as an apology to the great scientist, who devoted his entire life to pursuing the truth, even at the cost of his own freedom. The 30 pieces of silver of Judas. When it comes to betrayal, few images are more haunting than that of Judas Iscariot accepting 30 pieces of silver to hand over Jesus. For generations, people have wondered, what were those 30 coins really worth, and what became of them afterward? What might seem like just a small detail in the Bible turns out, upon closer examination, to be a mystery with layers that stretch all the way to the present day. In ancient times, 30 pieces of silver was not considered a fortune. Scholars believe they were likely 30 Tyrian shekels, a type of old silver coin common in the Middle East. Each shekel weighed about 14 grams of almost pure silver. If converted to today's silver prices, the total amount Judas received would be just over $300. It is hard to believe that for such a sum, he left an indelible stain on the history of faith. After Jesus was arrested, Judas quickly realized the terrible mistake he had made. He tried to return the silver to the chief priests, but they refused. Those coins were later used to buy a plot of land called the Field of Blood, a burial ground for strangers with no family. As time passed, the fate of those 30 pieces of silver became the subject of countless stories and legends. In the Middle Ages, coins said to be from Judas began to appear in relic collections across Europe. Many believed these were the actual original coins, passed down through the hands of kings, and perhaps even still hidden somewhere in the Vatican's treasury. Some legends claim that anyone who possesses a coin of Judas will suffer misfortune or be cursed by the mark of betrayal. So, would you want to own a coin like that? The Jewish treasure in the Vatican's basement. There are treasures that do more than enrich those who possess them. They are intertwined with the fate of civilizations that have lasted thousands of years. Among them, the legendary menorah is perhaps the most famous religious artifact ever stolen in history. And to this day, many people still believe that it lies somewhere in the secret vaults beneath the Vatican. The story begins in the year 70 AD, when Jerusalem was burning under the heels of the Roman army led by General Titus. After storming the most sacred temple of the Jewish people, Roman soldiers looted everything of value, including the solid gold menorah, which was the holiest symbol of Judaism. Even today, the image of Roman soldiers carrying the menorah is still clearly carved on the Arch of Titus in Rome. After their victory, the Romans paraded the menorah through crowded streets and then stored it away in their archives. From that time until now, the fate of the menorah has remained a great mystery. Some theories suggest it was hidden deep underground when Rome was invaded by northern tribes. Others believe it was buried with King Alaric of the Visigoths when he died during the retreat from the city. There are also those who think the menorah was taken to Carthage, then fell into the hands of the Byzantines, and eventually disappeared amid the turmoil of history. However, it is possible that the menorah never left Rome. Many scholars and archaeology enthusiasts believe that it is being kept somewhere within the secret basements of the Vatican. Some people are convinced that they have seen the menorah or other temple treasures in the tightly guarded storage rooms of the church. Yet, the Vatican has never confirmed nor denied these rumors. Whether the story of the menorah is real or not remains a question that no one can truly answer. Is the Vatican holding one of the most important holy relics of the Jewish people? Or is it just a legend that has been passed down through the generations? The stolen blood of Jesus. The story of the theft of holy blood in France is a vivid example of history that is at once humorous, tense, and full of surprises. It happened in a small town in northern France. A group of thieves broke into an old church at night, hoping to steal gold, silver, or other valuable antiques. When they saw an ornate golden box placed solemnly on the altar, they immediately thought they had hit the jackpot. The thieves took the box, believing they had found real treasure. It was only when they returned home that they realized the truth. Inside the box, there was no gold or jewels, but a small vial said to contain the blood of Jesus. This discovery left the thieves terrified. Not only did they worry about the law, but they also felt a deep fear of something that many people consider sacred. Not knowing what to do with what they had stolen, the thieves contacted Arthur Brand, a famous art theft investigator in Europe. They had only one request: take the box back as soon as possible and don't ask any questions. In the end, the precious relic was returned to its holy place. The case closed with relief for both the people returning it and those receiving it. But it also left everyone with something to reflect on. Sometimes, the greatest treasure isn't about material value, but about faith and the things that go far beyond human calculation. The Secret Books of Moses, Magical Scriptures and Centuries, Long Controversy. Among ancient religious mysteries, perhaps few things have stirred as much curiosity and debate as the 6th and 7th books of Moses. These scriptures are said to have been banned, or even hidden by the Vatican, because of the power they are believed to possess, power that is thought to go far beyond the scope of any official Bible. Legend has it that after writing the first 5 books that laid the foundation for Judaism and Christianity, Moses left behind 2 secret volumes, passing them down to special successors as a handbook for controlling supernatural forces. Yet for thousands of years, no one ever publicly mentioned them in any official documents. It was not until the 18th century in Europe that the first printed editions of the 6th and 7th books of Moses began to appear, and they quickly spread among mystics, sorcerers, and minority communities that still believed in ancient magic. What sets these 2 books apart from all other Bibles is their chillingly strange content. People say that each page is a world of spells to call down rain, command storms, heal incurable diseases, summon angels, or even talk to the spirits of the dead. The pages are filled with ancient characters, mysterious symbolic drawings that people in the past believed could be used to summon invisible forces. Because of such contents, these 2 books have never been recognized by the Church, and in fact, they have even been classified as forbidden books. Some modern scholars argue that these are simply the products of German publishers during the boom of mysticism. They took advantage of the name of Moses to sell to the superstitious. But there are also other opinions saying that this is not the first time important documents have been banned or hidden. Perhaps the 6th and 7th books of Moses are a compilation of magical practices passed down orally over thousands of years, later framed under the name of Moses to add sacredness and avoid destruction. Some researchers even suggest that the Vatican keeps the originals of these books hidden deep within secret archives, because the latent power in those spells is enough to break every mold of faith. No matter the origin, the 6th and 7th books of Moses have left a deep mark on popular culture. The French Freemason affair and the Catholic Church. You might be surprised to learn that the Roman Catholic Church still maintains an extremely strict stance against Freemasonry, a mysterious organization present in many countries around the world. The relationship between the Church and Freemasonry has long been anything but harmonious. For the Vatican, Freemasonry has always been an outsider force and is often viewed as standing in opposition to traditional Christian values. The most recent story to stir up all of France took place in 2013 in a small village in the Alps. The main character was Father Pascal Vezin, a devoted priest who had served his local Catholic community for nearly a decade. But in a short period of time, he suddenly became the focus of a major controversy simply because he was a member of a branch of the Freemasons in France. The Vatican did not simply issue a reminder or a warning. They decided that Father Vezin would be stripped of all positions within the church. Immediately, he had to stop all pastoral activities and leave the parish he had considered his family for so many years. This decision not only shocked the faithful, but also triggered a wave of heated debate in the media and across French society. Why did the church act so harshly? How dangerous is Freemasonry, really? And do secrets exist between the Vatican and mysterious organizations like the Freemasons that the public has never known? Father Vezin's case was not the first of its kind. For centuries, the Catholic Church has continuously spoken out against Freemasonry, even issuing multiple decrees of excommunication against anyone who joins the order. According to the official position of the Vatican, the values, secret rituals, and complex networks within Freemasonry are incompatible with Christian faith. But what is notable is that Freemasonry itself has always denied all accusations of heresy or underground activities. They claim to be nothing more than a fraternity of people who believe in charity, encourage freedom of thought, and have no intention of opposing the church. However, the secretive rituals, the whispered stories about the order's influence, and its connections to many famous figures in history have created an enduring mystery around this organization. In the end, the story of Father Wesson is only a small glimpse into the complicated relationship between two of the world's most influential powers. It raises a question that, even now, remains unanswered. Are there still secrets between the Vatican and mysterious organizations like the Freemasons that the public has never known? Thank you for staying with us until the end of today's video. Was there something that caught your interest or made you want to share your thoughts? Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you won't miss any of our upcoming stories. We'll see you in the next video.